You know, because what are the odds that this TV has Bluetooth in it, right?
Yeah, not high. I don't think many TVs have Bluetooth. Not until recently.
Yeah, the one behind me might.
Maybe. We are on time though, so that's good. Jenny.
Good morning, Jenny. Are you making a mess over here?
I was like, I
Could be
leaned
louder.
over and it was
It's
wet.
your coffee.
No, whatever.
Yeah. Well, happy 4th of
God
July,
damn it,
everyone.
Jenny.
It is the ladies' show.
It is.
And we're
Not her
excited about
fault.
today, the fireworks show. Traffic, how's traffic, man? Nobody on the road.
I don't know why I'm here. I just wrote the producers. I was like, FYI, it's a holiday. Ain't nobody going to be
Well, what
driving
did you
today.
expect? Us to work and you not to work?
Yeah, that's what I'm
needed
used
you
to.
here with us, Jenny. And we
No, we
also
need
were
your
hoping it would be
presence.
the red, white, and blue, but I guess
Show them
not
your
the
shoes.
dress, but the
Show them your
shoes.
shoes.
Stella, how do you want?
I don't
She's
know.
got
if
the
you
blue
could
shoes
your
on.
legs up all the way.
There
down.
you
That's
go.
flexibility.
Thank you.
She's so
And white-
funny. She's still going.
Happy 4th. And I got white nails drinking my coffee. So we'll see how many cups I can drink. Hey, it's an Up with 8 mug. You can actually get one too if you send us a
What?
picture of yourself, and then we'll give you one somehow. I don't know how we mail these out.
That's
Traffic's really
hilarious.
dead today. It's
I want one.
We railed these out.
not even going to be funny. Independence Day. A lot of you are off today, as you can see from the map, because absolutely nothing is happening. We have no crashes, and your freeway times are fine. So cheers to you. Just a little tidbit.
That's
I
the
did
traffic.
Google what are
All right.
sexy vegetables.
Sorry, my mic wasn't in front of me because I was doing something. Okay, this is before I even post the tweet telling people here. Like only real fans and real OGs are watching right now, and they're gonna know about this. Okay, this is some serious shit that I got here in this window over here. You guys can't tell anyone about this. If they're not here on time, it's their fault. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, check this out. You ready for this?
That's awesome. That's actually awesome. We're one step closer to getting her on the show.
I could throw an at here and it'll tag her, like that's totally possible, right? Throw an
yeah.
at Jenny Milkowski in the title.
We got noticed. Just listen closely to what is said here.
I did Google what are sexy vegetables. Well, what came up was not really related.
I know what came up.
So here's a tidbit for you. Don't Google what are sexy vegetables, because you're not going to unsee what I just saw. Traffic is super quiet this morning.
Great.
I'm Googling it.
All right, what do we want to do first? This one.
Just keep going on Jenny Milk. I'm still making the tweets.
Keep going, Jenny? Okay.
Yeah, I put a lot of Jenny Milk in there.
Oh, we saw this one. Let's do a 14-minute favorite moments.
Am I really here? Can you hear me? Is my mic on? Now, who wants to see me after that shot, huh? Nobody. So I don't know if I'm even going to remember how to do this. Oh, I was like, maybe me, maybe not. I don't know. Walked right on by. Just like, yeah. That's what happens here when you don't pay attention and there's no floor directors. Now you know. No,
Sorry,
you
Jenny.
send it over to me,
How
Heather.
rude.
I've
I
got
am
things
so
to
rude.
say, and maybe 1 or 2 people are listening at home. Will I have something to
Well,
talk about?
we've
in my
got at
next
least
traffic report,
14
or will I
here.
just stand here staring at you very awkwardly? Stay tuned to find out. Wait, is this giving it away? Don't look. I'm currently wishing that there was something stronger in this mug than coffee, but alas, there is not. How much time do I have for this report? What do you guys want to talk about? Only 30 seconds to do it, so start the timer. Just kidding, we don't have a timer. Quick Google search of vasectomy songs, and there is an actual song
Vasectomy
called the
songs.
vasectomy song. It's a very kind of like mucusy out there, kind of like the phlegm I'm coughing up this morning, TMI. Never
Gross.
bend over while you're urinating to pick something up, because you will impale yourself on the little, what is that, the toilet paper holder? Can you see
I
this?
can see the swelling from here.
So I'm injured because I spilled coffee on myself. And you can see that my dress is, I don't know if you can see, it's very wet. Happy New Year to you in whatever language you're celebrating. Hey, from an aging broad to a fossil that is millions of years old. I'm a big proponent of like showing your crazy.
You know what's the
right off
best
bat.
part
I
about
just-
Jenny Milk? when you put her in form like this, where it's just like, chill out, motherfucker. When you put her in this form, where it's just these cuts and stuff, it doesn't even seem like it's like from the actual news. You know, it seems like it's like a blooper reel from like like a television show or something. You know.
Throw it out there.
I'm about to get very exposed here. And by exposed, I mean they're going to wash the makeup off my face. So good luck to you, for those of you watching.
It's what?
I'm so sorry.
So it's not just a show, it's really educating the people.
That was awesome.
How long is it?
Huh?
How long is this? How long is this video?
It's
you
like
got?
15 minutes. I was going to move to the next one. Anyway.
Yeah, I sent you the one to switch to off of Jenny Milk.
Yeah.
I think.
This one?
Yeah.
I'm here.
1,000 subscribers. You really know where to get them.
Discuss a
Jesus.
few
What,
Dude,
bro?
how do you find this shit?
What, bro?
What the fuck?
This has been in there for literally 3 weeks. I've been cooking this one. I put it on the stream list for the actual stream for 2 weeks, and then when we switched to just having all the silly shit and then another thing to stay organized, it's been in there just cooking.
Are we getting clips? Yes. Okay. Are we skipping?
No.
straight to the
Come on. Don't you want to hear the arguments? Come
clips?
on.
A little bit, but setting
of
up for this.
Russia. Amazing. What a beautiful time with.
The fucking background is so good.
Beautiful.
I'm recording in the
Absolutely
back of a
beautiful.
bookstore. These are the books we haven't sold.
We'll see if I'll receive any sort of reply to the email.
That is a very, very
Are we just watching
very
you look at
bright
emails here?
How
this
is
a
everybody
blue
stream?
today?
screen.
It is a stream.
Even though
We're
Vaush
good.
decided
We're
to die
good.
on Lolly Hill, we must remember people like Hasan are still up. Yeah.
You don't cover your mouth while you're talking.
Yeah, I would say that Hasan does more harm than Vaush. Maybe it's a hot take.
I don't know about
I
that.
still
Or-
think that Hasan
I don't know.
does more harm with his.
Does Hasan do harm? Do we reckon? Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say he doesn't. Argue that he does.
He does emotional harm. He hurts people's
Good.
fifis. I think for the most part he's been good, because basically like the whole like bread tube meta is so centered around him.
Mm.
And a lot of people are like, Hasan is the reason why, like whenever somebody makes a video about Hasan saying that he's a piece of shit, they're like, Hasan is a big reason why I got moved to the leftist position, right? So
Okay.
I don't think very many people, because like, the I just want to have healthcare, sweetie girl.
Yeah.
She's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
weird Nazi after that, right?
Really.
I don't know. It's something like
Weird.
that. Libertarian tard or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people say that they push them to be more progressive, and I think that's a good thing. Vaush, on the other hand, I don't think enough people watch Vaush for him to have a cultural impact outside of like Twitterverse.
Yeah. So people who touch grass probably wouldn't know who
Yeah.
Vaush is, whereas there could very much be real people in real life that Hasan has changed. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Interesting. I could see that argument.
But also, I mean, like
He also
Hasan,
breaks
like
people.
AOC, fucking Hasan helped AOC become like one of the hottest streams when she fucking played
Yeah.
Among Us to raise
Yeah.
money for working families, which is
Mhm.
our Democratic Party here. Well, our progressive Democratic Party here, working families. Because isn't that so smart? Why we call it that? You know why? Because why would you
It feels-
fucking put something like Democratic Socialist in
Mhm.
America? Why would you call it that? Idiots. It's called Working Families.
It appeals to the right wing sort of working class as well. If it's
Mhm.
working families, right? It's instantly like, I've got a family, I work. Let's have a look at this party. Democratic Socialists of America? No.
Well, the DSA helped fund a lot of the candidates in this party.
Oh, I bet they did. The point is, you don't put socialist in the name.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You just don't.
Rhetoric then. Vaush with his lolly images. Sue me. Burn me on a stake. I feel
Okay.
like somehow what Hasan Piker says has a bit more weight. His countless drones of supporters.
So you see why the title is
The-
bro?
The Hasan tag.
You see why the title was who's more evil, right? I see,
Mm.
how perfectly this was set up.
Hasan Piker, the man that has chosen to be consistently wrong on Ukraine, no matter what.
Damn
True.
No
right.
matter what happens.
You have
he
no
Almost-
idea what
almost
you're
entirely.
talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some
We're not
humility.
talking about Vaush. We don't talk about Vaush today. We're talking about Hasan Piker and Ukraine.
Can you speed this up a little? You got to
Poland,
admit,
for
I
that
found
matter.
some gold, right?
Because Hasan
It's
Piker
good.
doesn't just hate Ukraine. Doesn't just have horrible takes on Ukraine. He also has horrible takes on Poland as well. Even though I have my criticisms of Poland, the handling of
I am assuming this person is Polish. I'm assuming.
Are you trying to escape?
the border, but I don't think that's Hasan's criticism. That
What you say?
Polish farmers are just blocking the border senselessly and actually working, even if not in a huge amount, still working towards a Russian victory. What an embarrassment. And of
Nice.
course, the far right fascists from the Confederacy Party
So
are
true. Queen.
so glad
Confederacy Party? Excuse me?
to attach themselves to that protest and to spew their anti-Ukrainian rhetoric. We might need to go to the border. We might need to make a trip to the border, but to do
it.
Oh, you know what?
If you
We're
fund our
covering-
NGO, we can give them money to
we'll
actually
send
go
this
and do
person
that.
to the border.
We will actually, we will give money to this person to go to the Polish border if you fund us.
I'm sure they can.
that, I might need to borrow some money. We'll see.
Yeah.
Unless
See,
you don't.
we could instead of them having to borrow money.
don't give your money directly to them though. Go make sure it's only $1. Only $1. You get your name at the bottom of the screen. One bone. You know, it's what a deal. You know, as we're fundraising for the start of the nonprofit, all the tiers get you all the benefits right now until we start the NGO. We're trying to raise money for the NGO because it costs money to do the paperwork and licensing and things like that, especially when you're international like us. You can also help fund Ukrainian drone pilots. One of those drone pilots is Forcex from Canada down there, and he is obviously from Canada, so he doesn't have access to monobank like other people do. So if you want to help him out with vehicle repairs, he's a drone pilot as well there right now.
If you go to his page, he posted his
I was just going to say that
thing as well.
Yeah,
So
he did post
it's
his drone footage. Yeah,
sick fucking video too.
Yeah,
It's
I can
one of
pull
the
it up.
coolest
I can
drone
pull it up.
shots
But if you
I've
look,
seen.
it doesn't. You didn't break up their Patreon links down there when you updated the links. It needs a W's in front of it. That's why it's stalled there.
Ah, okay. More bad.
Then I won't have to borrow money.
Borrow.
Oh, Hasan chose to die in Putin's lap. Well, we'll start.
We could help people like this go and do stuff like that.
Right.
This is a perfect example of exactly the kind of
'Cause
theoretical
all this
example.
needs really is like a production overhaul. They clearly they could we could already tell from like a few minutes that they already know what they're talking about,
or at least aren't compromised. Actually
Yeah.
looks at factual information and is
Mhm.
aware of the information warfare.
Started sort of softly from.
Can we show?
politics, which
Can
I
we
will-
show drone kills in this?
Sure. Sure.
What? Hang on. I got that. Oh damn! There's a few of them in here.
Yeah, there's a couple angles.
Okay, yeah, we cannot show this, but I know what I can show this one. I could pause right before it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. we'll look at this one real quick. Totally fine. This is
Just
a
careful
totally
this-
fine, as you can see, totally fine thing going on here. Okay. Nothing happening. It's just a reconnaissance drone, not
Hold on.
one.
I have an idea.
People do post
Never mind.
People do post like Ukraine war footage straight onto YouTube, but like, I mean, I'm not about to risk.
Yeah,
it, you
just
know?
because we also got hit because we were covering the Houthis. Don't really want to show a drone.
Yeah, and then there's a
murking
picture of
5
this one.
people.
See, there's 5 more people, and they're carrying somebody, and they're just looking at them. They make it to they're safe. Don't worry, they're fine.
I think it says in the description that it was potentially a commander as well, so it was actually a pretty high level one as well. So not bad, my man. He needs repairs to his car because I think he hit a
One of those tanker things.
a tank bog. I think.
Yeah, one of the hedgehogs.
Yeah.
Sort of comment on. And then we're gonna go to the Ukraine takes, and for that we're not just gonna watch clips. We're just gonna watch the whole conversation that Hasan has had about the fall of Avdiivka and I think Navalny's assassination as well.
Epic. All right, let's go to that.
It's not Hasan, but also a lot of non-tanky Western leftists either hate or at least have contempt and grudge against Ukraine.
Maybe they probably have more views on Twitch too.
I would imagine so. Yeah. If own website. Interesting.
Old guy. Let me just say it like that. Okay, let's go. Let's just watch the clips first.
Let's go.
Let's see what happens. So this is a Reddit.
Damn, they're cooking them.
Put this here. Make this full screen. Oh my god. Make this full
Bro,
screen.
I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain. The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
A base to Hasan.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate the offer, but no, he couldn't. Okay,
Okay.
let's watch. It's muted, of course. I didn't unmute the video.
Good start.
It ain't easy.
To do it alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You have a second pair of hands. Are
yeah,
you done?
it's much
Are you done
easier with
playing?
both of us.
He's cleaning his face right now.
It really is a lot easier with both of us, that's for sure. Come on, get to the video. God damn it, YouTube.
Why does he think their governments just want peace? Oh, you were joking. They don't.
What is
Oh my
going
God,
on?
I hate the interface. I hate the interface of these things. Okay. But
This
yeah,
wasn't the one who gets in the box.
Never did any wars. Why does he?
Streaming is a hard job. Yeah.
No,
Hardest
I mean,
job.
if I'm a Baltic state, it certainly makes infinitely more sense. Especially if I close my eyes and think of it as like not a buffer state for the more important European states that are actually like the really
Bro,
more
NATO
important
How
allies,
can
you
you
know what I mean?
say
European
something
state.
like that?
More important
Can you
European
imagine
states.
if somebody
Holy
said that
shit.
about like Uganda?
Oh my god. Imagine if they were like, oh yeah, Somalia is destabilized because it's a buffer zone for the more important African countries. Like,
Yeah.
what a fucking psycho take. Kurdistan exists as a buffer zone to the more important Middle Eastern countries. Fuck yourself. What the fuck are you talking about?
Palestine exists as a buffer zone.
To Israel? That's why Gaza exists.
Yeah, so
Jesus Christ.
It's a buffer to keep them out of IRGC territory.
Fucking hell.
I mean, if think about it, like, if the like campaign of destruction was completely successful, right? And there was like no threat, even though technically there wouldn't be a threat. There's other ways to get rid of the threat, but hypothetically, we're talking about like a mass extinction event or mass deportation event.
Mhm.
What would actually be containing Israel from like wanting to be like, I think I'll take more of those Golan Heights over there?
Nothing, theoretically. Like, realistically. I mean, I would argue that they're probably the strongest military in the region.
Jordan, they're the most tested. And so, like,
Yes.
that's another thing is they switched to the bullpup for a specific reason, to kill people in Gaza, right?
In Gaza, yeah.
Yeah. So like they're set up to kill people in Gaza.
Mhm.
So it's like Saracen archers, right?
Yeah.
So the Saracen bow, they literally were designed for urban combat.
Mhm. I mean, that's a fair argument. Maybe they wouldn't win in an open war that isn't
Yeah.
just a genocide.
It's so Jordan is a really nice military, and so does Saudi Arabia as well.
That is true. Saudi Arabia does spend a lot of money. But are they trained? That's the question. So I'm actually not sure about the Saudi military. Like, how trained are they, or are they just like a ceremonial thing where they all look pretty and everything looks nice, but realistically it's all a shit show behind the scenes?
It's mainly a state suppression force, so they're not effective. Just like how Israel's a suppression force in Palestine.
Yeah.
So, but Jordan, like, they conducted airstrikes with the U.S., but also like, they have been bombing Assad's fucking Captagon factories because the drug. That's think about this. Like, the U.S. wants to bomb cartels in Mexico. Jordan bombs Syrian cartels to keep drugs from reaching their country.
It's a
Right?
very different scenario, though. Like, the whole place is kind of still
Yeah, well,
semi-destabilized.
also this deal that Jordan has to bomb Assad came with them basically accepting Assad back into the Arab League.
Oh,
Yeah, so one of the conditions was basically Assad basically lets his guys burn.
interesting. I did not know that. When did this come out?
We talked about it in one of our LTEX when it happened.
Okay.
I think
I
maybe
must have missed that
it
one.
might have just been me and Ace having a conversation.
It may have been, because I don't remember that coming up at all. That's
you
a pretty significant detail.
Captagon.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody thinks.
I think Egypt is just like, leave us alone. We're falling apart. We just need this canal here.
Yeah.
They're more concerned with like
About-
Libya and shit.
Yeah.
These topics in these terms. I'm a really important NATO ally. I don't know where Hasan gets this idea in his head that.
Oh my god, they're so right. That's like not a point I would bring up too, because we left off on Hasan insulting the Baltic states. So
Yes.
this person is like, they are a really important NATO ally. Also, Poland pays more than the United States into NATO. Are we going to call them a buffer country? They also just called, we put it on stream, they just called for everyone to pay 3%.
Yes, they did. Yep. And Poland joined NATO. They forced their way into NATO because
Poland is the reason why
needed
NATO is the way it is. If Poland didn't force their way in, then NATO might not have ever expanded. It still wouldn't.
No. Like, of course, people would have wanted to join.
There is a potential like elsewhere though.
Yes, yeah, but Poland is a big player in NATO. Like, people really sleep on Poland. Like, they are a massive part of this whole defensive cartel. Like, it's they want it for a reason. Their history is the reason that they do it. They know what both evils do. So it's like you kind of like, on this point, I think we should listen to Poland.
And also, like, this is going to be loud when I open this. Poland is such a great example of a country that is looking out for its own interests.
Yeah.
Or any other Baltic state people think in terms of, I'm really important. I'm a really important NATO ally when I close my eyes. No. Do you know what people from Poland or any other Baltic NATO state thinks? We think we're in NATO, so Russia's not going to attack us. That is what we think. We don't think like we're special, super special allies. No, we just think
Interesting.
NATO, at least on paper, protects us from countries like Russia. And we also, by extension, think if Ukraine had been in NATO, we would not be in this mess right now. That is what we think. We don't think in terms of how special.
But how many people in Poland think like this though? That's the question I wanna ask, because I'm very interested to figure out how many people think like this. Because if it's not a very widespread train of thought, I don't know.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
How wonderful. What
I mean,
a bliss to have
not-
this special status.
Your mic's breaking up. I don't know why.
Oh, I just
Eyes for a brief moment, and I'm Polish. I can imagine like
Oh,
NATO's
Polish. There you go. Mentioned. Poland mentioned. Sort of, but nobody in, let's be honest, nobody in Poland thinks about the NATO membership in terms of how important we are. We think of it in terms of how secure we are. That is the main consideration. Not how
Okay.
important we are, how secure we are. Because NATO is supposed to be a security guarantee, not an importance guarantee.
Can you hear me good?
And
It's
most
fine?
countries,
Yep.
especially within the reach of Russia, know this. Always got the impression that Hasan thinks Eastern Europe are just frightened peasants that want to be powerful. I don't even know what he thinks about Eastern Europe. Like, he thinks
Look,
that
they
it's just
need
a
dental
playground for
care.
Russia to take over.
actually there for me.
Like, there's gonna be a statement in the Ukraine bit that just blew my mind. I cannot believe how someone could be saying that without. Oh, you'll hear. No, don't worry. Like right now, we're just listening to a clip, but later we're gonna be listening.
We're
to
only gonna watch the clips. We're only gonna watch the highlights.
Thing, I guess. Wonderful. Oh bliss. Oh me, oh my. That's gonna be amazing. It was very naive for the more Western countries to think that it would. That just because the Soviet Union fell, the aspirations fell.
I mostly want to
Really?
see
Yeah,
somebody
Ukraine.
get mad at Hasan saying dumb shit.
It really cooks. It's worse than Hasan. The
What?
tangents are wild.
God only knows.
I mean, they're mad.
Baltic
I
states,
mean,
Poland.
Yeah. It's like 10 minutes between clips. Fucking crazy.
It all used to be part of the Russian Empire. So it's all fair game.
History lesson. Okay. I guess it's important, giving context to why it's important to Poland.
Russification almost succeeded in the Congress Kingdom before World War I.
Epic YouTube. You gotta play with the size. You gotta full screen it to make it go again, and then unfull screen it.
It's literally not loading. This
Epic
is-
YouTube.
This is cool. I wonder if it'll
Um,
drop out.
Close my eyes.
Alright, we're
It
back.
feels like I'm actually important in the process, and not simply like an area to resupply forward operating bases. The reason
That's great. But first of all, I mean, that doesn't even make sense because before Ukraine joins NATO, Poland is the frontline base. What other frontline base is there in Europe apart from Poland? Poland is the frontline base. Ukraine is not in NATO, so it cannot be a frontline base.
this is why I have a lot of smoke for
What is the frontline base that Poland is supplying?
Poland recently is the Visegrad tweet, because like his tweet about the highway of death really fucking brought something in me, like a deep anger and resentment
Who cares?
Whatever.
side of me.
So a totally unrelated thing has also hello, Faxi looks. A totally unrelated thing has pushed you on a whole rant about Poland. Got it. Like a totally unrelated tweet. Got you on a whole rant about Poland being happy about being in NATO.
I know whose side
Or
I'm on.
meet up reasons
This
that this
Hasan
is
guy
good.
seems pretty
Oh.
bad at this point.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah, Visa. I know the Visegrad. I know the account. It
Listen.
actually gets some criticism.
I think I got another link to go to once we go through this little clip section. Or if you're
About
it's
a
about
Soviet/Russian invasion nonstop.
Huh?
nothing. I said if your
Okay.
internet up, I can pull.
Okay. It seems to be struggling.
It's because it's on 2 times, I bet.
Yeah,
right?
I've heard criticisms.
Possibly.
And also, when you skip around, it's gonna fuck it up.
Yeah.
Way to go, bro. Your impatience fucked up the stream again.
You wanted to skip.
I know, I'm just kidding.
And it won them votes.
It's literally like 10 minutes
No,
between
my father won an
clips.
election one day. He was,
It's
an
like
elected-
5 seconds of clips. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine pissing off
I
somebody
wanna-
this much, though. And notice how they're not screaming and malding.
One of his big
Yeah, it's super calm. It's like very, very
It's
well
just like, let me
delivered.
explain why this person is an idiot.
You have no idea
Right.
what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
slogans was a good integration into Europe, which meant entering the European Union.
Inside of my soul, just the notion of like masturbating to American imperialism as though you're part of the
So
team.
no, it's not masturbating to American imperialism and being part of the team. I'm going to ignore some unrelated tweet from a problematic like X/Twitter account. The reality of the situation is a pragmatic security measure against being
Awesome.
invaded. That's it.
Team dog. Yeah, no, definitely.
That's it.
Look at us. We got look at us. We got it, dude. We got it. We're
Yeah,
so-
we got it. We're not going to be invaded. Whoopee.
Oh. Your Ottoman epigenetic memory is activated. Well, that too. Okay.
Haha, what a joke. What a joke. The relative of the person that not so long ago denied the Armenian genocide and has a show called The Young Turks. How wonderful.
I don't discount in anger, but you've been shitting on
This
Poland
is
for days now.
awesome.
Okay, well,
That's it for the clips.
remedy.
I'm not
I'm
even sure
fucking better than you.
what he says later then. But
Okay. Is the one you sent the next one?
Yeah, well, it's a hit or miss one because these guys have burned out every single time we have tried it.
Okay.
But this one seems like it's got to be unhinged. So, I mean, look at that. That's got to be
my
unhinged,
God.
right? This has got to
That's
be an
awesome.
insane video, right?
What is happening? It sounds like copywritten music. Let's not. This is awful.
They're so creative, Jack. You don't think they're creative?
Schlaus Club, nice.
They spelt it wrong.
Yeah, just replace the first letters of each name.
Oh, okay, they did it on purpose.
Yeah. I'm just breaking copyright.
I am a Star Wars fan. I don't know how many times I have watched the mesmerizing world that George Lucas created for us. But why Star Wars?
Is this the man? Is this the man? Is this him?
All of a sudden? Because
What do you mean,
in this
the
world
man?
where power and secrecy dance a delicate ballet, there exists a gathering that mirrors the enigmatic and influential, and might I say dark, Sith Empire from the Star Wars universe. This assembly, known in hushed tones as the meeting of the world controllers, shares striking similarities with the Sith, a dark and formidable order from a galaxy far, far away.
Buddy,
We will
hang
meet
on,
with the
hang
Sith
on.
of
I
the
already
modern
have
time.
issues. I already have issues. That's not how the Sith works, okay? I'm not even a big Star Wars guy, you know? Like, I saw them when I was a kid. I saw the prequels. I saw all 3 of the new ones. I quit on Solo. I wasn't really a huge fan of Rogue One. I think Kylo Ren was cool, but then the third movie
Rogue
is
One
just
was the
dog
best
shit.
one. What are you talking
It just
about?
gave me anxiety because I knew how it was going to already end.
Because it's like the mission. Like
Yeah, it's like
the
it's
mission
like get
before
on
it
with
all.
it. I know what the
Mm.
I know what the ending is, so I just feel like it's like not like on task, you know? It's like,
Incorrect,
oh, now we
but
got to
you're-
do that.
you're allowed
Now we
to
got to
be.
do this, you know? And it's like I don't care about that universe, you know?
Nah, fair enough.
But let me tell you, that's not how the Sith work.
There are only ever 2.
So maybe you could say, hey, that's how the Republic worked, or how the Jedi Council might have worked.
Yeah. There are Jedi who have fallen to the dark side, but they're not necessarily
Yeah,
Sith.
you know what's so cool about the prequels is that like it's really just about how complacent and ineffective the Jedi have become.
Yes.
Like they're fucking idiots.
It's all politics.
They're
fantastic.
idiots. It's like, well, like
I don't like Sand.
Anakin goes up to Mace Windu after literally Palpatine tells him he's a Sith Lord. He goes up to Mace Windu and he goes, I think Palpatine might be a Sith Lord. He goes, what makes you say that? And he's like, I don't know. He just seemed kind of spooky, I guess. I don't remember what he says, right? And it's like, bro.
And their evil commander too. But before that, let me welcome you to the Atul Mishra Show, part podcast and part sermon.
Oh my god, that was loud.
Yeah. What do you expect from TF Globo? They got the best sound editing.
It took me some time and a lot of efforts to
apologize,
get
everybody.
this episode out. After my last video was a commercial failure, although it was a critical hit, but I was sad and broken, but I'm fine now. Okay, so the Sith Order. The Sith, an order of force-sensitive beings in Star Wars, are renowned for their centralized power and authoritarian rule. They are led by figures of immense power, dictating the fate of countless systems. Similarly, this new thingy, the modern spin-off, let's call it.
Did he call it the Sith Empire?
Yeah, well, technically it is.
No, it's
in
not. It's
well,
the Galactic Empire.
Well, technically it's run by the Sith, though.
Yeah, but it's not the Sith Empire.
I know, but who knows? It might be a translation error. Give
the meeting
whatever
of
this
the
guy's
world
name is
controllers. A term evoking images of shadowy figures manipulating global events is convergence of the planet's most influential people. Here, decisions are made that resonate through the corridors of global power, much like the centralized authority of the Sith. The Siths are known for their secretive meetings and manipulative strategies, a trait mirrored in the meeting of the world controllers. Held behind closed doors, this assembly charts courses affecting billions of people. Using
There's
fear
two of
as a
them.
tool for control is
There's only
a
ever two
hallmark
of them.
the Sith,
God.
a tactic
Okay.
that is emulated by the meeting of the world controllers. Fear-mongering, often linked with global crisis, is seen as a method to maintain influence,
I hate
reflecting, of course.
Is everybody
Yeah,
learning
The
a
Sith
lot?
instill fear to dominate entire star
I hope
systems.
everybody's
The Sith
learning a
Order
lot.
is an elite and exclusive group mirrored in the meeting of the world controllers, where only the elite,
Here,
including
why don't you
bankers,
click this
CEOs,
link
and world
and until I find something that's better.
Great.
Japan is not Europe. Japan is not America. But Japan has lost more than them for war they created. We will tell you
Ready
about
for
it, but
the
before that, if
audio
you're a fan
to
of
get blown
non-corporate
out.
funded free.
This
What
is
is
what
this
I'm
up
talking.
on
This
YouTube?
is this looks like a classic. This is the kind of videos we want from them. This looks like one of the unhinged ones, and not a weird.
News and analysis. You've landed on the right YouTube channel. We publish 3 videos a day. First at 9:15 a.m. EST, second at 1:30 p.m. EST, and the third
Oh,
at
that's
5:30
right.
p.m.
Now
EST.
it's
So if
just
that's
the
of interest to you, next time you visit a church or a temple, pray for Japan's healings. Okay, let's begin. Japan, often pictured as a compact powerhouse of innovation and discipline,
Oh! We're already getting the editing,
is
bro.
renowned for its global brands like Toyota, Honda, Panasonic, and Sony, symbols of unparalleled quality. This
Bro,
image, however,
Hey, he
veils a
put in
less
the
discussed.
whoosh sounds when they came in.
Dude, that's so funny. Like, of all the companies that you pick of Japan,
Slow it down to 1.5 for me.
you do not, like, you out of all of the companies you could have picked, you didn't pick any of the Zaibatsu. What the fuck are you doing? Like, there are like 5 fucking companies that have existed in Japan for hundreds of fucking years, and you didn't include a single one of them. Come on.
Reality. Japan's sovereignty is compromised, positioned more as an American protectorate since the end of World War II. The status is starkly illuminated by the enduring presence of the United States Forces Japan, USFJ, established in 1957, succeeding the Far East Command. USFJ functions under the US Indo-Pacific Command with a declared goal of ensuring stability in the Indo-Pacific. Yet a deeper look suggests its primary role is to monitor Japan and its surroundings, with approximately 50,000 US military personnel across the nation, emphasizing this point. In recent Japanese history, Shinzo Abe stood out as a pioneering leader, remembered for challenging the post-war status quo. Under his guidance, Japan took significant steps, including amending the pacifist constitution imposed by the Allied forces. Abe's unique vision extended to mending fences with historical adversaries, notably Russia. His efforts towards a rapprochement.
Oh, really? Is that why they're still fighting over islands in the north? Yeah, cool. Yeah, they totally haven't always had conflict because of these islands that Russia took after World War II and were returned to Japan.
Are you challenging the experts at TF Global?
Yes. I know I'm better than them. I know more than them.
with Moscow marked by personal visits and warm diplomacy, hinted at a potential strategic realignment, aspiring for a robust Japan-Russia alliance. Abe saw this as unfinished business, crucial for Japan's future. However, Abe's assassination tragically cut short his ambitious plans, casting a long shadow over Japan's quest for a more autonomous diplomatic and security posture. In the aftermath, Japan appears to have reverted to a more conventional role within the sphere of US influence, a return to the familiar dynamics of an American vassal state. And the US's total domination of Japan has become extremely evident in the aftermath of the NATO-sponsored war
Look, if
in
Japan
Ukraine.
was
the
a
conflict in
vassal
Ukraine
state of the United States, would it let it rearm like it is? I don't fucking think so.
enters its third year, the already complex relationship between Russia and Japan has further deteriorated. Historical disputes, particularly
Also, if Japan was a vassal state of America, I'm pretty sure the Japanese would be fairly fucking angry about it.
Do you know anything about their arms transfers? Like, where are
Japan?
they buying arms from besides the
They
United
have
States?
their own domestic production.
That's what I would think. But do they buy
And the
other
US, they
countries
buy
besides the
planes
US?
and shit from the US.
Yeah, I know they have the special F-16.
But they have their own
The F-16 that can land on carriers, right?
I think so, yeah.
Do they have carriers? Does Japan have carriers? Does it have a carrier?
I wouldn't imagine so.
Because only even Britain doesn't technically have one.
Well, they have the ramp
Fight me. No,
carriers.
you can fight me about it. They don't have one.
They have the ramp carriers, and they were specifically for the Harriers. They no longer have any VTOL planes, so they're useless.
They have F-35.
They're helicopter carriers.
Yeah, then Russia has helicopter carriers too, and we don't know where its catapult is. And how's let's see how you don't know this, that their catapult is also that's the thing. This is like China is built off of their design, and China's is famously made out of styrofoam, so it's like a ripoff of that already bad design.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Russian carrier has been in maintenance for like 3 years.
Oh, hilarious.
Someone will know more than
over the northern tip.
Who follows this stuff closer in the chat.
Countries known as Southern Kurils have long marred relations.
Yeah,
These disputes have
Russian
prevented the
sole
formal conclusion
aircraft
of World War II
carrier may
hostilities between the
re-enter
two nations.
service by 2024 end.
And then get hit by a storm shadow.
And have been exacerbated by
they got the ramp on the end of it that goes up on one of the lines that shoots. So
skirmishes. Despite these tensions, the period of Shinzo Abe's prime ministership between 2012 and 2020 saw a notable warming of relations between Japan and Russia, driven by mutual interest in trade and strategic positioning against China. Abe and Putin's relationship, characterized by
Didn't Russia kill Japanese soldiers or Japanese people in Syria?
ISIS did.
ISIS, okay.
ISIS beheaded 2 Japanese journalists, and that's one that was actually a big reason why they more people started siding with Abe on his goal to militarize Japan after that event. So there's a lot of Japanese contractors.
Okay. It's kind of funny that after
volunteers
his
and
death,
stuff.
it's kind of funny that after his death they then remilitarized.
Well, they were already in
China.
the process of it.
Yeah, but now I think they might be dropping the self from their defense forces as well. So we'll see.
There's no reason why they shouldn't. And there is one reason. The one reason why they have mainly chosen not to seek a military dominance is that they didn't want to become a target. And this is actually their economic model has depended on this.
Mm-hmm.
So Japan was able to explode in economics because they weren't hostile towards anyone.
Yes.
And
It's like
now,
Vietnam.
yeah, but Japan has the electronics in the
Yes,
90s.
Yeah. But similar to Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Personal respect and numerous meetings facilitated
As
trade.
we were taught by Luna Oi.
It's also like, if you think about it, it's one of the closest countries to the United States.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's not that far from it if you think about it at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's really not. That's why they're so close, I think,
You know.
because they're cross-Pacific partners.
Mm-hmm. Well, even Guam isn't that far from it.
No, which is, I guess, technically the United States.
Yeah, which is, I mean, there's closer things
and,
to Guam,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
and economic cooperation with trade figures reaching significant highs during the decade. However, Russia's special operations in Ukraine in 2022 marked a turning point. Japan joined Western sanctions against Russia, removing its most favored nation status and implementing trade tariffs, which significantly impacted bilateral trade, reducing it to roughly $10 billion in 2023.
this isn't as
Sanctions targeted key
edited
exports from
as
Russia
the
to
other one. I think that
Japan,
I don't
including
think we're going to
coal.
find a TF Global that will ever match that. I think that
Like
one
the
is
first
like,
one?
oh my
Yeah.
god, that video was one of the most insane videos of all time.
That was
What was
crazy.
I googling? Chinese carrier. I sent other stuff so you can move on to the next thing.
Mhm.
Let's see what's going on here.
I'll tell you what, let's move to a Vaush video because we've done a Hasan one. Let's see his take about TikTok.
Hey, this is Future Vaush here.
Hi, Future Vaush.
Weird. Yeah, I noticed that as well. He called it a special operation. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, the
Holding
Indian
back
guy?
on the big topics, boys. They might actually ban TikTok, and thank God. You know, you goddamn Zoomers, you kids with your hip and happening, zippity boppity. No, you can't do this bit anymore. House passes bill to force TikTok sale from Chinese owner or ban the app. It passed through the House in a landslide. Republican leaders fast-tracked the bill through the House with limited debate, and it passed on a lopsided vote of 352 to 65. Woo! I bet this is going to do wonders for the Democrats and the youth vote in the upcoming election. That's great. The action came despite TikTok's efforts to mobilize its 170 U.S.
We found out the other day that most people don't actually care. There are more important things to them than a fucking app. Because at the end of the day, TikTok is not unique. TikTok being banned is not going to change anything.
I mean, well,
Right.
the thing that also, what we have to keep in mind here is how much it's going to affect certain people, right? It's going to affect somebody, but also how
Sure.
much they've spent on lobby money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
check this out. You want
Do
to
you have
see
a figure?
no. I'm just a big fan of engineering.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to show some engineering marvels here. Why are they not? Why is it not like showing up in my thingy?
I don't know.
In my share thingy. Oh, probably because I'm on the wrong. I'm on the other Google thing.
Dar dar.
2 seconds. I just got
Zanga zanga. Ferret ferret.
Users against the measure and amid the Biden administration's push to persuade lawmakers that Chinese ownership of the platform poses grave national security risk to U.S., including the ability to meddle in elections. Is it possible that the Chinese Communist
engineering
Party
time.
weighs
Who's
its
a fan of
influence on
engineering?
TikTok?
Now let's talk about some beautiful engineering. China says, no, it's just water. Somebody spilt water. They spilt liquid all over the deck. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay, whatever you say. What about this? What's going on there?
Are they
did you do?
cracked?
Are you kidding me? This is like pock marks. It looks like somebody threw grenades on the deck.
That's
Look at that
epic.
shit. It's literally splitting in half here.
It'll
That's how bad
break
the
in half.
crack is.
That's epic.
This is why I constantly say it's made out of styrofoam. Okay,
Don't worry.
This
China's
is
military is the best in the world.
Not water.
Also
Okay.
cracks, yeah. Don't worry, guys. Believe
Somehow the
people.
build time keeps getting delayed on this. I'm not sure why.
Keep believing people when they tell you China's military is top tier. Yeah. Their boats, yeah, they produce them very fast. There's lots of them. But a plane could kill them with a machine gun. They're made of nothing. They're worthless.
Yes.
Let 'em
Is it
try.
possible the American government uses its influence to weigh on your life, to meddle with your affairs, electorally or otherwise? Infinitely more so, you know? Like people say, oh, isn't China going to do something? I'm not going to lie. Right now, I trust, the American political body as a whole, to me, not doing much better than China. Honestly, swear to God, seems like we're pretty much headed down that road, at least with autocracy, but at least they build trains. It's fascism with
Oh my
trains,
God, you
or it's fascism
fucking
without trains.
Idiot. Have you seen the train that goes through the building?
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Did you see Winston's video about how disgustingly rough the bullet trains ride is?
I mean, like, yeah, sure. At least they have trains. So do we, bro.
Mm-hmm. Concrete doesn't work in China.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, because
that's
they fucking take out half the materials to fucking be able to make more money, and then they fucking mix in dirt.
It's called tofu dreg for a reason. It's because it's made of shit.
Fucking
excellent
collapses
example,
on
okay?
little
The
girls and kills them.
Drops balconies on people in the middle of the street. It's very cool. China, definitely a hallmark and a goal to aspire to.
United States of
And they
America
have
is
good
actually
better-
becoming
and-
more like the
Yeah, and America is going to be like China next week. This election, when Trump wins, we're China now.
like China here, because China has banned American social media, us banning their social media. If anything, it's time. Imagine having to deal
Okay,
with
so
fascism
we should be like China.
without trains when you could have the trains. Insane. Anyway, Joe Biden has said that he is going to sign the bill into law. So the only question is, will it go through the Senate? And the answer to that is yes, probably. It probably will. It probably might actually.
Depends
It's
on how
almost
much
certainly
TikTok
going to make
pays
it
the
through
Senate.
in no time. In the span of like no time at all, kablamo, right through there. Months and months
If it
and months
passes
of
through the
ongoing
Senate-
genocide in the Gaza Strip, during which we
Really easily, without much combating. I'll show you who's paid.
What do you mean? Oh, like who's paying them?
Senators are worth way more than House.
So if it doesn't pass, you reckon China's putting a lot of money in the Senate?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. We'll see what happens.
we sit in our hands. But this banning TikTok, zoom. Wednesday's vote was the first time a measure that could widely ban TikTok for consumers was approved by a full chamber of Congress.
Some people are going around calling it like a second Patriot Act. It's fucking hilarious. Like I haven't actually like specifically looked at it, but from what I've seen, it's pretty much consumer protections. That's what it seems like.
Plus, what are we upset about? They're going to divest and stay around.
Of course they will. There's too much money in TikTok. It will get sold. It will be American or European or anywhere else. I guess we'll see.
Congress. The app has been under threat since 2020, with lawmakers increasingly arguing that Beijing's relationship with TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, raises national security risks.
It does.
In all seriousness, this is being done for two reasons, okay? One of them is that we want a Cold War with China because all the awful shit the American government does is a lot more justifiable if you've got
What
a big
an
bad
idiot, bro.
Russia.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just
It's getting
so
used a lot.
embarrassing. At least have some humility.
There's other
Doesn't work as a
insults he
big
throws
bad
at him. No, but seriously, we want a Cold War with China. We want it.
I guess so.
It's over.
Yeah.
The only
Yeah,
next step is
COVID.
if China invades Taiwan.
Yeah. And they're not
then
going to
it's
do
an
that.
active war.
Their boats will fall apart.
Yeah, or they're styrofoam fucking carriers. Imagine how the thing is like when we nuke that carrier group, the fumes from all the burning plastic and styrofoam in the ships are actually going to do more damage to their body than the radiation.
For us, because A, the
Like
GOP likes
AUKUS,
Russia,
bro.
and B,
there is no Cold War.
Yeah. Like, as soon as AUKUS is in full swing and we actually start getting those subs, China's not doing anything. They're
Also, just the
completely
comparison to the
closed.
Cold War is so stupid. Can we just think about this for a second? We say oh, Ukraine is like a new Cold War with Russia. No, it's not.
No.
Like,
It's an
were we
active war.
fighting over Germany getting invaded? Were we worried about Germany getting invaded during the Cold War? Or are we just talking, hey, there was proxy wars in Vietnam and shit? Shut up. It's not. It's literally not the same. It's a neighboring
the
country
Russian
doing
military can
territorial
barely handle
expansion.
any neighbor,
It's
you know,
way
so
different.
Not
It's
not
way
really
different.
a credible angle to take things.
It's imperialist, is what it is.
If anything, it's more like the Arab-Israeli war,
Comparatively speaking,
which is
And,
also can be
the
called
second
the
reason
Arabic
why
Cold
I
War.
imagine, to an extent, I
If
don't
you
know
wanna
how
Americanize everything.
much this is the case, but the fact that TikTok might be literally swimming with pro-Palestinian sentiment might influence this somewhat. It's not like AIPAC hasn't done shady shit like that before, so it's probably I'm guessing it's mostly a Cold War thing, but given the current state of affairs, that might weigh in on it a little bit. And on the plus side, if you get rid of TikTok, you prevent the IDF from uploading evidence of their own war crimes. So kind of
Yeah,
saving Israel.
that is a good argument.
Keep
A
in
lot,
mind, by the way,
70%
this isn't
of the
just
evidence
banning
of
TikTok.
Butcha came
This
from
is
TikTok.
either TikTok
Butcher,
gets
yeah.
sold.
Yeah. So but it's not necessarily because of TikTok. It's just
Yeah,
because
but also
short-form
war
content was
crimes
being
aren't
uploaded
happening
there.
in America on TikTok,
No.
right? All those butcher crimes would still be
Mm-hmm. It'd still be there.
a Cold War against Iran. Okay, yeah, because Iran calls us and says, "Please stop bombing our guys." Russia never did that shit. Come on, Russia could actually stand up to the United States.
No, fuck off.
Fuck off! Stop laughing. It's a Cold War. Just don't come to so many conclusions that are
Yeah, it's not that hard to not jump to conclusions.
just calm down.
Insane.
By its owner, so it's no longer Chinese company owned, or it gets banned. So basically, either the United States government bans the app, or a
Wrong.
non-Chinese company buys it. I don't know how long
Wrong.
it would take to sell
Wrong.
something this big. I mean, it's not like you couldn't just sell this at a market. Elon Musk will buy
ByteDance
it.
is
Let's
already
go,
located in Singapore.
Elon, 2 for 2. Let's go. It's time. My man is running himself ragged off of just one. If he takes on a second social media company, he'll be dead of a ketamine overdose in 5 days flat. Okay. Somebody just needs to challenge him. Okay. He needs to be at an interview and someone says, I hear they're selling TikTok. You could afford that, couldn't you? I bet you'd make it real free speech over there. Clean up all those Chinese laws. And then it would be over. It'd be like the ultimate, very, very very Greek hero, like a Greek tragedy. He's felled by his, because the Greek hero is like a champion brought low by one fatal flaw. And in Elon's case, it's being retarded. That's actually how I think it would be hubris, actually, which is how many.
It's going to go to some guy who's basically
You would name it
in the
Zigzag?
Trump
Oh, shit,
admin.
he would. I'm ready for Zigzag. Are you guys ready? In all seriousness, though, any claims that are made by people about this being like a national security risk are total bullshit.
is.
We all know, and we have known for a long time, that American companies and the American government spy on us and steal our data all the time.
That's not
Sometimes
the
it's legal,
issue.
sometimes it's not. It doesn't matter. We can't do anything about it. There's no oversight. Like Edward Snowden
No,
revealed all
there
this
is
information
oversight
about
as well.
PRISM and the systems that they can use to
We
steal
could do
people's data and
something
information.
about it.
It doesn't matter. Just doesn't.
Yeah, it's called consumer protections.
Yeah.
Australia
Unless-
is like one of the best at this.
Um,
It's like my one actual compliment to the Australian state is that they do consumer
the weird
protections
news guys.
properly.
You know the
Huh?
Weird News TV, weekly Weird News.
Yeah.
So they were like, when they could just protect everyone from these things, because everyone thinks this is about fucking data. Shut up. It's not what
got
it's
nothing to
about.
do with it. Yeah.
They've literally and also like then they said like there's no proof that it's done anything or something, and I was like, the literal case says that they accessed American data. The Chinese back accessed American data, even though it's still in Singapore. It's already not a Chinese company. ByteDance is not a Chinese company.
I thought it was.
It's parent company. No, its parent company is.
Oh, okay. Still, it's that
Or
basically means it's
ByteDance
Chinese.
is like parent. ByteDance is the parent company. TikTok is like in Singapore now. It was in that Congress meeting, right?
One of them.
Why were they having that meeting?
Yeah. National security threats.
Was it? I thought it was because of like kids killing themselves.
No, I thought it was national security threats.
I don't know.
I thought that was the whole thing.
I'm pretty sure it's kids killing themselves.
Well, the state doesn't give a shit about
That's
kids
when
killing
Mark
themselves.
Zuckerberg had to forced to give an apology to all those parents.
Yeah, well, they don't give a shit. He's
It was
making
funny, though.
billions of dollars. Why does he give a fuck?
It was funny making him do that.
Yeah, it is funny. It is very funny. But at the end of the day, realistically, if you're like, if you're Mark Zuckerberg, let's say you're Mark Zuckerberg, you run Facebook Meta because you had to change your name because you caused genocide. Very cool. Fuck you. Let's say you are worth $40 billion. Cool, you got $40 billion. Oh, there's there's about 10,000 10,000 people under the age of 18 per year around the world kill themselves on your platform because of your platform. He didn't give a shit. He didn't give a single fuck. They're not worth a cent to him. Because the people that are worth money to him are the people who pay him. The advertisers, the corporations. None of these companies give a single fuck about you. They want your data, they want to sell your data for money, and they want to rake it in. Not that hard. Go into your settings, change all your locations,
They're literally stealing from you too because they're making a profit off you building their product. Their product doesn't exist. Like it's a self-marketing like
exactly. Like all of their profit is because of you. Your existence on their non-existent thing makes them money. And they are stealing your personal information to make a profit off your existence on this platform. Limit that as much as possible. If you're going to be on them, limit it as much as possible. That's location data, that's notifications, that's access to your phone. It's all of that shit. It's not that hard to find information how to prevent as much data as possible getting to these people. Like, just read a little, look up stuff, use Google. It's great. Although Google sucks at the moment. But yeah, so it's like, yes, because of you, specifically just you. Yes, everyone, all you, specifically you, all the social medias make every single cent right off you. And you're our biggest supporter and number one viewer.
Yeah, give us $1. Give us $1. Everyone go give us $1. Costs $1. $1. You can cancel after 1 month. You can literally just put it in, give us $1 and cancel, and then you'll be at the bottom. Won't that be epic?
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
He's good. No matter. And yeah, every month there's some gigantic data leak.
It's just basic data protection. You know what I mean? Like it was a bit of a rant, but it's just basic data protection. It's
which isn't the issue on why they're banning TikTok. And
no,
Congress
it's not
doesn't
the
really
issue.
understand either. And that's why I said, like Shark was like, and it's just because of racism. I'm like, it's not just because of racism. Like I would be lying if I said it's not because of racism. No. Definitely a lot of them are doing it because they're just racist. Because they're like, like Marjorie Taylor Greene did it because she's too racist, I guess. Because Trump's the guy who's buying it is basically Trump's lackey, right? So Trump will basically own TikTok through proxy, right?
Cool. Can't wait.
And then,
oh my god.
Yeah. So Marjorie Taylor Greene says, like, we should be if we care about China, we should be regulating our farmland and making them stop buying up all our farmland.
Look,
how much land does Canada buy? Like, shut up.
I make this argument all the time, and it's not just China. No foreign people who don't live in the country, I think, and I make this argument for Australia because of the housing market and how fucked it is. That if you don't live in the country for 3 months, you shouldn't be able to buy property here. At least 3 months per year, you shouldn't be able to buy property here. If you're a corporation, completely banned from buying residential property, go fuck yourself. Like, it's really not that hard to fix all these problems. Like, it just takes simple legislation.
I think like Florida banned, I think, just Chinese buying of land.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fine to be left up to a state issue on how you're gonna sell land.
I agree. But at the same time, I'm like, if you really want to solve these problems, this is how you solve it. The housing crisis. When you open up your country, let's use America, from a market of 360 million people to 8 billion people, the market cap becomes whatever the richest person in America is, which is the richest person in the world. But it opens the market from that to the world. There are a lot more rich people in the world than there are America. And it's even worse in countries with smaller populations like Australia. Right? We have 25 million people. The houses should be dirt fucking cheap. It shouldn't cost us anything to fucking live here. But it does, because most of the country is bought up by fucking foreign owners. It's wild. And now nobody in this country can afford a house. The average housing price the average housing price in Melbourne and Sydney is $1 million. It's fucking ridiculous. It's insane.
From a massive social media company anywhere. So like whatever, just like if you seriously think that you, Joe Bumpkin, 19 Idaho, like the Chinese Communist Party is stealing your day.
I mean, I wasn't even talking about the homeless in this situation, but that's another point. There'd be too many houses, and then you could give homeless people houses.
What about they accessed? If they already show that they can access data, and this is a country known for taking entire families hostages for dissidents and stuff. Do we think they're not going to use this app to spy on their own citizens inside our country? Like, don't we have a duty to those asylum seekers to protect them more than our citizens, because they're directly under threat?
Yes, yeah, and especially from China. Like, we know what China does to their own citizens overseas. The whole
not everyone does.
Secret police stations that existed in foreign jurisdictions that were specifically set up to
I don't know what we're crying about. It's going to get sold to Americans.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
One
like, why is this a problem?
outside of TikTok's profits? How much money are they going to fucking lose just losing India and America? Oh, like, come on. Can we not just see through this, that immediately something is going to take its place? Instagram already has Reels. Sure, Reels are cool. But even if it's not, and it's not going to get banned, period. It's going to be around. It's going to stay there. And now I might use it if it's not,
Yeah, true.
It's all ads too. Fuck TikTok.
I've actually heard about this. I've heard about this problem in New Zealand. Yeah.
I just know. American companies steal your shit because they want to make money on speculating on they want to
leftover rags of the UK is their fucking lords, House of Lords. Fuck yourself. Fuck your lords. Your lordship cunt. Fucking hoity-toity wig-wearing fuckwits.
You mean your shit?
Fucking cunts.
Did it just
Fuck
bleep
them.
me?
Huh?
Did it just bleep me when I said cut?
No, I think it's blowing out your microphone.
It's a joke, Jack. It's a joke. It's a joke that I can't say it. It's like that episode
they want to sell
of South Park where they said where they figure out that you can say the F slur.
That's funny. I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh my god! And so he goes. They say, because Garrison goes, "Oh, if I admit I'm gay, I can say it, right?" And the whole point is they're gonna say shit on television because they said shit on NYPD Blue. And so there's a counter at the bottom of the screen on how many times they say shit, and then eventually it cuts to Mr. Garrison going down the street. And he goes, "Hey, there. Shitty backpack. Shitty backpack. How do you do? And then at the end, like a dragon or something, a demon comes, and they find out they're called curse words because they're actually curse words, and like using excessive swear words is like actually not that funny, and it like defeats its purpose and stuff, which is just
so
funny from South Park, you know?
Yes.
Well, data. I do agree this is a bit overrated, but hypothetically, if China wants to invade Taiwan or is about to, I could see them making this a big issue. Like in Taiwan, sure, but in the United States, there's no information that the CCP is going to get off TikTok that's going to compromise the national security efforts of. When a country wants to get top secret information from another country, they typically do this by way of something called spying.
Bro, they literally access
not like
voting data.
massive
Yeah.
Like we want to
Not to mention,
we fucking impeached somebody over this because Russia did that.
like, not to mention that the 170 million Americans got a push notification from TikTok telling them to lobby their congressmen. It's literal fucking what do you call it? Meddling. Literal meddling in American politics from TikTok. What are you talking about?
Get data. You know, the real concern from TikTok would have been like, oh, what if the Chinese government is like influencing the algorithm to maliciously and subtly.
That's what they're banning it for. Oh my god!
Like, does
You
he
have
not
no
know?
idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Like, this, has he not seen the comparisons between
Damn, dude.
Douyin and fucking TikTok?
That's literally the two. Watch, he goes, and if they access voter data, I guess that would be bad. Watch, he says that shit next. It's literally two
influence
things:
so
the
that only
voter
stuff
data
that they
and the influencing of algorithms. That's literally what the report is. I'm sorry, chinchillas. Bishi, you're so tall and on alert right now. Zapata is gone. I don't know where he ran to hide after I yelled.
influencing the algorithm to maliciously and subtly influence things so that only the stuff that they want you to see pops up. To which I ask you, what the do you think the YouTube algorithm is? Like, what do
No.
how do you
The YouTube algorithm literally is built off you. You set the algorithm. Nobody's algorithm is the same.
No,
you
and
dickhead.
also what they're talking about, what's going on here is like not pushing Chinese propaganda to you or anything. That's silly. That's not what's happening here. What they do research on is how to cater the algorithm to get you there.
Mm.
To influence the algorithm to change things.
think any of this works? All of our algorithms are already designed and presided over by like
Yeah.
shadowy groups of ultra wealthy and powerful oligarchs
yeah, but
who
they're
decide what we
they're
should see because it
Americans.
benefits them.
Vaush, China has nuclear weapons and they actively are challenging the United States. They just had a fucking you notice how this came right after they met in Congress? You know, their little fake Congress, the CCCPPPCCCC. Right?
Yeah.
And they hardened language on Taiwan, right? That was the big thing that happened there.
They
hardened
removed
language on Taiwan.
peaceful from unification.
Yes. And then what does
So you
America
tell
do
me.
in response?
Yeah. Further cuts them off from their data.
Yeah, we're not about to have a
security.
potential war scenario with something that has access to voter data.
Yeah.
And is trying to specifically influence opinion, and especially if it's pushing entire notifications on how they should lobby Congress. And it's just not going to happen.
It is purely an information warfare tool
Yeah.
for
And
the Chinese
again, I don't know why we're talking about it because it's not going anywhere. It's gonna.
Yeah.
It's like Nancy Pelosi said. It's gonna make TikTok better. Tic tac toe. A win. A win.
Financially or politically, like that's already the case. On the plus side, I don't like TikTok very much. Every time I go to TikTok and I see left-leaning content, I feel like it's kind of dumb. Maybe it's just because they're young people. I don't really know. It seems like stuff gets misrepresented a lot. I don't like short-form video. Okay, I like long-form video. Let's ban short-form video. It should be illegal for any video to be less than 5 minutes.
Finally, an opinion Vaush has that's correct. 6-second videos, ban. Get rid of them.
Yeah,
You're not allowed to upload a video shorter than 5 minutes.
Jenny Milk doesn't post on YouTube anymore because it's
Yeah,
all
because the
TikTok clips
algorithm
now.
is yep.
So she hasn't posted in 2 years. Thanks, TikTok.
Thanks.
Ban streamers too. Whoa, I make long form content. Whoa.
Unless
Whoa,
they're
whoa.
official news.
Come on. Leaked audio of ADL chief executive Jonathan Greenblatt freaking out because of global youth not buying Israel's propaganda anymore. They have a TikTok/Gen Z problem. I could have told you that.
Yeah, that was
there
never
like-
gonna work.
Is that like a quote that I could actually attribute, or are you paraphrasing?
Generational problem. All the polling I've seen, ADL's polling, ICC's polling, independent polling, suggests this is not a left-right gap, folks. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old.
Interesting.
And the number of young people who think that Hamas's massacre was justified is
these guys are
shockingly and
evil.
terrifyingly high.
Yeah, well, maybe they should take their own advice and maybe smarten the fuck up. Maybe if they want to hold their six-figure salaried position in government, they should listen to their fucking voters, not their payers. You know, like your fucking job is, you stupid cunts. Fuck me.
And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Taglit.
Is this has this been confirmed? Leaked audio ADL head. This is from 3 months ago. It's phone guy. It's phone guy. Okay, it seems this has been very widely acknowledged and reported on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Why does it sound so fake? I'm just whatever. Anyway, I think that the Israel angle here might be part of it. Like, that's definitely a component. I doubt it's the main thing. It's probably just like the little extra push to get it through. It just a little.
Also, it just truly shows how garbage the ADL is.
Bit of lubricant on the
Everyone
idea
knows
of
this
promoting.
Yeah. It's just like in the last few years, I feel like most people have come to realize the ADL is fucking garbage.
New Cold War with China. If I recall correctly, the reason why it got passed so quickly because TikTok accidentally f***ed itself by giving its users a specific pop-up to call the representatives using the user's location data to find who the representative is. So yeah, TikTok gave everyone the kill coordinates. I see. It seems that you're in this cafe. Did you know that the closest politician is 119 feet that way? This guy is like the undersecretary of agriculture for the state. Here's his photo. Yeah. Interestingly, despite initially being behind,
I didn't know that it was specifically geolocated and told you the politician.
I'm not sure if that's true.
If that is true, ban it immediately. Immediately. Also, turn off your significant locations. You should do that. If you haven't, go into your settings. It's hidden because they don't want you to. Go into your settings, find significant locations, turn it the fuck off.
it. Trump actually opposes the bill, which means the GOP House voted in spite of Trump. Like, overwhelmingly, the House GOP voted against what Trump said.
Wow, imagine if they did that with the border. I wonder what the difference was.
They should do. In an interview with CNBC, Mr. Trump said he still considered TikTok a national security threat, but that banning it would make young people go crazy. He added any action harming the platform would benefit Facebook, which he called an enemy of the people.
True.
Frankly, there are a lot of people on TikTok that love it, Mr. Trump said. There are a lot of young kids on TikTok who will go crazy without it. There's a lot of good and a lot of bad with.
You know what they'll actually do? They might actually go and touch some grass. They might go and talk to someone in real life. Who knows? Maybe this is good. Maybe all social media should be banned.
Okay, China.
TikTok, he added. But a thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook.
No, they have social media. It's just tightly controlled and has your money connected to it and monitors everything that you say, and you'll get disappeared if you say something bad.
Facebook bigger, and I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media. Incredible. Truly spitting. Thank you. Barron asked him to try to save it. He had a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with a fellow billionaire who has a very significant investment in ByteDance. Was this during the same meeting that he met with Elon Musk?
Oh,
and
how
Elon
interesting.
Musk said, "Oh no, never met the guy, no money." Yeah, it might have well been that. We all know that Donald Trump is desperate for cash and pretty much well up for sale.
All right, we got an offline segment here, so let's jump to this.
Your present Vaush for me. That's how time works. I'm a little embarrassed by this one because when I did the segment on the TikTok ban, I had notes set aside where, like, at the end I was going to talk about another thing, which I'm about to talk about, but I forgot to. So I guess that was chat's
Damn,
fault.
I
Chat
thought you were
distracted
going to
me.
be
I'm never
embarrassed
at
because
fault,
you
blah,
looked
blah,
it
blah.
up and you
So-
realized that
That you were wrong. We'll
I
see.
fact
We'll see what
checked.
happens.
I wanted to say, like, this is being referred to colloquially as a TikTok ban, but that's not
Thank you.
that's not what it's called. You know,
Yes.
it's actually really difficult to find news agencies reporting on this, which is actually like really scary because it makes it seem like there is some kind of malice to their selective coverage. The bill is titled, in case you didn't know, Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. And the text of the bill, while it does, you know, it's clearly pointed at TikTok here, it prohibits the distribution, maintenance, or provision of internet hosting services for a foreign adversary controlled application.
Okay.
Though the president can give you an exemption if they want. See, so they're talking about ByteDance and TikTok here. That's ByteDance is the company that owns TikTok. But in effect, like potentially this means that like this would give the U.S. government the ability to just flat out deny the ability for any kind of local hosting of any website or any social media company owned by what they would deem a foreign adversary. I hope you
Yes.
can understand how potentially dangerous that that line of logic is.
Yes, it's dangerous, but also it's consumer protection. Why would you want someone who's actively against you having influence over people in your country? Even and not as a politician, as another person. Why would you want people sympathetic to theoretically the Iranian Islamic Republic? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you want people? Well, I don't know, maybe, but there are currently people, a lot of fucking people, most of the GOP, if we're being honest, who shill and are agents for Russia. Is that healthy? Is your country stable? How's that going for you? Is it deteriorating? Are the parties collapsing? I wonder how that went. Maybe there's a reason this is happening. Possibly. Who knows?
I mean, this is, you know, it's funny we're talking about TikTok.
What do I know?
This is
I'm not an
literally what
expert.
China did, walling their citizens off from the rest of the internet and creating their own internet.
No,
Effectively,
it's not
obviously,
literally
Chinese
what China did.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally not.
citizens constantly skip over the Great Wall or the firewall of China to, you know, shit post in our sites, and we love them. for
Wait,
it.
does that mean you can
and-
still be able to access these sites with a VPN? Crazy.
Interesting.
and Americans will be able to do that as well, presumably. If any ban
Thank
goes through,
you.
it's pretty difficult to.
You know what won't happen in America though? People won't get killed for using a VPN.
Also,
Insane.
they're just going to sell it to an American company.
Yep.
It's not banning anything.
Mm-hmm.
Completely prevent that kind of stuff, because individually targeting people's access, it's you know, it's a broader process, right? But like, I think in the original segment, because this is 2 days out from that, I talk about how American politicians want to reignite a Cold War because a foreign adversary sort of like legitimizes a lot of the bad draconian stuff you have to deal with. You know, the austerity of hard times is a lot more difficult to put up with when you feel like it's part of you, like, I don't know, winning over a great enemy, at least if you think that way, right? Like if you can be convinced of that. It's like
what?
We are in the age of information warfare. This legislation is a move to counter information warfare. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yes, it's vague. You can also patch fucking legislation if it gets misused. So it's like, yeah, if you have faith in your democracy, you shouldn't have an issue. Understandably, you don't at the moment. I understand that. America is kind of in a tricky place. We'll see how this is dealt with.
We're fine.
But I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's like race politics, you know, like convince the lowest white man that he's better than the greatest black man, and you'll have him eating out of the palm of your hand, right? Like as long as you give people an enemy, they'll eat shit, basically. Yeah,
I think
it's
most
pretty
people
bad.
just go to work
Yeah, most people don't.
and don't think about who they hate.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
Most
certainly don't think about who my
people.
enemies are. I mean, I
Mhm.
fucking hang out with fucking terrorists. There they are, right there, two of them.
This is just, it's pretty overtly authoritarian, you know. I'm not a hardliner on this. I do think there are some ways to justify the idea of, like, you know, maybe there are certain applications that are just like really flagrantly ways of subverting the national.
What's an oligarchy?
America is an oligarchy. Remember,
Sure.
this person believes they're an oligarchy.
I mean, look, you could argue that. I wouldn't agree. But
there's different power structures that overlap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a constitutional oligarchy, you know?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
like,
but again, just remove money from politics and all these oligarchs, if you want to call them
yeah.
that,
Well,
lose
also
their
this is
power.
all Reagan's fault.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go back to the 80s. Hope that fucking guy we'll give that guy with a 22 and 9 mil, maybe it would have worked.
Security of another country. Like, I didn't mind, for example, Ukraine banning Russia today when they were invading. Like, you know, like there are obviously lines on this, but
We
this is
banned
not
Russia
it.
today as well, kind of, didn't we?
Fun day stream, early day.
Yeah, Fridays were always going to be early.
Yeah, so we're gonna do on Fridays we do it early and we just do fun stuff. Kind of maybe news depending on the thing, but mostly fun.
I mean, it's news adjacent fun stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, not even remotely. And all the stuff they accuse TikTok of doing, you know, scraping people's data, being unreliable, you know,
We can ban
electoral
that.
interference. All of this could be equally applied to American companies. They're just doing this to drill up international tension. It's disgusting, you know? There are a bunch of potential
it's a start.
explanations, but like genuinely,
it is a start.
It's also going to be
this is
sold.
Yes, to an American.
It's pretty scary stuff. If
They're
the ban
either
goes
going to get
through,
money
as I
now or no
understand it-
money in the future.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's either sell now or get nothing. They're going to sell.
And sell at
Because they only
possibly its
care about
highest
short-term
value
profit.
too. Yeah. Or
Yeah,
I
it's
imagine
literally
the
at
stocks
it's literally at its highest value too.
Yeah. Have they fallen since this went through, or has it gone up because they're
It's
looking
not
to sell?
well, technically, it's only through the house.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't look at stocks. I'm not an
enough.
economist.
I'm curious though. I might look it up.
From the
Don't
wording of the
come
bill,
get me,
it's 5
sir.
months until ByteDance, the parent company, would either have to sell TikTok, unlikely, it makes them a lot of money, or they just wouldn't be able to have their services hosted
Be
here in
back
America.
after
We wouldn't be able to
Breaking
access
Bad.
it officially from America anymore, which seems more likely to me. You know, the bill just blew right through the House, so right now it's in the Senate. I think it'll pass the Senate, but I don't know. It
We'll
seems
see.
unlikely to me that you could get through the the House with like a 300-point advantage in favor of yes,
And
then,
that's
like, you go to the
exactly
Senate
why
and
you
it
need to
falls right there.
watch
Biden has said he
who
would sign the
votes
bill
no
into
in
law.
the Senate.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I'll
It's
show
pretty
you
bad.
who the real
You know?
China bitches are.
TikTok is a private company. TikTok is not publicly traded. Even more reason to ban them. They're a public foreign-owned social
Private.
media corporation.
Private foreign owned.
Huh?
Private foreign owned.
Yes. Did I not say that?
Yeah, you said public, but I knew what you meant.
Sorry. Privately owned Chinese social media company. Yeah, no.
Oh,
Get
okay.
the fuck
Racist
out of that.
against Chinese.
Well, CCP owned.
Oh,
State owned.
Oh, okay. So you're saying ByteDance just because it's in China, the
Yeah.
government runs it? Okay, just like America runs everything.
What is that thing called? Hold on. What is it called when China puts a CCP agent in their corporations? By the way, if you didn't know this, the CCP puts a CCP representative inside every corporation that has a business in China,
Sounds
including
racist.
Tesla, including American companies, Apple, Tesla, Dell, all of these companies. All of these companies have a CCP representative that they have to report to, that they have to tell them everything to, just so you know. I'm trying to figure out what this is called, but I can't remember what it's called. I'll keep looking.
Look, I'm not coming from this from like a self-interested perspective or whatever. I don't like TikTok. I don't like short-form videos, and I don't even really advertise myself on TikTok. You know, this is like a purely detached sense. Like, just it is deeply frightening. Not only that the government would go about this in the way that it is, and the potential explanations for why it's doing this, which I think I touched on in the original segment, but also the fact that news corporations are just not covering this. They're not. Normally, I feel like people are hyperbolic when they say that, but seriously, you can look up like TikTok.
What you say?
I said I'm gonna wash my hands because my allergies are bugging
Okay.
me and I keep itching my nose, making it warm.
Fair enough.
Ban, bill to ban TikTok, House bill TikTok. What, you can look that up. From what I've seen, a significant number of news articles just flatly describe this as a TikTok thing, as though the law just says TikTok will be banned. and nothing else, which is just it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. You know, that's it. Anyway, I'm embarrassed that I forgot to put this in the original segment because like I had the note there. Nothing has changed between now and then with regards to this, but yeah, not good.
Okay, I think I found it. SOEs. What does SOE stand for? I don't know. Let me find another one. Still short. Why is socialism so popular?
When you're talking to young people in Guatemala or
Oh my God.
in Venezuela, I know you spent some
got
time in
excited.
Venezuela as well.
Mhm.
What's the story, the value proposition that you connect with them on that's different than socialism top down, one size fits all?
Well, I go to the psychology and the self-esteem.
Oh my God, it's Gloria Alvarez. Holy shit.
Because what I found doing radio and being in contact with young people is that the root of the problem is that young people in Latin America are taught since they're little kids to be victims. You are always the victim of the gringos
my
who
God.
have always
This is
invaded
like
us
Candace
and like
Owens story.
addicted.
Huh? What?
Candace Owens.
God damn it.
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
Candace Owens says the same shit.
Yeah.
Our public policy, or we are the victims of the Spanish Conquista, which happened 500 years ago, or we are the victims of the oligarchs. It's always someone else to blame. And also we have the component of Catholicism. Catholicism embraces poverty as a virtue in itself. So if you are poor, it's okay because your house in the heavens in the next life is going to be bigger, it's going to be better. Whereas if you're rich or if you're wealthy, that gets condemned. And that is embedded in our psychology. So if you don't change that and you go straight to talk about economics, they're not going to care about it. You first.
Okay, this is actually very interesting. So it says, in response to the 5THGEN policy, which is it's called party building. It's basically their state-owned enterprise governance. It says to do so to implement this policy, they obtained the researchers obtained documents that showed at least 3,500 companies that had a form of a CCP representative or something inside their corporation, which is from three categories of a symbolic provision. So it could be as simple as referencing the Constitution. Provisions that allow the CCP to appoint, manage, or supervise corporate personnel, and provisions concerning the party's decision-making powers within the firms. So 2 out of 3 of those is the CCP essentially making decisions for the company. This is every company, even American companies, even European companies. Every company in China has some form of this. So, yeah, just a bit of information for you.
First have to go to the core of the self-esteem of why you as an individual matter, why your dreams matter, and actually why the best thing that you can have for your society is being a productive human being. Because if you're a parasite and...
Can you host for a second? I disappear for 10 minutes, 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. I'll pull something up here. I got something. Hey, it's RM Brown.
Oh, we're back.
We're back, and it is Como se dice Friday. That's right, it's Friday.com. And I was trying to view the site. Dangerous. It's kind of crap. That they're dealing with the big issues. I learn a lot from it. Here's an example of one of the things I learned from Joe's show.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
And now I know. But he's got this guest on. How many views on this goddamn thing? 321,000 views in 14 hours. Whoa.
Wow.
Make pee-pee. This guy, James Lindsay. Oh, hell yeah. I find this guy to be a deeply
weird
guy. Okay, enough with the drops, man.
This stuff they're pushing on the kids opens the gates to hell.
Whoa.
Of course, this is why I'm in trouble, because I started saying okay groomer. You know, I got kicked off Twitter for okay groomer for like 5 months till Elon brought me back. Well, there's a paper that they wrote.
Till Elon brought me back. I got kicked off on Twitter for saying okay groomer until Elon brought me back.
everything I do is I read their stuff, then I said something, and people were like, "That can't be real." Turns out it is.
Whoa, okay.
And so this paper is the Drag Queen Story Hour paper. It's called Drag Pedagogy. It's free access. You can go.
All right, anyone who's plugged into queer culture is gonna laugh at what he says here and how he tries to frame it. Because anyone who understands anything or who is gay themselves and comes from a conservative family is going to understand exactly who these drag queen story hour people are talking to and what they mean here.
Go look it up. The title is Drag Pedagogy. Read it for yourself.
Never heard of it.
It's written by
Okay.
a drag queen named Lil Miss Hot Mess.
Never heard of
and
her.
a trans educator named Harper Keenan. It came out in Curriculum Inquiry, which is a serious academic journal in curriculum for schools.
Yeah,
Then
JB,
it goes
get
on to
on
say
that.
that the family in Family Friendly actually refers to a queer code for the queer family you meet on the street. Their words. I'm not exaggerating.
The queer community.
You abandon your real family for a queer family.
Oh my God.
The last sentence in the paper says that they're going to leave a trail of glitter that will never come out of the carpet. You know I'm funny and I could make stuff up. I didn't make this up.
Okay.
I'm like, wow. So these guys are like, you can't say, okay,
Everyone following what the drag queens mean by that? Like, bro, go watch I'm a Cheerleader. Like, honestly, I don't think you're allowed to comment on anything involved, at least if you're a millennial or an elder millennial like this guy, right? If you haven't seen But I'm a Cheerleader, you're not allowed to talk about gay things. That's like the minimum. That's the rule I'm putting down. If you don't watch that, then you can't have an opinion on anything to do with gay people.
groomer. And I'm like, what word do I use for that? And I've yet to have somebody tell me what word is better. Of course, that's the word for that. Alternate mode of kinship.
The Joe Show, home of the
adult baby.
Yeah, I like this move from this frankly, a bit odd guy. Yeah, I like this move from this guy. You know, he's like, I found this nefarious academic paper. It's filled with trash. You know, if you don't believe
Yeah, I
me,
know, right?
go read
Right? Isn't that crazy? He goes, "Oh, it's Gloria."
the paper. It's publicly available. You'll see how
weird
it is. And of the 325,000 people who watch this in 15 hours, how many are going to actually read a very long, with our attention spans? Oh, he mentioned that paper. I got to go read that paper. So yeah, of the hundreds of thousands of people who watch this, and by the time I upload this, probably in the millions, I would say probably about one will actually read this whole paper. One very cool guy who's got a lot going on. So this super cool guy read this whole thing, and it's kind of like so inoffensive and obvious to the point of, my apologies, being kind of boring. You'll see that it basically, it can be summed up in maybe like 2 points. The first point is that, like, when young people are growing up, they're presented with a, quote unquote normal way of life. This is the normal way of life. And what they say is, you know what? Not all kids are going to fit that version of normal. Not all people are going to fit that version of normal. So it's important to expose them to all kinds of stuff, to say, hey, if you don't fit into this, that's okay. There's people out there like you.
Okay to be
That's
gay.
it. The other point, the other painfully obvious point, that you would have to be
Does everyone in chat know what But I'm a Cheerleader is?
weird to not understand is a lot of, people who became drag queens, gay people, when they were young and they were going to school or whatever, people were mean to them. And, if young people in that situation see somebody who's an adult, who's having a good time, who's living their life the way they want to, it's going to make them feel better. That's it. That's pretty much what the essay is about.
So for them, though, let's try to steel man this.
Go for it, Joe.
Imagine if you're a gay person and you were picked on in school.
Oh,
You
yeah.
always felt out of place.
Yeah, weird. Joe didn't even read the article and he gets it better than this guy.
There was no one that was there that you could turn to that could say,
Right.
hey, it's okay, you're just gay, and these kids are cruel, but the reality is there's a beautiful gay community that will accept you.
Yeah.
So
And
exactly
to
what it
tell
says.
other kids, hey, this is just how this kid is born, and this is.
So that's not what they're doing it for.
Okay.
That's not the purpose. So there must be another purpose. And what's the other purpose? I think it's a cult initiation ritual. I think the point of the drag queen is to get the kids, exactly what they say in the paper, start asking questions. Why is that man dressed as a woman? Do we always have to follow rules? Can we do whatever we want? Isn't this more fun? And they start asking the questions and having the conversation. And then the kids who show interest end up going off into, the club after school where they get affirmed. And I think that's where the cult initiation's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of what's sort of charming about Joe, is if you have kind of like an academic.
The chair will advise that the rules do
Joe
care.
will just say, "This is the smartest person I've ever seen." But that's kind of what this guy does. He's almost like like that movie The Fly, where Jeff Goldblum, what does he do? Makes out with a fly or something. I can't remember it. Jeff Goldblum goes into the cloning machine and there's a fly in there and he becomes a fly.
Mhm.
But it's like, this guy is like,
Movie
if you
rules.
cloned Dr. Jordan Peterson, but there was like, but somebody was eating a sandwich and they dropped a piece of cheese in the cloning device.
Sorry, no offense to this guy.
But that's a real interesting approach. It's like, I'm going to dig up some obscure academic papers and then present those papers in the most bad faith. I know none of the people I tell to go read it are going to read it.
He's saying that Boeing could be construed, let's suggest, as though it's deliberately
No, probably too
committing
young.
suicide as an organization.
It is when Jack comes back, I'll find a specific clip from it. It's like the big coming of age, like, how there's all those like Molly Ringwald movies and stuff like that from that era, the 80s and 90s. This is like the one that like I can think of that's really about just being gay. But it's not an amazing movie by any means. It's like those types of movies. But it's just, unique because it was something that not a lot of people had.
Whoa. Cutting corners. It's locked in by this ESG DEI stuff. That's it.
Oh my
The easy
God.
question is, why is DEI? Because ESG. It's the S in ESG.
Nobody knows what this is except
little do
like,
most Americans realize.
the way they got to program you. I don't even know. I have to think. I don't even remember what ESG is. I just know it's environmental science genome. I don't know.
In addition to scaring the hell out of people and getting people to fly less. China just released a new jet like 2 years ago.
Oh my God, bro. So he thinks Boeing deliberately killed hundreds of people in Ethiopia just because it will get people to fly left because of diversity and energy and green energy. And then also it's to benefit China.
Called the, generally speaking, C919, that is a direct competitor to the Boeing 737.
Okay.
The 737 MAX? Probably better.
So maybe you kill
probably have
Boeing,
more
you
quality
allow
control.
American manufacturing of high quality aircraft to fall, and then the Chinese competitor.
Yes. Famously, the people who build the best fighter plane that's being sold to all of NATO and our main arms export being fighter planes from Boeing. Yes, they're definitely going to fall. The commercial sector is definitely going to totally destroy that company.
Is now the thing on the market that doesn't have this bad rap sheet and this risk factor. Maybe it's big, dirty.
I just want to ask something.
That's
what plane?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever. The Boeing, it's a C-19 or something.
Seems like such.
Oh, the C-30, the C-130, the Hercules,
the Chinese plane.
No, I'm asking the plane that you said, the one that Boeing makes, the fighter plane.
Oh, the MAX.
No, the fighter. You said Boeing makes a fighter that's the most exported military jet.
Oh no, I'm talking about all their planes in general.
Okay, because I thought you were talking about fighter jets, and I'm like,
No.
if
Like
it's the
Lockheed, I
F-15,
think
that's
is bigger than
McDonnell-
Boeing as far as the platforms itself.
Lockheed and McDonnell Douglas are like the biggest military ones, I think. I just had a query. Oh, that's all. Continue.
Yeah, they make the F-18. Good plane.
Made of
know.
tinfoil.
Yeah, I don't know. If you go on the Joe show and you say something and Joe's like, that sounds stupid. Yeah, you're in trouble. You're in what we call
Adult baby
territory. Yeah, I don't know. Also, if you're going to make up a conspiracy theory, like at least make it a fun one. Like, You know, like, why don't they want you to hit your vape on the plane? It's because the CIA wants you to buy more treats on the plane. You know, at least come up with something fun. This one's just stupid.
You want to, this is the best plane Boeing ever made right here. Look at that beauty. Amazing. I mean, they tried.
Did he just make up a conspiracy theory on the spot?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
You
I
don't
was
do that?
pissing myself laughing. Like, that is probably one of the funniest fucking things I've ever heard him say. That's fucking gold.
He's a good comedian.
I always say that I want to create a conspiracy theory, and I don't think it would be that hard. All you'd have to find is like loosely connected shit and figure something out. I really don't think it would be that hard. We'll do it one day just to prove how information warfare we are.
I mean, sometimes you do them we'll do basically you want to like fractalize these groups, you know, like you look how like QAnon is just all over the place now. Like you divide them by basically manufacturing conspiracies and giving them the evidence that those conspiracies exist, and you can fracture these groups. Turn them on.
It's a good way to do it. Yeah, because all it would take would be to figure out what they believe and then turn it against them. Like it's disruption 101. It's
QAnon is literally
spycraft
made by like a general.
Yeah, like it's literal spycraft, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like everyone knows Mike Flynn is Q.
Yeah.
Regulations.
90 seconds.
The company showered its executives with hundreds of millions of dollars. Whoa, and spent billions buying back stocks to juice shareholder profits. Whoa. And GOP presidential candidate Nikki Haley helped kill an initiative that would have forced Boeing to more fully disclose its political spending. Oh, wow. Yeah, so instead of all that, which is all out in the open, Boeing is intentionally trying to make their planes bad and make their planes fall apart on purpose so that people say, hey, flying sucks, these planes suck, so that then people want to fly in Chinese planes.
Generally speaking,
I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but how would this work? You know, you're on a Spirit Airlines flight, the wing falls off, and you're like, you know what? I'm never flying Spirit Airlines again until they start buying some of those Chinese planes, I guess. I want to fly in a Chinese plane because,
generally speaking,
Chinese planes look Chinese.
Generally speaking.
Stop. Okay, so then they watch a whistleblower video where the guy's talking about, inspection of these planes. Here's Joe.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are inspectors, sort of.
Well, that sounds like a money thing, right? They're saying that quality is overhead. They're looking at profits.
Yeah. But why'd you have this guy on, Joe? If every other thing is like, it seems like you don't really get what anybody's saying.
Yeah, so like normally what we're on Fridays, we're gonna do early streams and stuff. And try to, because it's Saturday for Jack, so he can easily do early in the day and accommodate people who live on the East Coast or America, really.
Why is this guy on your show, Joe?
And I'm glad
he seems
you're
like a
feeling
bit of a
adult baby.
He is.
Well, religion teaches people to at least contemplate this crap.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you stop for 5 minutes of your week and think maybe there's some ways to be a good person?
Right. If you don't have a structure.
Wait. How religion teaches you to contemplate things? If anything, it teaches you not to think and export the solution to a generic answer. You're muted.
Sure for that it's dependent.
I said I feel better
on the ideology that you subscribe to.
Exactly.
Right? If it's an out of control
Joe. I say that all the time, Joe. I take my alpha brain and the ideas hit me like boom, and then I say that. Will you listen to me, Joe?
Ideology that may very well be controlled by foreign powers that are using it to disrupt this country.
And then,
exactly,
you've got
a crazy thing to think, but that might really be what's going on.
That's fine, Joe.
I think it is. I mean, I'll put the hat back on or whatever, but I tell people it's here's how communism is. This is how freaking seductive it is.
Exactly.
So in again Matthew chapter 10,
another.
Oh my God,
Jesus
it's James
talking,
Lindsay,
and he says that I send you out
Is this
and
the
you
same
have to
video?
be wise as
Yeah, I mean, I originally
my
put this in
God.
the headline just because this. I didn't watch this full thing. I only watched the beginning. I go, okay, I gotta save this. He's already talking. When I heard Boeing, I was like, it's going in there.
serpents and gentle as doves. It's very famous. Matthew 10:16 is a very famous verse. So you have to be wise and wary like a snake, right? Testing the tongue, testing the air, knowing where.
God.
Smell things. That's how
I did
snakes
not
smell.
I did not realize that it was James Lindsay. I thought it was just some random whack job that he got on, because the last time I listened to him, he was not brain broken. But I guess that was like 6 years ago at this point. So yeah,
Always been brain broken.
Where you're going.
Cool.
If I'm going to send you out into the world, you've got to be wise and judicious and discerning, but you also have to be gentle, right? And so what do the communists do? This is how subtle they are, Joe. They come along and say, "Did you hear that? Jesus said, be gentle."
Okay.
And they leave out the other part. And you're like, "Yeah, he did."
Okay, look, I get it that most people are listening to Joe with like what?
A communist said
5%,
Jesus should be gentle.
8% of their awareness, you
Well,
know. You know, most people listening to old Joe.
Isn't it funny how all of these people who are like pushing this ESG, DP, twee thing, bullshit, whatever fucking acronyms they talk about, they all used to be atheists and now they're born again Christians? Isn't that funny?
Oh, is James Lindsay a huge atheist guy?
Yeah, that's how I knew him.
Interesting.
He was like with
or maybe like
the it was around when Jordan Peterson was doing his thing. They were doing a lot of like religion rationality shit.
And Jordan Peterson was also atheist?
Yes, I believe at the time he was, yeah.
Huh.
He definitely wasn't talking about
Most
religion like he was.
It's almost like they picked this up because it gets them money.
Yeah, it's wild.
You know,
isn't
they're
it?
like, I gotta go to Target. I'll play Joe on my little ear pods, you know, so his voice will distract me from the fact that I gotta go to stupid Target. But still, it's like, what the hell are these dinguses talking about? What the hell are these guys talking about? There's a group of communists who are misinterpreting the Bible. There's a group of communists that are just selectively taking things out of the Bible. Where did this happen? Who's doing this? Was this in a dream you had? Let's see what the hell Joe Rogan's
That would not
subreddit is
surprise
saying
me.
about this. Jesus f***ing Christ.
Praise
I'm gonna
God.
look it up.
You are broken if you can listen to this shit over and over. Rogan has some f***ed up culture warrior brain rot. Hey!
You don't talk about Joe like that, goddamn you. Boom.
Joe Rogan promoting another culture war lying scumbag. Hey, come on, man.
Oh!
5 seconds in, Joe's frightened of Chinese men
Generally speaking, generally speaking,
with military haircuts. Why do I keep listening to this bullshit? Hey, you get one of these. They sound like my mom crying over devil music because she saw my Metallica Kill 'Em All album cover. Satanic Panic all over again. One of the biggest grifters on the internet.
oh!
Why is this guy even still relevant? Hey. Okay, here's what finally a positive comment. I'm about an hour in and I'm enjoying it because it's heavy on the conspiracy theories. But yeah, this guy does seem to have a few screws loose. Oh, hey. Hey.
Oh!
Okay, on this beautiful Friday.
Praise God.
Let's get some final words here from old Joe.
I don't like being 5'6". I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person.
Okay, well, you'll get there, Joe.
Okay, well, you'll get there, Joe.
Joe doesn't want to be a
adult baby
anymore. Well, guys, it is Friday, and that's in the Bible.
Of humans with power, and in the process, avoiding disaster. At least.
No! Dude, no!
Okay. I specifically did not watch this video when I saw it on YouTube because I wanted to watch it with the Hasan reaction. Because I'm like, deep state. As soon as I saw it, I think it was like 3 hours after it was uploaded, sent it to you. And I'm like, this is going to drive him insane. I'm very, very excited.
Oh! Bro, what?
If this edit is shit, we'll try the other
If you
one.
want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state, vote Trump.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Haji.
I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around this story. I must
Yeah,
admit.
and this concept of deep state has been so, I think.
All right, I want to show
Why?
people this.
Dude, he is so theatrical.
Thing from a totally copyrighted movie. So, just go like this, go like this. You know, it's just funny what they say here. Nothing copywritten going on behind these boxes. It's just on showing like 10 seconds here because what RuPaul says here is like wicked funny.
Wait, RuPaul's in it?
Yeah, so the
hilarious.
premise, so this is right in the beginning of the movie. So the premise is that they're sending her to conversion therapy, right? So the family's having an intervention with her to tell her that she's gay, and they know,
Okay.
and so they're like, you've been looking at girls weird and stuff, you know. And so RuPaul is there to manage the intervention and bring them to the gay conversion camp.
I don't understand how all women aren't gay. It just makes natural sense.
All right, you ready? Okay, hang on. The opening shot in this movie is bad funny because I fucked up. Like, get this out of here. I don't want stats for nerds either. It's just it like opens with her with a guy just on her face like bleh, 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 and she's like got her eyes open. She's like all weirded out, like looking around and stuff, and just like sitting there with her mouth open, like totally detached from what's going on. It's just like okay, I and my mom was dying because I watched it with her.
Do you remember the woman on TV?
Honey, we think you're a lesbian.
I myself was once a gay. Now I'm an ex-gay, Megan. I work for a place called True Direction.
We have to get that as a sound bite.
That's so funny. Make a mark. I mean, hang on. I'll grab it. I'll make it real quick.
Okay.
Big Dog is so theatrical, man. I mean, I guess if it works, it works. You know what I mean? Like his videos do bang. Like they get a shit ton of views. Except I guess his last two videos didn't really do that well. But it's like a Vice style type of thing, dude. I swear to God, he is like sober Vice.
You mean Vox?
Basically sober Vice.
That's Vox. Vox is sober Vice.
You count Andy, my man Johnny? No. I think he's a very successful content creator. I thought that his content was like even more banging, even more popping than it actually is. But it's like he behaves like if everyone at Vice was like not allowed to drink caffeine, like sodas, caffeinated cold sodas.
Poisoned by politics and Trump sort of using it for everything that he doesn't like, and it kind of makes it hard to approach it earnestly. But I think we have to keep digging. Like, I think there's something here.
Is the deep state real?
Is the deep state real?
Let's fucking go.
This video was good, don't worry. No, sometimes he does do good videos. Like his last two videos were all right too, about like international arms trafficking. It was all right. But it's just like everything that he's introducing, he acts like he's
Hasan. He's normie news. You fool. It's for normies. It's for people who don't know. He's an algorithm queen. That's all these are. He is a trending queen. All it is. How do you not realize this? You have been on these platforms for long enough that you should understand this. High production, high value, high views, high cost. It's everything. How do you not get this? I guess it's because you get your fans to edit your fucking videos for you.
Arriving at this like unspoken truth when it's like pretty basic fundamental stuff, and he'll leave like a couple he'll literally leave in like an outtake where he's like, yeah, this is
a
really
doofus
right now. Actually, like finding out about this thing for the first time ever is like really difficult to wrap my brain around. You know what I mean? Like I was watching this Twitch streamer at the top of the hour. He served a 3-minute ad break, and it turns out he has a contract with Amazon, and that contract dictates that he serve you a 3-minute ad break. But at least he tells you that you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free. And then the other guy on the Zoom call is like, "Yeah, it's really fucked up, man. I had to use one of my friend's Amazon Prime accounts to connect it to a Twitch account so that I could get 1 free Prime subscription a month, and use it on him for the duration of this research." And he's like, "Wow. Well, I've also heard that like, if people are lucky enough, they can get gifted a sub by 34 MKD50 or Speed Razor. Thank you for the 10 gifted. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted." Nah, man, that's storytelling to inform the viewer that don't know the basic information in a compelling way. No, I get it. It's just like it's very corny, I think. The alt tab.
Oh my god, it's purposefully that
There's this moment in the 60s.
Yeah. He does act like he's David Attenborough stumbling upon a rare bird. A rare bird.
Where you really like see how this actually works, like where power really is. To the height of this moment where the U.S. and the Soviet Union are in this like massive staring contest. There's
Johnny
nuclear
Harris's
weapons.
videos are always a great watch. Whether the information is good or not, you are always entertained. That is the entire essence of his videos. There's a fucking word for it that I'm forgetting. But it's a fusion of media and entertainment. It's dangerous, but it's useful to get normies into like politics and understanding shit, at least like getting used to looking into it. I think I would, if people that I spoke to were not political, wanted some information that wasn't too deep about a topic, and it turned out that Johnny Harris made a video about it, I would fucking send it to them. It would be a great introduction video, and then maybe like a TLDR video or something, videos like that. Just send them just gradually more increasingly complicated things, and as they continue to understand, you build their understanding, and then eventually they will have enough information on hand that they won't need your help to look for stuff anymore. That's the whole purpose of media literacy. Like, watch a video on it. It might help you, actually. There you go. A 5th gen recommendation. Look up fucking media literacy and fucking educate yourself. Make yourself media literate. Maybe you might have some better takes then. Who knows?
Involved. Everyone thinks the entire globe could be wiped out in this conflict. And Cuba is centered right in the middle of it all, right off the coast of the U.S., but they're on the Soviet side of the conflict. The U.S. at this point wants nothing more than to snatch Cuba, to make it their own. And they've been trying to kill Fidel Castro a million different ways. They're looking for an excuse to invade. And to push back on all of this, the Soviets actually start shipping nuclear weapons to the island. The U.S. has no idea until one day a spy plane is flying over the island and they snap this
crowd engaged as well. It's quick.
I mean, it doesn't look like a wild photo; it just looks like a random field in Cuba. But you zoom in and you see canvas tents, trailers, missile launch equipment. And the U.S. government immediately knows what they're looking at here. The world's most destructive weapons are actually hiding under these tents, ready to launch, sitting right in the United States' backyard, right off their coast. Nuclear war.
There is perhaps something to be said about how hilarious it is that Johnny Harris is doing a video about the deep state, a term that literally was coined in Turkish politics as a consequence of both like the initial inception of it, but then as a consequence of the NATO Gladio operation that took place in Turkey. Deep state, derin devlet, is literally the etymology of the word. That's where it comes from. It still exists in Turkey. We call it a parallel government, things of that nature.
Cool.
However, this term was originally coined in Turkey. Why is Turkey important? Not because Mexicans are Turks or everyone is Turkish, the world is Turkish, yada, yada, yada. Not a joke. Because the reason why the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, the reason why the Cuban Missile Crisis happened is a direct consequence of literally the inception of the term derin devlet, deep state. NATO involvement in Turkey, NATO coming into Turkey, making Turkey a NATO ally, and building missile systems directly pointing at the USSR.
Look, man, making Turkey a NATO member was a mistake. They never should have done it. So, I agree with you. Revoke Turkey's NATO membership. Take the missiles away.
Missile silos, missile sites being built in Cuba was a direct response. So, I'm sorry, but like,
no, you're not.
Come on, because I'm Turkish, it's a little bit. I guess it pricks me in the wrong way a little bit more than it normally should. But it does show like a severe lack of understanding.
Watch this have absolutely nothing to do with the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Johnny Harris just used this as an example of the deep state working. And this whole tangent has been a complete waste of fucking time.
Standing on even the introduction. Like, even in the introduction of the story itself, like, at least bring up the fact that, like, why did the fucking missiles make it there?
Come on, play the video. Come on, my man. Come on.
If he had subscribed at the top of the hour, he would have fucking.
I'm going to the other video because I have a feeling it might be a bit better edited.
Like, we used to be a country. We used ruined it. That is like how do you?
As a really difficult decision to make.
This is a song I found out.
Here we go.
Talked about deep state.
103 miles away.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites.
I thought you used to say that the deep state doesn't exist because it implies the state is in conflict with itself, which is not. No, I'm not talking about it with Turkey. Yes, the deep state is oftentimes.
We'll see what Johnny Harris thinks the deep state is, because there's so first of all, what I think this is going to be, my prediction, United Fruit Company. Okay, that's my first prediction.
That's a good prediction. That's a good prediction.
My second prediction will be
CIA.
just the CIA and how they have exerted the law, and then from there you could say there's a deep state that exists, like ADL is a deep state that exists. The Dominionists are a state that exists. Seven Mountain Mandate people, they're totally in existence. MAGA is a deep state now that exists. It's really the Republican side is a little bit more interesting because it has more of the public involved.
Yeah.
When the Democrats, you can't really name certain groups that are definitely involved with these types of things, besides this person does stock buybacks, and helps those companies.
United States of America, then you have capitalists, and then you have, I guess, some more capitalists. I guess that could be the deep state.
Is now in preparation on that imprisoned island.
It's a crisis. A Cuban Missile Crisis.
Okay.
And one man in Washington, D.C. suddenly has a really difficult decision to make. Everyone around him wants him to invade Cuba, but he's not sure. Okay, but here's the kicker of the whole thing. Instead of stay at work that night and figure out this crisis with his advisors, Kennedy gets in a car and travels across town to a cocktail party. He came here to a house in Georgetown, the home of Joe Al.
What?
I said because he rules. He went to go drink instead. Okay, here we go. Ready? No,
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
No. It's the wrong one.
Oh, you uploaded the wrong one.
Yes.
Name them then.
I can't unless I edit them off for Resolve. I can rename them if I want to, but it would
rename them in the list.
No, I just didn't download it to my computer. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
Now it's there.
You were editing the soundbite. That's why you went.
Yeah, I just do it on my phone.
Yep.
It was the
and then I use a convert to MP3 on my phone. But the thing is, they all are like, you used your free one for today, so I had to find one that would work.
And the president of the United States kept his dinner date in Georgetown. And the reason
I myself was once a gay. Now I'm an ex-gay.
It's too bad the music is too chimey.
Yeah.
I tried to pull. I'm trying to see. I think I was trying to pull the music out, but with the software that I have, I think it's pulling the voice more, and it's seeing that the music is a higher pitch and detecting those notes.
You might have to do it in Resolve.
And it hit the distortion on it. So I think if I remember to do it in Resolve, it's on my drive at least. I should upload a blank version as well.
why is because at that party were the people he trusted, the people who really had power in Washington during that time. Most of them lived here in this neighborhood, many of them side by side, all within a few blocks.
Yeah.
William Colby, the Far East chief of the CIA, who later became the director of the agency.
Damn, docs.
Bolin, a former ambassador to the Soviet Union. Alan Dulles, who...
Yeah, back when dudes named Chip could be hired. You know what I mean? Back when they
Fuck
made it
Alan
like
Dulles.
That, prime.
What a Alan Dulles, where did he even start? He's the CIA's longest running director, and he lived right here in Georgetown. Frank Wiesner, one of the founding officers of the CIA.
Isn't he the one that
away.
did
Felix Frankfurt?
The Bay of Pigs? Isn't that him? Dulles?
Yeah, so that's why I said why I think this is going to be about the United Fruit stuff.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something.
Pigs.
Yeah, or a Supreme Court justice.
I mean, during the time of Dulles and the OSSCIA, yeah, there was a deep state, but not like that shit any longer. Yeah, I think there's more so like sometimes a little bit of a divergence in attitude within the State Department. There's like parties that want to nuke Iran immediately, and then there's parties that want to destabilize Iran and implement regime change.
Yes,
and of course,
I agree. I agree with this 100%.
So that is the major,
there's forces pulling at each other, and what we need to acknowledge about these forces that pull at each other, that want, because everyone is going for their own interest, right? So these forces and these lobbies get together and then group within their interest groups,
Yes.
right? Those groups, right? Part of that. So like the Bush admin is connected to the Reagan admin, right? And we're talking about senior Bush, like he is the CIA
Yes.
director, right?
Yeah.
And then you connect that into the Bush admin that goes in under Junior, right? All of them are Iraq war hawks who wanted war with Iraq.
How curious.
Right? So it's like so not only did they have these they were suggesting war in Iraq before 9/11.
Seriously.
We have it. Yeah. We have
That's
everything.
hilarious.
We have everything. Welcome to America. We could just get fucking whatever. Like,
yeah,
that's the thing. Nixon even tried to do secret shit and somehow they got it on fucking tape. Like, come on. You can't hide shit from the American people that well. It's very
Hilarious.
difficult. That's why it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like who killed Epstein? You know, are we going to ever find out who specifically did it? Probably not.
That'll be a pretty interesting secret to keep.
You know, so by the way, I looked at some more additional details with this Boeing assassination, right? Because they said it happened in a hotel. And immediately I thought of Navalny. Like, you see the agents literally breaking into Navalny's hotel room, like on CCTV. And I said, there is no way. Because hotels all have CCTV and somebody would have heard the shot. It was like in a parking structure, right?
Yeah.
In his car.
So there has to be CCTV. There has to be.
How many people were around, right? And that's the thing is you have to think about this is like, so I was saying this is like as far as like assassinations go. Like Iran has really good assassins. Mossad has really good assassins, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is about the Russians, I really think the whole point of them using their assassins is they want to be caught.
Yeah, it's a statement.
Yeah, it's a power.
It's more of a statement for Russia because they rule by fear.
So if like, you know, like if somebody can pull this off where it's like everyone knows that this is a fucking like not a suicide, right? It's just like you can't prove it necessarily, but it's an Epstein thing, right? The level of assassin to do something like that and leave no trace.
Yeah. It's pretty
and
wild.
like there might have been a note. It was vague. It said that like there was a white paper, like he was gonna write a note or something. Or something was left behind, and a silver handgun is what they said.
Yeah.
Could mean anything.
Yeah.
And also,
does that make sense? Nowadays, at least, it's not.
Depends on the bullet trajectory where it was going, right?
Yeah.
Like, because if they like anything, like, it's just to be able to get a successful shot like that, walking up to somebody who's already on the lookout and paranoid of assassins and telling people that I might get assassinated, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
it's pretty crazy.
Could have been somebody.
But what reason would he have to kill himself? That's the other thing.
Oh, he didn't.
Exactly. So it's like there's 100% something going on here, and there has to be footage somewhere. Like there can't be many places in America, especially around a parking garage.
I don't know if it was
without
on
cameras.
I'm trying to think. We might have watched something on it itself, but it might have been even John Oliver. I'm not sure, but he was just what the guy's details were. You know, it was probably Sam Cedars who is who I saw explaining it, or Pod Save America. One of those guys normally tend to be in depth. Are we talking about Navalny or the Boeing guy or someone else? I mean, it's just my point with Navalny is that Russia wants to get caught. I think that like when we're talking about assassins and stuff, like it's not something you can just do whenever you want. And especially on somebody this hot, like the target this hot, like the amount of money and connections you would need to have to get an assassin on this level is like insane.
It's a lot of money. Guess who has money? Boeing. Wonder how
I don't
much
know.
the Boeing
Honestly, I don't.
CEO
The thing is their money's traceable, right? They're going to see that payment go out.
True. Maybe one of them has crypto.
not like it's not the way where it's like the American president is like directly at odds with something that the CIA wants to do. We got to do something about it. I don't think it works that way. I mean, there's no divergence within the there's no disagreement within the Democratic.
The Boeing CEO makes $23 million a year.
Yeah, so they were literally like told him not to leave a paper trail. Like it because the guy was like a quality control supervisor. And they said, yeah, make sure you report directly in person instead of email.
Interesting.
It's so he retired and then he came forward and talked about all this shit.
Yeah, I don't blame him. That guy, the Boeing CEO, makes $500,000 a week. Epic. That's really cool. That's great.
The coups, dude. You had, and I'll never forget this, Chris Murphy, that son of a bitch. Okay, Senate Foreign Affairs, or is he Senate Intelligence?
$500,000 a
Chris
week.
Murphy coming out and openly writing the words on Twitter. We tried to do a bit of a soft coup in Venezuela, and Donald Trump ruined it. That is like how can you write that? Like, we used to be a country. We used to lie about those things. When we used to do those things, we would lie about it, only to declassify it 40 years later. You know what I mean? Like, now we're openly tweeting it as it's happening and failing. What the hell happened? Have some shame. Have some decency, Chris Murphy, you son of a bitch.
A couple minutes walk away. And Kennedy himself had a house in this neighborhood.
His day-to-day work schedule is sitting on his fucking ass doing nothing. That's what
his day-to-day work schedule. I'll show you. No. I have exclusive. I'm
excited.
I got him in his office right here. You can actually see his computer screen in this, right? And this is a close-up of his computer screen. This is evidence that's totally in the case that they found. If you're gonna be mind blown when you see this.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, here it is. One of the many reasons why I shit on Connecticut. Then it got real embarrassing. On April 2019, we tried to organize.
Hasan, you're supposed to be watching a video. What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Nobody cares.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
That was a soft coup. I think it's a Berenstain Bears moment
at this point.
That
What are you
I remember it as
bitching
like
about?
a soft coup.
Shut up!
Like,
Shut up!
And at this point, they'd become drunk on the worst kind of power, the secret sort of power that corrupts, the kind of power that our founders sought to check and balance with all of their founding documents. But here in Georgetown, it had moved beyond anything the designers of the country could have predicted, into a shadowy, separate part of our government, a deep state that was actively blackmailing the Congress.
Sean's in the deep state.
No, my family is. I've told you this. Like, my fucking aunt, like, worked in, the fucking Balkans for the fucking feds.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Deep state. CIA.
North Macedonia. She was in North Macedonia before it was in NATO.
Cool.
Doing operations there.
PsyOps? You don't know?
No. Like intelligence agency stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Spy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, you want to build a wall? Okay, well, now I want to build a pit.
And then a lot of my family has
your wall. We've moved on to the wall.
Worked or is working at the Pentagon. So like I have so like my aunt, she's from Cuba, so she had got a job with the Pentagon for like translations and stuff. So all her sons also knew Spanish too. So like they also get jobs that like will pay well and pay for their schooling, and then they can basically go do whatever they want.
Interesting.
And then yeah.
Handy. Connections.
Mm-hmm.
A pit.
And working to undermine the president of the United States and being horrifyingly successful at it.
Unelected deep state operatives who defy the voters to push their own secret agendas.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
As far as I know, we don't engage in assassinations and kidnappings and things of that kind. I do think there have to be serious questions raised.
Yeah, I would agree that. Oh, hang on.
Over the last
as far as you know, we don't do assassinations and kidnappings. I'll say this right now: the guy killed at Boeing. I don't think the government did it. I think the government is really going to go after Boeing. I think this is like a private, corporate, because obviously you they hire corporate blackmail, corporate espionage. There's got to be like some sort of
corporate assassins.
corporate group that's like an offshoot of that specializes in like whatever these
There has to be,
businesses
right?
need.
And it's just because it's Boeing that this has come to light. I bet it happens a lot. I bet it happens a lot, and you
Well, you
never
know, in
hear
like
about
RoboCop, right?
it.
You know that one scene?
Which one?
Oh, where they
The next
fucking
scene?
well, because he's like here you took my place at the top. They're peeing together,
Mm.
and then later he like kills that guy.
Yeah.
Fucking
What
Beetle.
about him?
Oh, I'm just saying that's what it's like. You know, you take them out.
Yeah,
The
right.
fight to the top, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there has to be though. There has to be. There's no way there isn't. The amount of money in corporate, there's no fucking
Well,
way.
also, who knows? Maybe there's traces everywhere and it's super sloppy. You know, maybe it's not
Maybe.
undetectable. Maybe the person's on camera and it's literally somebody from Boeing and they get even more tied up in it.
That would be hilarious.
Like, who knows?
Imagine if it's just the sloppiest shit they've ever seen and they're not saying anything because they have it. That'd be epic.
Rokana, my goat. Just the most impossible to decipher politician in the United States of America. Just, you'll never know. He always keeps you guessing, okay? He's awesome. A true enigma, yes. A mystery wrapped inside of a riddle. You will never understand why Rokana is doing something, anything, as a matter of fact. Sometimes he'll be like, actually, I think the Maoist third worldists have a good idea on, the unethical the unethical extraction of natural resources. And the next day he's like, we should allow tech companies to be able to execute people that are in their workforce. If you code for a tech company, Mark Zuckerberg can kill you after your wife and friend is
is to continue the work of government as administrations come and go. Is it possible for these entities to go rogue? Absolutely.
Was the agency involved in the kind of domestic surveillance that has been portrayed in the news reports?
I'm not supposed to have
is
a
that it's
friend.
not.
I'm not supposed to have a friend. Well, like one of the things that like this guy like reported is that he reported like it was basically like a bent tube of some kind. Bro, they had one of the things he was reporting on is that they had fucking metal shavings all over the electronics internals. Like they didn't clean up the fucking shavings.
The
and shit.
internals.
Yeah.
Epic. That's awesome. Did you see the one I sent you earlier that a panel fell off and forced an emergency landing?
No,
Literally
that
an
happened a while
inside
ago. We
panel.
reported on it.
No, new one.
Oh, a new one. Okay, well,
yeah, literally an underside panel.
We'll look
fell
at it
the
again.
fuck off the plane. Yeah, crazy.
They got to ground this entire company.
Yeah,
bro.
that's what I'm saying.
And we gotta ban stock buybacks.
Yeah, I shared it on Instagram. I'm like, at this point, if car companies can do callbacks and recalls, Boeing has to at this point. This many things going wrong this quickly, you have to recall the fleet.
Yeah, well, the thing is that they would divest and just spin off the civilian side and like basically sell it to another company.
Yeah, then they would
because it's going to be the cost that they'll have to take on for this instead of like a company just buying them out.
Yeah, and that's why you ban the stock buybacks, because then they can't buy themselves out of it. Like fuck them, let them drown. Like you if a company fails, let them fucking fail. Stop saving them.
Failing is one thing. Negligent mass homicide.
Yes.
In multiple countries.
Yeah, true.
Is another thing.
Take them to the ICJ.
Honestly, that would be sick.
That would be so cool.
That would be fucking awesome. That, like a corporation being taken to the International Criminal Court. Is that possible?
That'd be epic. I don't know. Look it up.
The Supreme Court would basically be like, we rule that you can't do that. Just like how they rule that the Ghanan people can't get fucking compensation for the oil damage.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he's got his...
I'm doing this. The deep state. Is the deep state real? And if so, what is it? Before we do that, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our sponsor. NordVPN is a longtime sponsor of our channel. Most people use track make
The guy put a time code on when to skip to for the ad.
Did he actually?
Thank you.
Yeah, red box pop.
What a legend. What a legend.
Okay, if you can hear
want this. I'll chuck him a like for that one.
Who you are and what you do and what your relationship to this topic of the history of the CIA is.
Yeah, so my name's Jefferson Morley. I'm a journalist in Washington. I've been a journalist in Washington for the last 40 years.
In the old days, spy agencies were a war thing. When the U.S. was at war...
Why is he lighting them like it's a secret?
I don't know.
He's like, yeah,
when he's like being like, this is who I am.
John Boy. That's like an office thing. They don't know this.
set up an international spy operation to best wage that war. And then when the war was over, they would pare down.
Yes, make stock buybacks illegal. Make
I don't know.
Make the fine more than their stock is worth per stock.
I think Johnny Harris that's not what the CIA was designed for. It was not designed to fight an intelligence war. That's not what it was. It was designed to get a clear picture of what was going on inside the Soviet Union, and they never did.
No.
At the same time, they did do experiments on people. Like they fucking, bro. It's like, imagine like going in for like being like, oh, I'll try out some experimental like weight loss drug or something, and then they fucking put sarin on you.
Yeah, epic.
And they're testing how much it can be, right? And which means that they killed somebody at some point.
Oh, they definitely did, yeah.
With sarin, one person just disappeared from sarin because they were like, well, that's how much it takes to kill. And that's how much we can't use an antidote on.
Yep. And
it's like
we'll never know. Because all those files were fucking destroyed.
That's like the fucking Japanese camps cutting people open while they're alive to just look on organs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I recently found out the MK Ultra files were all destroyed.
No, there's some.
Well,
there's
yeah, not all of them, but like the paper ones, gone. Destroyed. They're gone. They're never gonna know. Never, which is wild because I want to know.
MK Ultra was pretty unproductive. That's the thing. That's just a waste of fucking money.
No, I know, but I want to know. I just want to know. I want to know.
These people got so obsessed with things that they're like they thought they was like so obsessed with being not able to penetrate the Soviets. They couldn't think to themselves the Soviets couldn't also penetrate us.
Yeah.
Even though we were way more open, so it'd definitely be easier. So they're going nuts. You know, it's like the fucking Havana syndrome, right? That they think is a direct energy weapon.
Okay.
You know about
Havana
this?
syndrome? No.
Okay.
Sips drink.
I want to say someone on Rising or something that they had on. Yeah, one of the new people they have on Rising used to be CIA and claimed she was affected with it. But in Cuba, the CIA base, everyone was like getting headaches or something.
Okay.
And so like the CIA ran with this. This is such classic CIA and shows how fucking worthless they are. They ran with this forever, being like, what is this? What is this? They said they think it's like a direct energy weapon. Nothing. Mass hysteria, just like when cops faint with fentanyl.
Epic. That's awesome. Fucking mass hysteria. That's awesome.
It's the CIA, dude. They're so worthless.
Or totally get rid of the spy agency. The thinking here was that a spy agency took up a lot of resources and
that's a cool ass sweater. Dude, he is swagged out now. He is a swagged out form.
Worth it during war, not worth it during peace. But then the biggest war of them all came to America's Pacific doorstep, and it changed everything.
And so Roosevelt now has more of a license to do what he wants. And one of the first things he does is consult with a man named Bill Donovan.
Wild Bill, a corporate Wall Street lawyer who was obsessed with the power of intelligence.
This is the Wikipedia for it. So it says causes not determined, differential diagnosis, and like it's literally epidemic hysteria, mass hysteria.
That's awesome. That's so funny.
And had very strong opinions, and he said, you need a wartime intelligence service. You're going to war.
Wild Bill Donovan would be in charge of the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS.
This is another way that you know that like we're kind of washed now. Like we used to have shit like this, like Wild Bill Donovan. The last version of this was in the Iraq War. You got like dudes named Spider and shit being generals. Nowadays we don't have that.
For black.
This is what conservatives mean when they say the CIA is now woke and gay. Okay, everyone's got like imposter syndrome at the CIA. They don't got them mad dogs no more. Okay, we have Mad Dog Mattis. I mean, barely. This is what I'm saying. They're on the way out. It's over. Spider is a recent general too. That's what I'm saying. Like the Iraq War and Afghanistan is like the last version of these guys. Now they're gone. Now everyone in CIA is bisexual.
Centralized intelligence agency that would be given immense power to do
bombs away. LeMay was a genocidal freak with a sick ass nickname.
Do whatever it took to keep our people safe and to keep our team on top. This was the birth of modern intelligence, a euphemism for spying and lying and cheating and deceiving and sneaking and
not
breaking.
modern.
coercing, dividing, and conquering. No idea was too crazy for the OSS during this time. Like one OSS psychologist had this idea that Hitler could be demoralized if they just showed him a vast quantity of porn.
Paramilitary operations.
Strapping explosives to a bunch of bats and letting them loose over Tokyo.
Guys skiing into Nazi-occupied Norway.
Making fake companies, recruiting off Wall Street from all of his old colleagues, bringing in bankers and movie directors, fake radio stations, anything to demoralize, divide, or confuse the enemy.
The OSS is the first intelligence agency.
You know, where the CIA is good, right? So, like, for example, when they're working with people to like make insurgent tactics, like the sea drones that they helped develop and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And then also in Afghanistan, they basically went into Afghanistan and like taught the people how to use the Stinger systems and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's why Amos Haqqani, I think that quote is dope, where he's like, who taught them how to make these car bombs? You know, like that's such a baller quote. Be like, what? So what if we're violent? Who taught us?
Wild Bill's favorite things to do was to have parties at his house.
Are we the first ones here?
It's a big night.
Reefer Madness with his friends in Georgetown, a neighborhood in Washington, D.C. that is strikingly beautiful. Here is Bill Donovan's house. It's now worth $17 million. It's beautiful. And this is where he would have a drink and chat with other Washington power brokers. He would recruit new agents.
It's a good thing we were like, okay, that was wartime. Post-World War II, they're like, let's just stop doing all of that. And certainly not do it domestically to our own people and also globally, because we have a global connection now within the OSS specifically. And that's where the story ends.
Globally.
So, end of the video. Okay. Nothing to look at further here. Okay. This is how it worked. The end.
From American high society, earning the agency the nickname Oh So Social. Pretty clever. Okay, but remember that spy agencies like this were a war thing only, and the war ended in 1945, and the OSS got dissolved.
The forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations.
What do we do with the OSS now that we're at peace? And Truman says, we don't want to risk having an American Gestapo.
A political police.
His meaning, especially in the context of having just defeated the Nazis, was, that's what led our enemy astray. They had a secret intelligence agency, the Gestapo, which wound up enforcing political norms and enforcing tyranny, and we don't want to risk that.
Here's Harry Truman doing the right thing and signing a piece of paper that says that the OSS can no longer exist.
Hasan is going to freak out, right?
He's like, this was really great.
But they do like, but come on, they're not like doing it like the Gestapo, bro.
No,
like, yes, they have done experiments on American people, which should be illegal. But it's not like the Gestapo.
No.
But this is way too much power in the hands of unelected officials holding secret information. But it was kind of too late. Putting the genie back in the bottle would prove to be...
Well, I mean, the CIA caused 9/11. Literally not sharing intelligence with the FBI caused 9/11.
John said it here. CIA did 9/11.
No, it's true. I mean, I've been in Michael Schuer's house. He used to live not that far away, right? Well, I went to his house. We faked our credentials, said we were Discovery because this guy, basically, they fired him because he caused 9/11. Not kidding, right? So they fired him from Alex Station, right? And then we started looking up a lot of stuff, and basically an idea started floating around that he was married to the woman who, tortured Abu Zubaydah.
Okay.
The agent, so this comes from some of the reports we have from 9/11 looking into it. So basically what happens is Michael, he doesn't want to share intelligence across the platform between people, but also he's fraternizing with his colleague when there's an attack incoming and being more focused on her than the incoming attack. Right?
To make them good
so she gets to stay. He basically gets ceremonial fire. He's also the reason we have missiles on drones. Don't forget that either.
Really?
Michael is 100% the reason. We have video of bin Laden. We literally have a drone video of him. And Michael said, we should put missiles on this. We would have been able to kill him. So we did. And that was before 9/11. It was literally Michael's job to make sure Al-Qaeda didn't attack the United States. He had intelligence.
Oh, really?
And he didn't share it with the FBI. It's his fault, 100%.
Insane.
If anyone's to blame, it's him. Now, I went to his house, faked Discovery credentials, because you can, the dude is literally QAnon now and called for the assassination of President Obama. He's a crackpot. All CIA is like this, right? They're all crackpots. So we faked credentials to be Discovery, and we went there because he's a media whore, because that's all the CIA guys do after CIA consulting and all those interviews. Anything about bin Laden, he's in there. Any History Channel documentary you look up, there's Michael in there, right? And so we started asking him questions, and then we started being like, do you feel responsible for 9/11? And he did not like that. and then as he's calling the police and we're like getting the hell out, I'm asking him questions about his wife, who is like not a doxed agent at this point. And we didn't know exactly what her name was.
Oh.
Just be like,
Interesting.
Is your wife still at the department? Is she running the station now?
Did I bet he really didn't like that one.
No.
Doing real journalism.
I bet he checked. He literally moved after that, bro. He literally moved to Boca Raton.
That is hilarious. That's so funny. That's
how a former intelligence agency. You literally fucking printed credentials off a fucking computer in a fucking lab, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? A lamination machine is all it fucking takes to get this inside the CIA like that. Fuck yeah,
all these guys live 4 blocks from each other in Georgetown.
Yeah, it's very significant because they're the product of this wartime culture.
And that means his wife also caused the Iraq War because that's who's doing the torturing is the Alex Station people. Like they were the Al Qaeda unit.
When the Cold War didn't exist, we were at peace. But then, almost immediately, tension
started to rise recordings in the interview. I wasn't. It was part of a different company.
But we're now skeptical of each other, and senators were suddenly declaring that it was impossible to know where war begins and where it ends.
The Soviet Union and its agents have destroyed the independence
it was just
and
audio
democratic
too.
character of a whole series of nations in Eastern and Central Europe.
This is when all the intel people that had run the OSS, many of them who lived in Georgetown,
maybe they
one of the funniest aspects of like the inception of the Cold
War. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Virtually every
like
American
over a decade ago
and politician openly being like, we actually killed the wrong enemies. The real enemy was much larger. They're called communists, and we have to kill them. We have to kill them dead all the time. We have to kill the communists in the country. Like literally.
Plus, there's tons of stuff of people harassing them.
It wasn't like a oh man. These
oh my
guys,
god, there's so many people
they're real scary. I think we gotta liberate Eastern Europe. Like that wasn't the perspective at all. Not even a little bit.
For the resurrection,
especially after Glenn Greenwald.
Centralized intelligence agent.
Oh really? What did Glenn Greenwald do?
Doxed his wife.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, who was it?
It's like Alfreda Burkowski, whatever, but it's Alfreda. It's like Alfreda Schur now, but I forgot her first name. But she left the agency and basically did like an advice mommy thing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, a consultation. I'll get your life on track. I'm a life coach, and it's like you literally tortured people.
That we can use to fight this new global war with the Soviet Union. But no.
Yeah, especially considering that like our capital owners already were very distasteful towards trade unionists and socialists and communists alike. It's not like there wasn't communism in this country before World War II. As a matter of fact, there was probably more communism in this country before World War II than there is now, if you think about it. And the 60s the Cold War basically put an end to ran for president.
The Constitution wasn't designed for us to put so much power in the hands of men who are doing secret things. Doing this will result in a police state run by power-grabbing bureaucrats.
What's America in at the moment?
Literally just type in Michael Schur asked about responsibility of 9/11. That's the thing. This dude's such a media whore.
A lot of shit.
Power to military leaders and their insatiable appetite for more money, for more men, and more power, whatever the cost of it.
Truman's mind. And what changed Truman's mind was
Glenn Greenwald does have a strange history.
Soon the papers were signed,
very
and a new agency was formed. The Central.
You see, he just had to do it to him.
Yeah, because literally he's fucking got that shit from a intelligence agency. Telling you right now.
Truman signs the National Security Act. He says we have to be careful that we don't have an American Gestapo. So that thought is still on his mind.
The CIA was the big shiny new weapon of the United States in the Cold War. And their mission was to, quote, gain and distribute intelligence and to perform, quote, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting national security. What does that mean?
Everybody knew what that language meant. Everybody knew that.
Especially if the QAnon shit.
Because we didn't want to write it down on
early days, finding shit harassing him. Because most of the stuff we would write. You would fucking record it on tape and then write the articles off of the tape.
Yeah, that's how I would do it too.
Yeah, and I'm never a writer, so I get the
right.
tape and I fucking pass it to whoever.
To someone else to write.
Yeah, you know, like it.
Like me with the news.
Like me knowing who fucking ordered the burger that I cooked.
They go to town.
You must stir the ingredients of your chocolate cake.
January
Operation Paperclip,
2014.
1945.
Bro, put a Frank Herbert
Where is it? Okay.
quote in there. Respect for the truth comes close to being the basis for all morality. This is profound thinking if you understand how unstable the truth can be.
Operation Paperclip, 1945 to 1959. Americans wanted to get those Nazi rocket scientists on their side so that they could develop their own rocket capacity. James Angleton, for example, protects a general under Hitler.
CIA. There ain't no way he's gonna talk about Gladio, Operation Gladio. There ain't no way. Like, so Paperclip is like the known. The thing that Johnny Harris does is he will always cover stuff that like the American government cops do, but will rarely ever cover the other stuff that is in my opinion, more nefarious and significantly more important because it establishes the basis.
Yep, and it's also just the stuff that all the tankies like to talk about. And I bet you he looks into it and half the shit isn't true. And that's why he doesn't talk about it.
In an identical fashion, mind you, to what
They
they're
didn't
doing
even mention Michael in
in
this
an identical
article
fashion
that I found.
to Paperclip, where the U.S. established bases of the NATO alliance.
Gets involved in the Italian
elections, 1948. Islam on the Italian democracy to make sure that U.S. allies win.
Operation Ajax, coup in Iran, 1953.
The CIA and the MI6
So,
organized.
it's so funny that Salad will get stories like this.
We encourage the Shah to take that action. I will not deny.
CIA coup Guatemala, 1950. Bananas, of course, bananas.
Again, Democratic
Chiquita bananas!
reformists wanted to engage in land reform, and the CIA
Bananas!
opposed it, really at the behest of the United Fruit Company.
CIA is now helping American corporations.
The influence of American corporations on the CIA actions is unmistakable. Alan Dulles is on the board of directors. Howard Hunt, Birch O'Neill, David Phillips, CIA coup in Congo.
Did you know there's KFC in Saudi Arabia?
Wait, hold on. Why is this ex-CIA guy saying there was a CIA?
Did you know this?
What?
There's KFC in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, KFC is huge in the Middle East.
That's fucking wicked. I had no idea.
Yeah. Have you seen the
Saudi girl that I'm talking
KFC?
to? No, I haven't. But the Saudi girl I was talking to her about food, and I'm like, the fucking zinger is like the best fucking KFC option in the world. And she's like, we have one in Saudi Arabia. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah,
like, I need to go to
huge,
Saudi Arabia exclusively just to try the Saudi zinger burger.
So, I'm not sure.
I would.
But I think I'm not. It's so hard to remember, but like from what I've tried typing in and researching, I think this article from 2011. This is when it started being like connected to Michael, that his wife is the lady who fucking tortured these people. And so like this is like a 2011 story where they start questioning some of the stuff that have been learned, right? So it's talking about documentaries and stuff, but it's Salon.com, which is funny, because Salon.com will every now and then get these types of articles that are like hilarious. So fringe, but end up being like totally correct about shit.
It's funny because most of their articles are hot garbage.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's a reason they don't exist anymore.
Well, also, I mean, there's also like a McDonald's and stuff. What's funny is just like I want to say. I think it's what's his name, Mozambique. He's like the Cage, the UK anti-Guantanamo people. I want to say he said the first time he had a McDonald's cheeseburger or an American cheeseburger was in Guantanamo.
Oh my god!
Because ultimately, the issue with Guantanamo isn't that there was like torture and shit going on there. Like the force feedings are bad, obviously, but when it comes to Guantanamo, the issue is that these people were kept there without charge and then were innocent, right?
Yes.
And we had no right. So
it wasn't U.S. soil, though, was it? So they couldn't technically.
No, we actually
claim
technically,
asylum?
I think it is. We technically own the land, or we might be renting it. We might be renting it, but yeah,
it could be a
but that's
technicality.
why the CIA did it there. That was the loophole. But
Mm.
also remember, before Guantanamo, Alex Station were the ones that set up like Cobalt and all these fucking and they had Polish guys who weren't CIA in the Polish detainment facility, huh?
They're the black sites, right?
Yeah. So the Polish black site, right? Which some of the European ones came forward and basically like actually I think they literally granted Abu Zubaydah money because of the torture that occurred in their country on him. Yeah, he can't access it because he's in Guantanamo and he will never be released. But they fucking they outsourced stuff there, right? Because like the Alex station is really, really small. It's not like the CIA is huge, you know, and these are like top people, top analysts. And so
Yeah.
like what's also interesting about Alex station is that it's actually woke, Hasan. You know how you say that there's not these cool CIA agents anymore? Well, Alex station, it was basically women who were like looked down upon were put in this station, right? Because they were like, give the women something to do, right? And then Jen Matthews got blown up on that fucking CIA base by fucking the Haqqani network and the TTV.
Is that a Zero
working
Dark
together.
30 movie?
Yeah, no. The lady in Zero Dark 30 is this woman
Okay.
who tortured Abu Zubaydah.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
literally her.
Okay.
So
because I knew there was a
like-
connection. I wasn't sure which one she was. Okay, that
Mhm.
makes sense. The one that Jessica Chastain plays.
Yeah, well then
Yeah.
the other lady, Jen Matthews, she gets blown the fuck up
Yeah.
because they were stupid. They were so stupid.
Mm.
Breaking
The one thing
or going
I
around
don't know
corners
how
and shit.
Guantanamo is still open.
It shouldn't be.
shouldn't be.
The reason it's still open is because there's certain guys, two being very specific, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, which is like if anyone deserved to be in Guantanamo, it's him. That doesn't but you know, we still have a prison in Colorado. Just fucking put him there.
Yeah.
Or just kill him at this point. Who gives a fuck? And then Abu Zubaydah, they've come forward and say that he never had any fucking importance.
Epic. So release him. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, they can't because of what they've done to him.
It would be admitting fault, and they would have to face repercussions.
We only have like some of the Red Cross reports. So like Ali Soufan witnessed this, right? So they had the FBI. He was there for the FBI because he was like the only Muslim, and the CIA didn't have Muslim people basically.
Oh my god!
So Ali Soufan, you know, he worked in the Lebanon war, so he understands the Quran and Islam and all these things, and he called the FBI and said, "I'm going to arrest these people."
Holy shit!
Because they were torturing this guy, and they took him right off the case.
Of course they did.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, check out this Idlibi KFC.
How the fuck is it still open?
This is a fake KFC in Idlib. They're just muted because of the music and stuff.
Yeah. That looks fucking great. I'd eat there.
Like they have a little bounce house even for kids. That's good.
That's so funny. I'd eat
Like-
there. That looks great.
This is apparently like a Sharia run Al Qaeda zone, right?
Okay. Doesn't look like it.
Exactly. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, it's run by HTS. HTS is in control. Okay, buddy. This guy's
That's
just
so
being a
funny.
different.
جهز بأحدث التجهيزات ويحكم.
You know how much money this place probably makes too? Because
They
like
probably
they
make
can't
so
get
much.
KFCs into this place because they won't
Yeah.
get insured.
They won't what?
They won't insure them.
Ah, right. And that's why they don't.
I would assume that's probably also
Mm.
because they're banned in Syria because of this. And this counts as Syria on the UN stage.
Okay. Ah, because of sanctions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This girl's just staring directly at the camera. Oh, she might be special
I'd eat
needs.
there. Possibly.
You see how he's like helping her eat and stuff? Like,
Yeah.
She might be fucked up from. Oh, look at these guys. From all the buttons. Oh, it looks like they were like raising money. Those are the terrorists. right there.
AQ controlled, right?
I mean, the supposed like more so in the past, but really like the HTS kicked out all the Al Qaeda guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's
So, like,
HTS?
that's like what Jelani's in charge of. It's the Free Syrian Army's like
Okay.
intelligence, like elite corps. They're
Okay.
terrorists.
Sure. To the
But-
Syrian government.
The Americans too.
Okay.
There's a interview where they like, you know, they like I highly recommend people want to stand bin Laden and all this shit. Highly recommend looking up some interviews with the head of HTS. his motivations and the reasons why he does things. It's very interesting. He also fought the Americans in Iraq. A lot of guys I've met in Syria did.
Coup in Chile in 1973. I thought I watched a Johnny Harris video that said that glanced over that. Interesting.
Oh, God.
Johnny doesn't think that that's a coup. Am I misremembering? Speaking of Chile, and also Salvador Allende, Pedro Pascal's sister, follows me on Instagram. I followed her back. Please, I would love to have you and your brother on the stream at some point. Please come on the broadcast, both of you.
Please, Hasan. Please.
Is coordinated with Kissinger's office.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
Mind control experiments,
What
MK
is the
Ultra.
fucking-
In 1950, the CIA
Trying to figure
launches
out
a
what
massive
fucking
program to
shit
develop.
Oh, he was introduced as a reporter, not ex-CIA. What are you getting at?
Yeah.
You're right. We were making
It's
jokes
Haraz
about being
al-Din.
CIA.
Haraz al-Din
Yeah,
is the
for
Al
the-
Qaeda branch
and,
in Syria now.
Yeah.
So they
means
were
of
forced out
controlling people's minds.
of
40
HTS.
US.
Okay.
Still says they're allies with them. Which is funny because on HTS's page it says they're opponents.
Oh, that's funny.
Academic institutions were involved in this kind of
LSD to
research.
people without their permission.
Can we develop a truth serum, dosing somebody with LSD 60 times in a week? NSA's Operation Shamrock, electronic surveillance, 1945 to 1970. The first warrantless wiretap.
God, Bay of Pigs, nightmare.
There were hundreds of CIA assassination plots.
Operation Phoenix,
Eventually, Bill Colby, who was later director, admitted that they had killed 20,000 people.
Operation Mockingbird,
COINTELPRO,
COINTELPRO, Operation Chaos, Watergate, Jim Critchfield, Frank Wiesner, James Angleton, Roosevelt, Oscar Corey.
CIA coup in Indonesia, CIA coup in Greece, CIA involvement.
Yeah, something like that. They formed in
There's no
2018,
other
so like they like that.
So by the
That might have been
1970s,
after
CIA.
they were pushed out or something. But
Okay.
yeah, I don't think I was around for it. It's hard to
This
it's hard to even
powerful,
remember half the shit.
well-funded
that happened.
machine of intelligence that is doing a lot of secret things all around the world. They start blackmailing lawmakers to scare them away from investigating them and reining them in.
These agencies had harmful personal information on lots of people. When I was doing my Angleton book, a guy told me one day when he went to meet Angleton quoted back to him what he had said to his wife in bed the night before. And so they had this capacity, and people knew.
And they
had
did this to
capacity.
MLK with the
Kennedys knew that
FBI.
J. Edgar Hoover had information about his affairs with various
Hoover
women.
sucked.
This kind of knowledge that they had, Angleton and Hoover were masters at using those kind of secrets as leverage. Kennedy had this thing hanging over his head. And
Damn, dude.
Can you
When talk
imagine
about,
if
like, this
politics
makes me
was
feel
as
like
fucking
America-
ridiculous as it is now as it was back then? All the investigations they're doing on Biden
Yeah.
and shit. Can you imagine if they did that type of shit to Kennedy?
Imagine how we're going to look back at this time. It's going to be a joke.
Where's the big bad? Hold on, Johnny. It ain't so. Can you tell me why all of this is actually ultimately for good to prevail over evil, please? I assume that we're not the bad guys here, right? I mean, it's just like just say that like we don't do that anymore or something.
And he knew Hoover, had that on him. And so, he couldn't fire Hoover.
And so much of this power is concentrated among just a few people, many of them not elected, and many of them living right here along these streets in this neighborhood of Georgetown, living in fancy homes, having fancy cocktail parties, and kind of running the Western world. It's exactly the nightmare of the founders of the country and the nightmare of President Truman.
And 1 month after the assassination of President Kennedy, Harry Truman publishes an article in the Washington Post and says the CIA should be abolished.
Wow.
And he says it has cast a shadow on the historical reputation of the United States.
The man who signed the piece of paper that created the CIA comes out.
It's like I do this all the time, especially about Guantanamo. It continues the legacy that we've had of like putting people into shackles against their will, right? So it's like you have slaves, you had have World War II with the camps. Like, when are we gonna stop? Like, and now it's like you support apartheid, you support apartheid, you support apartheid, you support apartheid. When is it gonna stop? Talk about how like we have the best values in the world and shit.
Yeah.
Like, if countries like were like actually stabilized, right? There's so many like other countries that would be like have so much better values than the US. Actually had a democracy and like stability on the level of like some of these Western states.
Yeah, it'd be so good. Imagine if Ghana had that level.
Well, considering they just banned gay people.
Yeah, well, not anymore, right?
Ghana's just got has good economics for the region.
Yeah.
And says he regrets.
Things can be
Eventually, Americans
silly
start to get sad at the
sometimes.
fact that their government is sort of going off the rails. As this war in Vietnam drags on, more and more Americans stand up and say enough, demanding accountability for.
I'm not gonna lie. So far, this is the most like maybe Johnny is not CIA video I've ever watched.
Jesus Christ.
That's the only take I have on it. He is destroying the CIA allegations right now. Has to keep his cover. No, man. I think something changed. I think Johnny got that dog in him. Okay, he started wearing the singular choker I think I'm telling you, man. Maybe his contract ran
I
out.
don't know. I think maybe
what's going on.
I think this is always what he's done, right? Because I don't know.
We
where
say
I'm from.
this every time that he talks about he works for CIA. We're like, he always makes videos on both sides all the time. What the fuck are you talking about? Sometimes they're
Well-
not even related. It's about Subway in Korea. Like the fuck.
I don't remember that one.
Communists have to be behind them. And so they start infiltrating the anti-war movement. And they come back in about a year and they say, well, Moscow and the North Vietnamese, they really like this anti-war movement, but it's not controlled by them. It's not.
By the way, this is literally a direct parallel to the pro-Palestinian movement on their own because things have communist plot. Wait, does it imply that you move on?
Distance for 7 years. Every time they were asked to report on it, they came back and said, it's not foreign controlled and it's not foreign funded, which was obvious to anybody who was involved in the anti-war movement. There were a lot of people inside the CIA saying,
not anymore.
Johnny Harris is making a product at the end of the day.
Yes.
It's like I wouldn't draw his values from these things. Like, look at him sucking Joe Rogan's dick just to get on the show.
Yeah.
It
We're
makes
spying
me
on
say
our wives
anything
and
about the
kids.
internet. I mean, it goes back and forth, but there's times like, like Vietnam turned out okay after, even though all that shit like went down there. Like, it's not like
That's
a great country. It's very authoritarian. It's just like, but then it's like you have China. China was on such a great track, and then boom, new leader comes in. Like, even Russia, you had the alcoholic in charge. He was too drunk to do his job, so Putin took over.
Now look what's happening.
I think we'll see how, like, when we start moving into these more autonomous split systems and stuff like that, we'll see what happens and how violent that era becomes.
Basically, they're going to the demonstrations and we're reading the reports at night. We shouldn't be doing this.
Are we trying to exterminate an entire people? What have we become as a nation?
Americans were waking up to the fact that these unelected men were wielding way too much power and spying not only on the entire
Yeah,
world,
so are
on
businesses.
Americans themselves.
So are businesses.
We have been victimized by excessive secrecy.
Where's Hasan going? Capitalism does this too. Come on.
Surveillance over intelligence activities, but also
Oh God,
excessive
this
secrecy has created this
is
kind
a
of
fake
mischief
thing.
within the executive
This is a
branch.
psyop. This is a psyop. I'm pretty sure. If it's the video I'm thinking of, I believe it's a psyop. 100%. I believe they literally did this to scare Russians.
Interesting.
Church committee, dude. Oh my God, is Jover. This is a real vibe shift, dude. That's why he's wearing the pearls. I'm telling you.
I think church helped lead the charge of taking all of these secrets and excesses and thrusting them onto the national stage and shining a light on them.
There has never been a full public accounting of FBI domestic intelligence operations.
The American people are learning for the first time just how bad this was. 800 witnesses, 10,000 documents. Their secrets were shared. CIA, FBI, NSA.
There it is.
Assassination plot.
There it is. There it is.
attack gun?
Psyop, bro. Psyop.
Almost.
The heart attack gun.
Yeah, people believe that
Hilarious.
shit still exists, right? You know what?
So
you know
funny.
what? Guess what? Never existed. It's a fake fucking gun. It's a real gun. They just put a scope on it and say it fires a dart. They lied. Half of this meeting was lies. They went into lie to scare you. They made it to scare the communists in this country and elsewhere. It was a psyop.
Didn't they say that they fucking did it to multiple different people? And it's like,
No.
they used the heart attack gun.
They said that it's a prototype, not that it exists. They never say
Right.
that it actually exists here. I
It
don't
just
think.
looks like a
They say it's
1911 with a shitty scope on it.
It is.
Yes.
Like episode 1 of Mythbusters, they test this gun
That's so funny.
and see if it's even possible. So, do you know why they made the gun though? Because that's funny. You
No,
watch Breaking Bad?
no, I don't know why.
Did you watch Breaking Bad?
NSA.
Yeah.
Assassination.
So you know how they talk about the rice
YouTube.
and umbrella in that, and that's when
Yeah.
they decided to start making. That was it. The rice and umbrella.
Okay.
That was a Soviet.
Hilarious.
So they said if the Soviets can kill somebody just by walking up with a prick, then we should be able to kill them from far away.
Plots.
Maybe it's not 1911. It's definitely maybe a SIG.
Pistol fire the dart? Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman. When it fires silently? Almost silently, yes.
Well, I mean, I'm a big time like good vibes person. Like sometimes the thing is that it's when there's isolated pockets of chaos, and then mostly everyone is doing fine around.
Yeah,
that.
pretty much.
And
but
so
the chaos pockets are pretty bad.
Certain ones, yeah. So and technically, there's like more conflicts going on now than any time else, in like since 1970 or something. But like when we're counting these conflicts, it's like 2 Kurds died in Iran and that are part of a organization that's fighting Iran. That's technically its own conflict. I mean, people didn't know that type of shit back then. Like I said, I think this is just to have the Russians be like, whoa.
Yeah. I think it's a 1911. It kind of looks like it, like the barrel and the grip kind of look like it, but when they were showing it to the side profile, it doesn't really look like one. It kind of looks like a SIG barrel a little bit, but it's hard to tell.
A comprehensive listing of everything those people thought or did on any subject you can imagine they're having a concern with.
Targeting people like Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights or feminist activists.
Bureau agents were told to attack the New Left by disinformation and misinformation.
Anti-war protesters were spied on. Intimidated.
COINTELPRO is the name for the effort by the Bureau.
Literally, the New Left.
Destroy organizations.
Hasan, why did you pick up on that?
Yeah, he completely missed it. What the fuck? He also missed misinformation, disinformation. The fuck?
Use the words disrupt and neutralize.
To be fair, no need for that no more. You know what I'm saying? Every one of us got that dog in him now. We don't need
Stop
these,
reading
like,
chat.
deliberate
You're
programs
missing
to
so
disrupt
much
and destroy.
important
I think
leftist
you have
content
enough of it.
here.
People do it for free.
You
People literally
could have just
operate like
had a
little
whole
DC
lesson
wonks.
on what the New Left was and how their impact was.
A doofus.
There it is.
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
On Twitter for free. It's awesome.
The Bureau went so far.
Yeah, they're taking the CIA
I
journalists.
don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
You are one of them. Yes, I am famously very disruptive of solidarity. Why? Because I said you can't have a general strike on Reddit. You know.
Why? Because you completely miss points because you'd rather read chat than listen to the fucking video and give actual content to people.
Oh.
But
wait, I'm famously disruptive of solidarity because I said trying to
Shut the fuck up.
The Vanguard's coming from Reddit, folks.
Is to mail anonymous letters to Dr. King and his wife. King, there's only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do it. You are done.
That was taken by Dr. King to mean a suggestion for suicide, was it not?
That's our understanding, Senator.
The CIA's LSD mind control experiments were also detailed to the public.
One of the first things they come across is the MK Ultra papers.
And so were the FBI and CIA's attempts to infiltrate the free press, planting journalists within our newspapers. We would later learn in some investigative reporting that this infiltration of the free press was much more widespread than church.
To be honest, once again, this also doesn't exist anymore, in my opinion, or doesn't have to exist, rather, where we very directly and very openly behave as though we are on the CIA payroll through what is known as access journalism.
Hey, it's like us.
I think the closest you can get to Operation Mockingbird nowadays is like a Tucker Carlson type.
Yeah, that gun also might not have been a functional gun. It might have been a toy because it was like a prototype.
Yeah.
There's like, they show multiple guns in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Ultimately, everyone else is already
Well, I
doing
said that
the
one
State
fires
Department's bottom line. They're already defending the State Department. Most recent Israel piece in the New York Times, everything written in the New York Times about Israel is directly, they might as well have a dude working on the State Department payroll, typing out every letter, straight up.
Church even discovered.
He reported that up to 400 journalists had been paid by the CIA under Operation Mockingbird. And there's no doubt that it was a massive effort and effective.
The Church Committee made a few things clear. Number one, that indeed a group of unelected government employees used immense power and resources of the United States government to pursue programs that were illegal, unethical, and generally out of line with American values and norms. And they did it
No way.
And
who got arrested?
Partly because the U.S. Congress wanted to give them money and turn a blind eye.
I can recall members of Congress who recoiled from responsibility of knowing what was happening. Members of Congress who said, don't tell me, I don't want to know.
Aaron?
I think that is an indictment of the Congress, just as severe as any indictment which is labeled against any of the intelligence community.
When Dulles wanted to get approval for the CIA budget, all he had to do was take a top line number to the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he would say, this is what we want for this year. And the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee would say, okay, that's what you've got. And please don't tell us anything about what you're doing with it. And so there was no internal challenge to this world of CIA people.
But here's the other thing that is so crucial here, which is that when you listen to these hearings, you see people who thought they were doing the right thing, who thought that they were doing what they needed to protect the country. During
come on.
Yeah, they said the same thing about torture.
Saying that when the president does it,
for sure.
that
was,
means
trading
it's not
Nicaraguan death
illegal.
squads. Okay, I was thinking I was defending American interests. Unless he means like American interest is
He
almost
literally
identical
said
to a
this.
key to
He
capitalist
literally
interest,
said
the interest of
this
serving
about torture
capitalism.
in
But
black
that's
sites. Literally said this. This is their excuse every time. Fuck. Oh, by the way, fuck John Rizzo.
Why you send me news?
Huh? I'm just sending clips because I was doing something and now I'm going back to like making sure I always am sending clips and stuff.
Did Rizzo turn up?
Huh?
Did Rizzo
Oh
turn up?
no, John Gizzo? No, not that guy. I meant John
No.
Rizzo. John Rizzo is the fucking guy. He's Palpatine.
Oh.
He made the torture program possible.
Right.
He's their lawyer.
That's crazy.
Gotcha.
Bro folded under no pressure. Yes, dude. How are you gonna do 24 minutes of this and then what?
30-year period, all of a sudden you woke up one morning and here was this creature that had been created that no one along the line had ever
This
really
is like
contemplated.
such old
Each of
news,
these
bro.
steps
Like
is
knowing about a CIA hearing that happened back then. This is like such like a millennial type thing. It's like, did you know in the 70s there was a big government hearing? Yes. Bro, next Johnny Harris is about to learn about MK Ultra and he's gonna fall down a rabbit hole and just get totally QAnon brain to watch.
I would love that to happen. That would be great. His next video, Q is real.
Of accountability.
No, man. A lot of them. Well, first of all, a lot of them were Mormon. Some of them were also deeply racist and Mormon. These guys were ideologically minded, very much so. Okay, it's not like this is a secret either. Like, dig a little bit deeper. Okay, yeah. Like some of them very openly talked about it. Like Gordon Liddy is a great example. Just an insane person. Okay. It's just so funny to be like, oh man, like what was happening? No, they were literally straight up fascists, straight up anti-communist, which is, usually aligned there perfectly ideologically, and straight up white supremacists.
Oh my god, I fucking hate these people. Guess what, Hasan? You can be anti-communist and anti-fascist at the same time. It's pretty crazy. It's almost like you can hold 2 points of view at the same time. It's
And
called
you can also be
anti-authoritarianism.
anti-liberal at the same
Yes.
time.
You can be anti-liberal, anti-conservative.
All you guys do is talk shit about everything.
You can be anti-socialist. You can be anti-capitalist.
You know what I don't talk shit about, even though I don't like anyone involved there, is Barcelona autonomous movements.
It's actually possible to hold seemingly contradictory points of view. It's
The
called
Republicans do it all the time.
being a fucking adult, you clown, and not being a direction-brained moron. Fucking, you gotta be left wing or you right wing. You can't be any else.
Yeah, well,
It has to be one.
he can
Pick
only
a side.
he can only do like the Venn diagram, right? Instead of like multiple dialectical analysis of multiple planes across different dialectics to form structures and opinions.
Yeah. It's just
Which is, like I said, you got to start with Hegel before you go to Marx. If you don't understand like a full understanding of dialectic, this is what happens to you.
2, they love capitalism.
This is what down the line looks like.
Hated communism, and were openly, literally Nazis sometimes, like straight up, literally Nazis. Gordon Liddy is a great example of a person who was an out and about literal white supremacist Nazi.
Not in the Soviet Union, though.
Even within the deep state, there are
not even
people
once.
who are doing things for altruistic and good reasons, and then there are people who are doing things for their own selfish or bad reasons. And exactly how many
there is a lot
are
of
in each category
good guys in the
sort of
CIA as
impossible
well.
to-
I have to say, like a lot of the guys who actually worked on the ground with the Afghan Mujahideen are pretty good guys, and they talk about how Brzezinski basically ruined everything. Like that the state getting involved was like the worst thing that could have possibly happened. And he fucked up the whole operation and like made Afghanistan burn because of it.
Stupid keyboard. Stop.
He's selling his fan the corporate version of
They told him
leftism.
okay to kill himself
True.
because they really wanted to stop adultery. It was a higher cause. Yeah, they were like, listen, we're going to tell everybody that you're doing adultery. Please kill yourself kindly. Why? Because we believe you are legitimately doing adultery. And we hate
You also have
that.
to
Not
think
guilt.
about
Don't
this,
worry
like
about
besides the
civil rights.
fascist,
Don't worry
right?
about that. We don't
These
like that either.
people, like I said, fucking the guy who was in charge of finding Bin Laden is now a QAnoner. I don't know if he still is, but he did. His site basically became all QAnon shit, right? So if that's the caliber of guys that we can, like, there's another guy in the CIA that he's on all these like manosphere podcasts, and I heard him talk about like Ukraine and some shit, and I'm like, this guy's fucking stupid. You know the George Carlin joke?
Yes.
Where
Yeah.
he's like, this guy is fucking stupid.
There, but the other thing.
Better, and where many other more intelligent, sophisticated people got stuck in.
There ain't no way he's gonna turn this into like a few bad apples in the CIA shit, right?
In other areas.
So after the church committee, all kinds of new oversight regulations come in. There's new committees
No, we
formed,
didn't
there's new
have
regulations.
that back then. That came from
intelligence
the few
community
bad
now
apples
finally
comes
has some
from
kind
the
of oversight.
argument
The deep state
of
was reined in. No, they did fight back.
Abu Ghraib incidents. So the guy who did the Stanford prison experiment, he's the one who presented this theory, right? And it's like, it's not the apple, it's the barrel, right?
Okay.
So it's not just a few bad apples. He blamed basically as the higher structure who put these people in this place. You know, the barrel produced these bad apples. It was a bad apple barrel to begin with, or a bad tree to begin with. And this is based off of a flawed, disproven, unable to be recreated prison experiment, right? And it basically, all he did was help get these people who did horrific things to human beings get off with light sentences. All of them are free now. Only one of them has actually apologized for what they did. And it's the one who had autism.
Church was undermined and
no, the bad apples were eliminated and the deep state was totally reined in.
Intimidated by these agencies.
CIA people, I mean, they hated Frank Church. Jim Angleton would go around and say Frank Church was a KGB agent. Dick Helms raged against him. Kissinger, they couldn't believe that U.S. intelligence was being opened up. On the other hand, Americans were like, oh my God, this is what was being done in our name.
But overall,
what was Kissinger's role?
Oh, he was just an admin bitch, right? But he was like a foreign policy guy, but very, very like he wasn't as he's definitely killed more people than Brzezinski, but as far as like politics wise, he wasn't as unhinged as Brzezinski.
Okay.
Like Brzezinski is like, I must kill all communists. I mean, he's Polish. What did you expect, you know? But I'll look up like some of the history of the positions he had.
This is a story of American democracy doing what it's supposed to do, rein in the worst impulses of humans with power, and in the process, avoiding disaster. At least.
No, dude, no, bro. What? Wait, what?
Okay, so
did he just say we reined it in? Dude, that's crazy. This is like a meme.
He starts in with Nixon, basically, right?
Okay.
And then he was the national security advisor to the Secretary of State for Nixon. And then he eventually moves up to Secretary of State, I think, under Reagan. But he stayed in the... oh, dude, check out this picture. You're going to love this. He stayed in the admin, like the Republican admin, just like how Bush did to get to the top. That's why they were like nervous about Petraeus, right? Because like...
Yeah.
They wanted intelligence guys to stop getting into the government. Check out this. Henry Kissinger and Mao.
Oh my God. What a great photo.
Oh my God. No. So George H.W. Bush was the ambassador. Henry Kissinger was. Here's him talking about Taiwan. I'm just like skimming a wiki. Like, just give me his work history. I want his fucking resume. Bangladesh Liberation Word.
Got something?
No, but I'm just reading. Kissinger described the Ba'athist regime in Iraq as a potential threat to the United States and believed that building up Iran and supporting the Peshmerga was the best counterweight.
Huh.
Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Was he pro this? Let's see here. I'm not reading all that. Latin American policy. Intervention in Chile. Yeah, go ahead. You were just asking, so.
Yeah, he's he was I think he was directly involved with the Chile one.
Yeah. No, he's
This is the meme, which is like all the instances that were
Vietnam.
bad in the past, that the
No,
CIA
it was
acknowledges
Laos,
are gone,
wasn't
are
it?
gone.
Both.
Which
That
is,
he was
something
responsible
that we
for.
learned from
Both of them. Epic.
For a few decades.
Fuck that guy.
Never mind.
Glad
never
he's
mind.
dead.
Okay.
The leader of the single most powerful nation in the world.
Okay,
Have you
okay.
formed any guiding principles for exercising this enormous power? When it comes to foreign policy, that'll be my guiding question.
Okay, he
Is it in
left
our
office
nation's
when
interests?
he left
Peace in the Middle East
office
is in our
as
nation's interests.
Secretary of State
Having
when
a
Jimmy
hemisphere
Carter
that is,
beat Ford, I guess.
Okay.
Some very, very sketchy details reaching us here at Sky Central.
It's kind of crazy because like he
So
just skipped this step.
Brzezinski is
We did not rein in
second
the CIA.
messenger.
Still, for the record, there was no point like between 1975 and like 2001 where the CIA was not in operation. It was very much still not reined in. So I don't know why he would. And for the record, it still could go along with this overall narrative of like, oh well, we learned from our mistakes. Like,
Okay.
you could say Iran Contra and be like, that actually was bad because that's something.
Bored. I don't need a history lesson. YouTube's breaking.
Oh, they're literally. I could have looked at the top and saw. I'm dumb. I don't know how to use Wikipedia. Yeah, he was
Peace is in our
born in
nation's
Germany.
interests. Having a hemisphere that is free for trade.
Bro, he was stateless. It was stateless from 1935 to 1943. Badass.
What was that?
Kissinger was
Stateless.
stateless.
Oh,
Yeah.
stateless. Okay.
Some very, very sketchy details reaching us here at Sky
And he
Central.
was in the army. Battle of the Bulge.
A new threat.
Elon deleted the Stone Toss Twitter thread.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Oh, here we
Desire,
go.
you know, we've been attacked. Anything goes. We have to strike back. This is an existential struggle, and that same ethos of the early Cold War.
You know what I've noticed? He hasn't gotten up and left.
Anything
Yeah,
goes.
Johnny Harris
That
is normally
returns
the ones that he
big time
just
after
thinks he can
9/11,
eat and like
the CIA
leave
seeks or
open.
asserts without being checked all sorts of powers that they hadn't asserted before. They implement the torture program. They massively expand the warrantless wire.
No, we always had a torture program. We implemented
Not
a
true.
direct torture
No,
program. And
no,
gave legal
Hasan,
clearance
no.
for torture directly in the hands of the
No,
American
no,
military and American
No,
State
it's
Department
not the
agencies.
same,
That's
Hassan.
we never stopped doing the torture.
You don't
It's just that
understand.
we would
You
usually
don't
train people to
understand
do
how
torture.
next level the shit that happened here was. Okay? You don't understand. It's just not the same.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
For us, now we were just doing the torture ourselves directly.
What's this other one?
Like
Also
the way,
not true.
like
Also
those
not
get
true.
drawn
We
in
were
porn.
still
They're all like
exporting it at the time,
thick short
too.
stacks.
We were exporting torture at the time too. That was one of the issues. Put a fucking drill through Abu Zubaydah's leg. Who's an innocent man, right? But like that, like who? That's the thing. Is just like when we cracked down on that torture being done by the CIA, who do we think took it over, bro?
Yeah.
Do you fucking know about like fucking General Dostum, right? In the beginning of the war, working with the CIA, he put a bunch of prisoners in shipping containers. All of them died.
Jesus. In shipping
Yeah.
containers.
Yeah,
Epic.
they fucking just basically that's how he was shipping the prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Tortured the fuck out of people. Knew this too. Knew how bad this guy was.
And these people had no repercussions.
Dostum, he's still free to this day.
That's great.
He's one of the people that people turn to as someone who might overthrow the Taliban.
Lady Justice, right?
Literally, the Taliban is just about the only dick he hasn't sucked. Anytime he's about to be on a losing side, he turns. He's such a piece of shit. He's one of the worst humans on earth. He
Someone should do
fucking
something about
had
it.
his men like rape a tribal elder.
Oh, cool.
And after that, he had to be sent to Turkey because of war crimes. Turkey sheltered him.
Ah, great. Thanks, Turkey. Another Turkey W. Glad you guys changed your name. That really helped.
Techniques are revived and expanded after 9/11.
Constitutionally protected.
Torture on a very large scale.
Taxpayers funneling money into millions of new top secret jobs. 22 Capitol buildings worth of new office space that spring up all around this area where I live to house all these new secrets. And inside them, waterfalls of new programs, so many weirdly named programs that no one leader could ever hear about, but will regulate all of them.
There's not a whole lot of effective oversight.
They're
on something
codes.
that has grown.
You need
big and so bushy.
all you need is you need to code. You need to know how to decrypt them on the code, right? So like MK is just like the letters of like It's like a specific type of code, and the code is constantly shifting and changing, but all the letters mean something, and it ends up being really simple once you know what the code is.
Of which
Plus,
should be known
plus
to the
there
public,
is
that
I think
until
there is
someone
like direct congressional oversight of the CIA now.
I think so, yeah. I think
And
they
also,
ran that
like,
one.
you look at the CIA after 9/11, that's the time when they had the most power. We basically said unlimited power, just make the attacks stop.
Yeah,
After we gave this power to the people who literally just failed us and caused 9/11.
Crazy, right? Insane.
I wonder why we got into an immediate war from the intelligence they gave us right after that.
who's worried that history is repeating itself.
Fake intelligence too.
Yeah, that was obtained through torture in Egypt.
Yep. Fantastic. Great. Thanks, intelligence.
Decides
Bad
to scope
intelligence.
Breaking news this evening is the identity of the man who sent the Obama administration into defend and explain mode this week. His name is Edward Snowden. He's an American former CIA employee and computer technician. Today he came out as the leaker of classified NSA documents that spell out a secret.
And we all kind of wonder, what if we actually need this now? What if we need all these dark windows and
we don't
top secret PowerPoint decks where they design how they're going to spy on us? What if our safety relies on what happens inside of all these buildings?
It doesn't.
So we keep funding them. But in doing so, we must at least acknowledge what we're doing here. We are trading a portion of our freedom.
You would be safer if it didn't exist. That's just fundamentally
and also
true.
we can have military, like the useful parts of the CIA can just be spun off into like military intelligence and have direct oversight.
Yep. And I would hesitate to say that America is probably the source of intelligence agencies existing right now. Like internal intelligence, probably not, but definitely spy agencies and shit like that definitely has something to do with it. Like I know that Europe had their spy agencies and shit because of the crowns and whatnot, but it's like this is another level of spying. I think the whole nother can of fish.
What? Our safety relies on this? Safety from what? We are the one who knocks, man. What the fuck? Yeah, our safety. You know what we need? More State Department agencies to defend us from the other homegrown threats that we have cultivated and created en masse.
Look for the specific thing in this interview.
In exchange for a sense of security, and in the process, we're creating and feeding kind of a new branch of our government power, one that operates outside of this elegant triangle that the founders constructed to trip up the corrupting forces.
Yeah, we need like another CIA to defend us from the CIA. That's what we need. Seriously.
Run the risk of always possessing men with secret power.
Most everybody agrees.
This is such a funny video. He pulls out a picture. He pulls out a picture of Ashraf Ghani, the former president of Afghanistan, right? And this is right after that whole rape thing that I was talking about happened.
Or is this my friend's dad? You have of my friend's dads. So I'm going to show you some photos. We're playing a game here.
Okay.
You have to tell me, is this a world leader?
Is that Trudeau?
Friend's dad. World leader or my friend's dad?
See, it's Ashraf Ghani.
Yep.
I believe that might be a world leader.
That is correct. This is Ashraf Ghani, the president of Afghanistan. There we go.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I've
just pausing, just because it is totally from Netflix.
had him a couple times.
Yeah.
He's a thoughtful guy.
Yeah. His government is currently in the midst of.
I know, moving me down so we can see the expressions on their faces for this last part.
I've met him a couple times. He's a thoughtful guy.
Yeah. His government is currently in the midst of a sexual harassment scandal. So.
Sexual harassment scandal, bro. That's how you're going to phrase it? Those are the hard-hitting questions you're going to hit Trudeau? He just said he's a thoughtful guy. Yeah, well, guess what his vice president just did?
Classification, there's way too much information that's classified, but information is power, and the fewer people that have it, the more power the people that do have it have.
And the result is that when the most powerful man in the world arrives to the most powerful...
Yeah, bro started the video by saying we were afraid of an American Gestapo and concluded the video by saying we kind of need the American Gestapo and like with no shred of irony. Like the entirety of this video was like, here's why we have the American Gestapo, here's why it's bad. And then at the end of it, he's like, well, I guess basically he's trying to say, like, is this a valuable trade-off? Okay. That question is ridiculous. For those of you who are going to say, oh, well, he's just asking a question. Like he's allowing people to form their own opinions. And it's like, no, because the premise is faulty. At no point is this helping American democracy at all. Every step of the way, every single thing that he detailed, mentioned, was helping some Americans, not you, not your parents,
He actually finds that he can't. He's not able to change much of it. Instead, he
really
sits there
wanted
and
to.
watches much of the things that he critiqued grow under his watch. The thing
Yeah, like the top of the hour ad break going from 1 minute to 3 minutes long. You know what I mean? You watched it happen, and there was nothing you could do about it except subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's the ad break now.
Don't do that. Subscribe to us instead.
Hey, we only $1, $1. Make you holler. Get your name at the bottom. I'll write your name on my asshole.
Letters on each side. If you've got an O in the name, that'll be the O.
Right. Oh, well, it'll be like the Lord of the Rings, so like the Ring of Power, but it'll be your name on my asshole.
that he's supposed to control, he finds he doesn't have that much control over.
These targeted strikes.
All for $1.
Thoughtful guy. Yeah. Okay. Fuck him.
That'll happen. All for $1. Cheap real estate.
Fuck this guy. What's his name?
It's free real estate.
What is his name?
And just secrets keep us safe, but secrets also degrade this delicate thing that we have called democracy and accountability. That is,
yeah, poor Obama. He just wanted to be a
just
podcaster.
$1. You can cancel it right after, and your name still stays
It's basically
there.
the structure of the Chinese dynasty that based their government on checks and balances of different branches, and that basically spied on each other in order to no department got much power, and if they had a new department, would be created to limit the other, or a purge takes place to prune the corrupting system of government.
until we save ourselves from their everlasting seductive pull.
The United States must not adopt the tactics of the enemy. Means are as important as
It's
ends.
crazy that like
ISIS makes it tempting to ignore
you know
the
what?
wise
You know where
restraints that
Johnny
make them
Harris
great.
is truly failing here.
Mm.
Where he's truly failing here. He hopefully this is one of his two-parters. I swear to fuck, because like to focus on the CIA back in the fucking 70s when they had this here huge hearing. We tortured people.
Yeah.
We implicated other countries in this shit. Like, come on, bro. What about now? Fuck the 70s. Fuck them. Who cares? I don't give a fuck what they did in the 70s.
Yeah. Ad break.
I totally agree. This meeting could have been an email, but Karen thinks.
Wait. Normal speed.
Why are you speeding? Why are you speeding my mommy
I totally
up,
agree.
bro?
This meeting could have been an email, but Karen thinks
An angry bird.
this meeting should have been a kick to the gut. I mean, still less painful than corporate meetings. So
Why is the bird so angry? Chill out.
I don't know. I don't know. It might be only on her too. You know.
Yeah. Might be like Kevin.
Yeah. Oh God.
New topic. New topic.
God.
Let's go. I'll go 1.25 because she speaks quickly. If YouTube wants to cooperate. There we go.
She's like I don't know. She's kind of, this lady is like the Rihanna Kalik of fascism.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because she sort of started with men's issues and then transitioned into fascist shit. Then decided to go, hey, I'm going to work with the worst person in the world, Elijah Schaffer. Like, that was a great choice.
Oh, Xanderhall, bro.
Gosh, my shirt is on all weird.
He did
And then
thumbnail today.
like it did a lot of stuff for like men's mental health here for a few years and then fucked off to America and
I honestly
fell into the grift.
I don't have anything bad to say about this guy, but like I think his videos are boring. So I'll probably get bored of what he has to say real quick because
Well, let me know
I don't
when you
know.
want to skip.
It's just well, because he's talking to Cindy Watchin, so I think this is more of like where people's wheelhouse is just talking shit about other creators.
Sure.
And it's not going to be him talking about the Taliban, but he made this video that's fucking. I looked at the thumbnail, and he had the second of mirror of the TTP in the thumbnail. Hakimullah Mashoud.
Okay.
It's something like that. And it said like the Taliban are taking over YouTube, and I'm like, bro, how do you get this far off? What did you search to get a guy who's not even Afghani, right? Like you could get him because the TTP, you could get that, like because you'll hear like the girl who got shot in the face, Malala. You'll hear them say all the time she was shot by the Taliban, not the Afghani Taliban though. The spirit of
TTP.
the Taliban in Pakistan, which is what the TTP stands for. So the Taliban is just like, you know, they Taliban denies that they even like the TTP, and even two sides of the Taliban have different relations with them, whether it be Haqqani or the other side. So anyway, how do you get the TTP? What do you search? What do you search? Like, I couldn't even think of what you could possibly search to get that guy to come up and pick that guy of all people. Like, he doesn't have a turban on even. He has the flower hat that they wear in Pakistan. The special Pekul flower hat type thing that they wear. That makes them
have
look
any
like a big
impact
old
on
mushroom.
on their kids, right? But no,
Big
it's far
hat
more
guys.
profitable to sensationalize this and make a video called "The Children of OnlyFans Mothers."
Would.
There's also some weird content out there I've heard where
What?
it's like,
She's
I said
taller than you.
would.
She's like 6 foot tall.
I'm 6 foot tall.
Are you? She might be
Yeah.
taller than you.
It's fine with me. Step on me, mommy.
moms that make OnlyFans.
The one thing that gets me, and it kind of annoys the shit out of me, is she has like this American Australian accent fusion, and
Yeah,
it's
well,
the
she doesn't
worst
need to
fucking
talk.
thing possible.
Content sexualizing like breastfeeding and stuff.
And she can
I
be
feel like
quiet.
OnlyFans probably doesn't allow that type of content, but she might touch on that. I know that was like a big thing back in 2016 on YouTube. Like there would be mom breastfeeding channels that were clearly sexualizing it on YouTube, kind of
Yeah,
like the naked
mummy
yoga
genres.
loophole. And if you don't believe me, go on YouTube right now and search naked yoga and see what comes up. It's
I'm
real.
good.
No,
So
search.
yeah, I
naked
wonder if she'll talk
cleaning.
about that.
They're the wild
Search
ones.
5th gen.
It's just milfs.
IW.
It's just milfs cleaning
Search
in
5th
like
gen
booty
IW.
shorts. Yeah, do that. Tell people to search it. Search "let them eat cake," and make our search results turn up at the top instead of this shitty like
Yeah,
60 show.
yeah. Also, get us more subscriptions, chat.
Yeah, subscribbles.
Yeah, chat. You're gonna be our new army, if you feel like it.
Brigade people. Tell them to come to us.
Yeah,
Tell them they're.
we need to
tell
reach
them
the gays. Let's
you
make
need
a
to-
woke
you-
commercial.
You need to really, really, really hammer in. That,
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
It's true. You can even use Jacinda. She can be our spokeswoman.
It's
She
just
was
like-
a great spokeswoman for the New Zealand.
This is just like anti-trans garbage. I'm gonna tune out real quick because it's like
I don't blame you.
I don't care. I
Yeah.
support trans people. Shut the fuck up.
Too, and try to say this is like some
No,
broad
technically, no.
moral
Actually,
condemnation that
actually,
applies to
fifth
all
generation
women that do
would be
OnlyFans.
mobilizing it by implanting ideas and convincing you that it's your idea to do it. Which that is a great idea.
Subversion.
You should do that.
Yes, here we are again together.
Not sure what
crying
sixth
inside.
generation will be. Space.
Wow, so
maybe?
quirky.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in,
Gravity
today's video
won't
is
be a
sponsored by
factor.
me and my.
God,
know?
1.25 is fucking so fast. I told you she talks quick. We might have to normal speed it.
That's fine. If it's just trans shit, I'm not gonna care though.
Yeah. Well, she said it was OnlyFans kids, I think. So
Okay.
maybe not. Maybe we're just bullying sex workers today.
I think there's areas where things can be bent.
Which, if you haven't checked out, you definitely should, because the tea is great and you'll love it, and it's linked in the description box. Now, if you have
This
been
is
here
girl
for any length
crypto.
of time orbiting this planet of insanity and sadness, you will already be aware that I have covered the topic of
We don't
OnlyFans
orbit.
a bunch on this channel.
Wow, I just realized that she's
Planet.
obnoxious and I should speed up this video or we're going to be here for a while.
Oh, no.
God.
Lucky I.
But what I have
Oh, God.
Oh, no. We
Oh,
tried
God.
to avoid it and we didn't.
What have we done?
God damn it.
never discussed, at least in detail, is the effect that this is having and potentially going
Holy
to have going
shit.
forward on children whose parents make adult content. Because I'm sure this issue is going.
This has always been a thing, and there's been no evidence like supplied by conservative red pill people whatsoever that OnlyFans has seen like a substantial percentage of women get into sex work.
Yeah. Make that
Like
bag.
conservatives would literally have you believe that like 2, 3, 4, or even 5% of women, maybe more, are into OnlyFans or sex work. They would genuinely have you believe that in America, like a like non below 1% amount of women are doing sex work in America. Genuinely psychotic. These people live on the internet. Their political values are based on what they see on the internet, and that is what has been leading people who think this way since, as far as I've followed it, since Gamergate. But I'm sure it's been well since before then. Before that, it was what was on TV, and then what was on the radio, and then what they saw in the newspaper, and then
Are you telling me that nothing's changed?
Nothing ever happens. Confirmed.
can go back further to what they saw on the Daily Stone tablet inscription.
Now watch
Going
this
to be
drive.
really fun for everyone
Hey,
going forward.
did you know our logo is a stone tablet?
As OnlyFans continues to gain traction,
I wonder
and
if there's meaning
popularity, as
behind
more
that. Something to do with what he just said about things not changing on the stone tablets and stuff.
and more women seem to view his platform as a legitimate means of making a decent income,
is.
it seems that there will inevitably be consequences
Also, most women don't make money on it. Just so you know.
for families. Now, what specifically made me want to talk about this issue was a post I saw on Reddit not
I would say
Post.
roughly the same.
Post.
No, I'd say roughly the same percentage of OnlyFans models are making a living off of it financially as YouTubers.
He's just
Because
gonna make the
YouTubers
same
make
point
with
I made.
big YouTube select.
netting way fans Kick and Twitch while her son is being bullied for it. Yeah. Probably. In the post, the mother says that she is a single parent who has been using platforms like OnlyFans and Twitch for income, netting way more than she's ever earned in any other job. However,
This is a throwaway account for one, and on top of that, this is Am I the Asshole, the most famous subreddit for making up stories of all time. 50% of stories, at best, you read on
That's
this subreddit
hilarious.
are made
On the
up.
internet? It
I
must be
guarantee
real.
you this is not a true story. But you know what? We'll give it the charitability of pretending like it is true. Like, does she think I don't know about Am I the Asshole?
Yeah. Probably. In the post, the mother says that she is a single parent who has been using platforms like OnlyFans and Twitch for income, netting way more than she's ever earned in any other job. However, despite the financial payoff, her 14-year-old son told her he is being teased by his classmates because of his mother's content, leaving him feeling humiliated and alone.
How would they
The
know
woman
about
finished her post by
her
writing,
content if it's for adults? Fake story.
I'm torn between the need
Well,
to maintain
did you
our
see the
financial
story about the
security
mom
and the need
who pulled into the school and had a big OnlyFans banner on her car?
No, I didn't, but that's fucking awesome.
I think RM Brown might have be where I saw it. He did a video talking about it.
negative effects my career is having on my son. I strive to be a good mother and provider, but I'm questioning if I'm failing him.
I like how Sydney Watson's response to this, like, very, like, well-reasoned post is like, yeah, you are the asshole. When, like, she's literally saying, I really don't want my kid to get bullied and stuff, but this is literally our financial security. I need to keep, like, a roof above my son's head and, like, food on the table, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's funny because, like,
his classmates would never know. I refuse to believe this.
I was asking Ace, right? Because, like,
yeah,
this is like the like, because there's two different logos that I'll throw on. Like, this the other one, right? The normal one, right? And I was like, what is that? I was asking Ace, like, what he thinks it is and what does it look like? And I don't remember what he said. That's the main thing I want to know is people look at this and what they think it is. A crop circle, I can definitely see it, you know, being a crop circle.
It's good because it's ambiguous. Never tell people what it means.
I mean, you have to know glyphs to know what it is. Or just be cringe, like me.
Isn't pilled.
That's definitely part, like, a
There's an
hole
ancient
in the
cult museum
story,
at the
but it's
University of
possible
Chicago.
she's a somewhat successful OnlyFans model. But then at the same time, you could just homeschool your kid. If you work from home like that, and, like, you've got, like, a decent income, so much so that, like, it's worth continuing OnlyFans and whatnot rather than getting a normal job, then you probably could just do
OnlyFans is a
homeschooling,
normal
right?
job.
Yep.
L.
It just doesn't really seem like this is a realistic story. It feels very much like this is a
Epic.
I'm
Okay,
a
let's move on. Who
15-year-old
gives a
boy who
shit?
hates those
Okay.
OnlyFans whores and made up a story on a throwaway account.
Epic, grow. Epic.
Oh, H3.
Oh yeah, I think there's a real unhinged. Is it by the propeller hat man? It is.
Oh my god, where's the propeller hat? Boo!
He knows we were talking about him. Did you see the thumbnail for the video I released the last time we covered him?
Yes. Yeah, you showed me it.
I mean, we made it together, so.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying you showed me it, because you made it and showed me it.
To be a follow-up video
I
to the
know it's
video that I
cuneiform. I
made
just don't know
yesterday
what it
about
means.
Ethan
I mean,
Klein.
part
If
of
you
it's
haven't seen
cuneiform.
that video already, I
It's
definitely
just
recommend
modified,
you go and watch that video before you watch
glyphs.
this
It's
video.
like it's
That
just a
being said,
modified symbol for God, and then like commonly symbol for the sun is a circle with the dot in the center. So it's just like an off-center dot from that. So it's just like sun god.
Ethan
Point
has
is
somehow
first things written on things, and that's why they're there. Is what like because these were some of the most common symbols in some of the early writing. Actually, we workshopped this a lot.
It took hours.
A lot of no, it took almost like, and it like for me, because like I had to learn graphic design as I go on these ink programs and stuff.
Right.
So
Okay.
to draw a line, I had to spend 3 hours learning the process.
Okay, then it was definitely longer for you, because
So
I
it
remember
took, like,
sitting
it
there
was a
for
week
hours
of like
figuring it
really
out.
solid work, and then I like had
Okay.
prototype designs because like we did a workshop
Yes.
of like what
Yeah, I
symbols
remember
to
you
incorporate,
showing
and
me
then I
the
did a
sheet.
bunch of designs.
Yeah, I remember you showing me the sheet, and I'm like, that one, and then we put them together and got a rough design, which I think was the circle one, the full circle one, and then I think we ended on this one with like the ink.
Well,
look.
this one I made more recently.
Yeah, and I think the actual tablet one is the one that we ended on for all the
Because I made that in Inkscape. I took an actual stone tablet in Inkscape and like painted over it and like digitized it into like a cartoon, into a vector image cartoon, and then put the logo in there, and then like I had to figure out how to like make that look actually carved into the stone tablet, which is a whole nother process of figuring out how to get the ink program to do that.
It's quite a process.
I've never used it
everything
since.
So much worse in the time between you seeing this video and the
Could be
video that
louder.
I made just yesterday. Yes, I know
Has a
that's
good
really
microphone and an XLR
amazing,
cable.
Not super hard to believe
Probably
at this point.
Probably has a preamp for it.
Mhm.
Still can't get proper audio. Come on.
But Ethan somehow managed to make everything worse and say some even more fucked up, heinous shit. So where does this all start? Yesterday, during the H3 After Dark podcast, they had a segment, or Ethan did this on a whim, where he was responding to chatters that were seemingly upset at him for mocking Aaron Bushnell's death, which was what my video was about yesterday. He was making fun of it. He was joking about it.
Hang on, we got to see. He just announced that he has a prequel here. So,
what?
What's this guy's channel called? How do you spell it?
Jonah.
How do you spell it?
JONUH.
I'm just getting the pretext of him first saying it.
Okay. Are you bringing it up?
Bro, yeah. Look, you got to see what this is a two-parter. You got to see what the first part is called. It's very funny. Very, very funny. Oh, you can't see. You have to look at the thumbnail for it. The thumbnail is what's funny.
So show me the thumbnail.
Well, I mean, this is the pre-context. I mean, we might need both. It just says the thumbnail is Ethan Klein is a piece of shit. And then this one is the thumbnail for this, it says Ethan needs to just shut the fuck up. Epic, bro.
All right, so today's video is going to be a little bit different. Today we are talking about a creator that I haven't really talked about that much on the channel. I don't know if I've ever covered him in a full video here on the channel, but that creator goes by the name of Ethan Klein. A lot of you probably know him. Some of you might not know him. But today we're going to talk about Ethan Klein.
Never heard of him.
Because Ethan thought that it would be best to
Who's
talk
that?
about Aaron Bushnell in a live stream that he did, and he just straight up completely mocked Aaron Bushnell and everything that his self-immolation was literally about. Really quick, before we get started, for those of you that might not be aware, which the story's everywhere, if you don't know about it, I don't know where you've been. Aaron Bushnell, who is an active duty Air Force.
Do not show this.
Past Sunday,
if
on
he
February
fucking
25th, went on a live stream on Twitch, walked in front of the Israeli
I'm
embassy
ready.
in Washington, D.C., and set himself on fire. He passed away from his injuries, and this is the most extreme form of protest that exists, is self-immolation.
I don't know about that one.
Quote from him. I can't show you guys the video. I can't show you guys the video here on YouTube. Okay,
Thank
the video
God.
is also very hard to watch.
I
If you've
can
seen
think
it,
of
you know
more
it's very,
extreme
very hard
things.
to watch. But I think it's
Like?
I mean, marching against fucking snipers when all you have is bricks from this town square and
That's
lighting
true.
tires on fire and overthrowing your own government?
That's a fair point.
It's important that we talk about why Aaron Bushnell did this. My name is Aaron
Mhm.
Bushnell. This is the quote from the video. My name
Actually,
is
if
Aaron
you
Bushnell.
actually
I'm
look
an
into
active
it,
duty
it's
member of
quite
the US Air
sad.
Force.
You can look at down the conspiracy rabbit holes that he fell down. And I think Vaush may have made a good video that I agreed with a little bit. I'm not sure. But like a lot of it was lies and false like attitudes of stuff about what was actually going on. You know, like PSL shit and stuff. And like even though he was like an anarchist though, like still that's like not immune to these information pathways.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
And I would no longer be complicit in genocide. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal, and this is all I can really show. But
bro,
this is
come
right
on!
after he
What
had
the
cancer
fuck?
and I guess like lighter fluid in it or gas or something.
Get that shit
Like,
off
he
the
poured it on himself.
screen. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sitting here waiting. You said you were ready for it, and then we fucking
It
watched
wasn't
the
the
whole thing.
video. It was just a picture.
Bro, I don't want to fucking risk our channel, man. They already demonetized us. I don't want to fucking lose it because a propeller hat guy wanted to show a fucking man killing himself.
Really quick before we get into the Ethan clip, the media coverage of Aaron Bushnell's self-immolation has been fucking disgusting, like literally deplorable. David Dole covered this in a video that he made a couple of days ago. And it's a really, really great video where he talks about like how most of the big media outlets are just reporting on this like fucking straight trash garbage. CNN was actually one of the surprising ones that didn't have a completely trashy garbage take, but I don't even know. Just say some really horrible shit.
My first reaction.
Also, this clip is like sped up. The clip is just sped up. I couldn't find a non sped up one.
Is this? It was absolutely insane how he like stood the whole time. That was crazy. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Again, not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean, that sounds bad, but he did it really good. Does that sound bad? We have to make levity of things. Does that sound bad that he was really good? I mean, but I mean that as a compliment.
Look. I'm gonna.
Is that it?
Yes. This is a straight like PSL-ass narrative, right? Where they're saying he's laughing at it. Look, he's laughing with his genocider wife. He clearly realized, oh, that came out really wrong. What I said was fucked up. And he looked and was like, ooh. Like it was more of like an ooh. That was kind of a fucking thing to say, laugh, you know? Like he's laughing at himself because he knows what he said didn't come out the right way.
It's so ridiculous, yeah.
Right? But like his response to this the next day, you can tell that all these people, like Propeller Hat Man, really pissed him off because of how far they ran with this. And then you know, and then eventually he was like, you know what? I was making fun of him.
Double down, fuck it.
Yeah, though that's the thing is like who is he trying to appease? That's his whole point in the next video. That's the whole point. He's like, why do I even bother with you people? Like you're like, shut up.
It's psychos, yeah.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with all of you guys. I am the type of person that if I'm in like a shitty situation, one of my coping mechanisms is to try to joke about stuff.
Oh my God.
Like I do that around people that I know in real life. And you know, sometimes
so you would
can't joke
acknowledge
about
that's what was going on here. Thanks. Okay.
Great. Can we move on? Cool.
Shit. Okay.
Let's keep going. Is there actually nothing else? Is that it?
No, that's really it.
Jesus Christ. Well,
this is funny. And again, we know what Ethan's positions are on
and about it like that's what I'm here's Ethan no, but I don't understand what I mean. Weirdos. What did I do?
I wanted to hear him talk about what Ethan's positions are. I wanted to hear him tell me what this guy thinks instead of letting this guy speak for himself.
No, I'll let him talk next time.
All I hear is Ethan no, but I don't understand what I've even fucking said. Oh, chewing? Yeah, I'll stop that. Maybe they just talk about the chewing. Could that be? Yeah, that's probably it. Wait, what did I even say that to mean? Like, give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Didn't I do it because you want people to talk about it? Like that's what I'm doing. My point is this. First of all, I was stunned.
Look, man, the fact that he stood the whole time is fairly impressive.
Bro, watch out. You can't say that. You'll get canceled. Can't say it's impressive of how he died.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, actually, I know. I'm just fucking with you because that's there is another thing that he says here. He says, Ethan says, I think suicide is still wrong, though. And that's what also set them off because he made light of it and said that it wasn't justice for this guy to kill himself. Okay,
And
bro.
like realistically, it was right during the negotiations, wasn't it? Would timing not have been better now, as they're planning to go into Rafah? I mean, the
timing is
timing.
it's when it was. It's when it
Yeah.
was. He couldn't take it
Yeah,
anymore.
it is what it is. But
Stunned by the way that he.
Another death that could have been prevented by Israel
Exactly.
just not being a fucking
Yep.
dick.
Exactly, and that's the real point.
Stood through the whole thing. I mean, shit, that was wild. And really showed his true resolve to protest in that way. I can only imagine this.
I mean, that's a
horrific way to die. So
that's not an awful way to phrase it. What he just said there, that it shows resolve for the protest.
Mm-hmm.
That he was that determined to do it.
That being said, I do not believe that it is good for people to be romanticizing or encouraging. I know it's not. I know people aren't doing that, but like the way people are romanticizing it is kind of fucked up, in my opinion.
I hope he knows what the actual. I hope Ethan understands and is using the term romanticizing correctly here.
Correctly, yeah. It sounds like he is. It sounds like that's what he's trying to get across, that they're glorifying and
they're
making
adding
it
a
seem like
mythology.
Yeah, putting a mythos behind this act. And it's all you really need to say about it is that it is the most desperate act of protest, and it is just that, desperation. It's a desperate act to get people.
That's
to
why.
notice
That's why
what you want them to notice.
One of some of the most common ones is people who are like stateless or won't get accepted in
Yeah.
immigration and stuff, like Syrians and Kurds.
Yes, yeah.
There was a lot of fucking immolations in the Iraq War too, mostly deliberate, like people who lit other people on fire for their crimes.
Yeah, a lot of self-immolations in Vietnam. Some of the most famous photos from Vietnam were self-immolations. So yeah, it's definitely there historically, but
self-immolation, and there was that self-immolation in Russia during one of the Navalny protests when he first got poisoned, I think.
Really?
Or maybe first got arrested. Yeah, guy self-immolated.
Crazy.
Anywhere.
Imagine
and nobody came with fire extinguishers either.
Yeah, imagine burning yourself alive for a Nazi. Cringe.
I don't know exactly what his motivation.
Where is this happening at? It's being romanticized. Where? That's not happening on social media, and that's certainly not happening in the media coverage of Aaron Bushnell's death. Where is that happening at? Romanticizing it. Also,
I don't think he actually said it's happening. I think he said we shouldn't.
Said, please don't do this. All of the creators I like and watch have said, please don't do this. Feel like
that's
not something
that's the encouragement. You're not addressing the romanticization.
Okay, so
or
let's
you
get
don't
this straight.
understand.
You already acknowledged that it was like an awkward laugh that he let out, and now you're acknowledging that he's saying that we shouldn't romanticize or encourage this, just like your other favorite creators.
Why is he making the video again?
Because he's got brain rot and has to be mad at what PSL tells him to be mad at.
Need to be saying.
I don't. He sees this. He's like, I don't even know what PSL. Sure, bro.
With any kind of
I'm sure. I'm sure you think that.
The amount of people online who are talking about it in this like wonderful, almost like.
There you go. Now you
people
can say.
Trying to where I put it. People are idolizing him. More people are going to kill themselves. I mean, that's just a matter of fact. There's just more people going to kill themselves. I don't think suicide's fun.
No, Ethan, that's not fucking true at all. That's not fucking true. And again, he literally was saying free Palestine as he was burning.
Okay.
That's the part that Ethan doesn't want to focus on. But he's also saying, oh, more people are going to kill themselves now. This is not the first time something like this has happened.
It is for the Palestinian thing right now.
Cases
it is during the Israeli war.
Mass drove. I guess he just thinks that people are just going to go out in the streets and start like self-immolating.
What if they do? Then
they might,
or you're just like offing themselves, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's a potential.
Do you ever got?
Yeah, almost like
it could be a standalone complex.
Almost like he's saying, "Hey, we shouldn't encourage this because it could cause a mimetic trend." Do you know how like mass shootings occur mimetically?
Yeah, if you're a watcher of us, you'll definitely know about it. It's the same thing. It's standalone complexes. It's mimetic warfare. It's mimeticized protest. Like it could easily happen. Mass psychosis could happen, and it could easily just happen instantly. Who fucking knows? Like, you really don't know. It's completely unpredictable. Like, that's like the entire thing about it is it's unpredictable. So who fucking knows?
Ever like, I mean, like, I don't know how many of you guys will watch Ethan anymore. Again, I try to stay away. He gives me the ick now.
Yeah.
You guys ever get the feeling like maybe he just shouldn't talk about the shit at all because it doesn't sound like he knows really what he's talking about?
I don't think it's anything that we should encourage. I think it's pretty much always bad.
What is
And while I can
where
appreciate
the rant he's going on,
dedication,
and
I mean,
just him
come on.
going, I don't think we should encourage this. Ethan shouldn't talk about this. He doesn't know what he's talking about, bro. All he said is don't encourage this. Like what? Like what? Where? I don't see the connections you're laying down. Yeah,
Palestine?
but they couldn't. Yeah, for Palestine, they completely covered
okay.
it up. Completely covered it up. They
Interesting.
don't even know. They think it's a female. I think they don't know the name, identity, anything like that. They didn't.
Crazy.
Almost like the government is worried that it would be a trend if it happened.
Yeah.
So they covered it up
Interesting.
immediately, and
But
didn't.
they
let
couldn't
out
cover
any
this one up.
details. Well, because he live streamed it.
Yeah. Maybe that was one of the reasons was that was
like
hidden.
there's been a few self-immolations here for like climate, right?
Yeah.
And like only one of those I remember getting press because it was on video. And somebody else took the video, I think.
Mildly, you know, if I can appreciate his dedication, and his conviction, right? I mean, unbelievable.
All right, well, no.
Self-immolation.
Let's go to the second part.
Can you believe it? He said he appreciated
All right,
him.
so today's video is going to
What
be
a
a follow-up
fascist.
video to the video that I made yesterday about Ethan Klein.
Oh, you know why it's
mocking
quiet
Aaron
here?
Bushnell's
Mm.
You know why it's quiet here? Because he's trying not to wake
Because
his parents
are
up.
asleep. Yeah.
death, which was what my video was about yesterday. He was making fun of it.
Yeah,
He
it was
joking about it.
I think it
You
was
know,
the Supreme Court.
He was just claiming that Aaron Bushnell was, but we're gonna start here. And again, even the segment here in the H3 upload is Ethan responds to chat. And it's like I said, it goes off the rails really fast. Here it is.
Didn't she have some recent dramas here?
Hold on. Why are people mad at me? I want someone, please, to explain it. Explain why you're mad at me. Go ahead. I'm dying. Please.
Are people mad?
They're mad about my comments about Aaron Bushnell on the See You Next Tuesday. My point was this. I think
the name of
you
his show.
should be careful about how you romanticize
Yeah, but he
suicide.
spells it. He spells it so it's SYNT.
Because it's going to encourage more people to do it. That was my take.
And
And
it's a shitty take. I mean, like, you know,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I
Don't-
guess that was
It's a
part
shitty
of what
take
he
to not
said.
encourage
Yeah, that's
to
partially
say
true, I
suicide
guess,
is
but it was a
bad.
shitty
Okay.
take. It was a shitty take.
It wasn't though. It was basically the
that
basic
apparently
normie
enraged
take.
people.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think basic
Well,
normie is we're gonna say, well, I'm all like even more basic than Ethan, right? Because like
Mhm.
Ethan is just like normie plus adjacent, like Charlie
Yeah.
is normally plus
Yes.
adjacent, right?
Yeah.
So like they would be like, well, I'm all for like Palestine standing up for itself, but Hamas is bad. That's the take that these people have,
Yeah.
right? So it's like, I think what Israel's doing is wrong, but Hamas is bad. They always had to say, but Hamas, right? That's the type of thing. And so these people are going to see this and they're going to go, basically like, oh, I support his dedication, but I don't agree with how he went about it. Just like,
Yeah.
all the boomers who are like, I'm pro Black Lives Matter, but you can do it without blocking the road.
Yeah, not in my backyard.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Like, are we really going to be
That's what
this
I'm
mad
saying.
about such a normie fucking take, bro?
Yeah.
Like, come on. This dude literally touches grass. He doesn't sit online all day.
Tell me why. I'd love to know why. Because I feel like when people are angry at me, they're looking regarding this kind of stuff.
You want to know what's funny? Actually, I didn't even plan this in the video. but
Okay,
you wanna know
ready.
what's
I'm
funny
waiting for the
about
joke.
this
What's
is
funny?
that Ethan has such a problem with Aaron Bushnell's self-immolation, but I didn't hear Ethan talk about this. I don't have this pulled up, so give me just 1 minute here. There was actually an
Hilarious.
individual that self-immolated in Atlanta, I
Hey.
believe, in front of
Oh, so
Israeli
self-immolation
embassy.
is funny now.
No one.
Oh, this is funny.
It's very funny.
Hilarious,
Almost
bro.
nobody
Can you
talked about
believe he
this,
said
okay?
this?
Protester
Unbelievable.
critically
PSL
injured
should
after
cancel
setting
him.
self on fire outside Israeli consulate in Atlanta. This was December 2nd. This was December 2nd, and as far as I can tell,
It
Ethan
was
didn't have a
Atlanta,
problem
so I
with
can
that.
tell you this person was
He didn't have
PSL
a problem
Brain
with that.
too.
He didn't talk about
Yeah.
this individual. I believe it was a female. I'm not 100% on that.
Crazy.
I believe they used she/her pronouns. Ethan didn't talk
We
about
don't know.
this. He didn't talk about this, but for some reason, Aaron Bushnell's self-immolation he has a problem with. It's
Oh, wait.
It's
So
weird.
I
Where
thought your
was the
problem
problem?
was. Hang on. I thought your problem was that nobody was talking about Aaron Bushnell. Now it's nobody. Now it's everyone talks about Aaron Bushnell and not this thing. This is so me trying to be like, hey, did you guys see Yemen? And now everyone wants to talk like they've been involved the
Yeah.
whole time.
Yeah. It's very funny. It's just moving the goalposts because you always want to be outraged. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just outrage, just being angry. Oh,
But
I'm
it gets
permanently mad.
clicks.
Let me make a video.
It just shows that he's not as well versed on the issue as he claims to be, or wishes
He claims to
was,
be
I
well
guess.
versed.
They're looking for any reason, and so I feel like if you
What are you
actually
talking
articulated
about?
why you're mad at
This
me,
is like
it wouldn't make any
we
sense.
can.
So
I'm
dying.
sure
Please
if
write
we
it.
want to take examples of him not being well versed on the issue, we can, right?
Yeah.
So like a certain argument is like, where else would Jews go if Israel didn't exist? You know, I've seen people tackle that argument. I'm not going to. I don't fucking give a shit.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about here is him just having an opinion on a suicide and saying that we shouldn't encourage it. Okay.
Yeah, that's about it. That's
What
pretty much it.
he shouldn't talk. He can just shut up. He shouldn't talk about suicide.
What I saw
Because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about all this shit every fucking day. And now all of a sudden you gotta get all bitched out. Like, give me a break, dude. I wasn't even.
Oh my god, dude! He's literally
Oh my
doing
God,
the right
dude!
wing. Fucking, I can't say anything anymore. He's literally doing the I can't say anything anymore. You can't say anything anymore. He's literally doing it.
Uh-huh.
The transition
Literally.
is complete.
Maybe because people
He's
like you are
literally
annoying
doing the thing
to
where right
normies.
wingers say, "Oh my
Yeah.
god, we can't say anything anymore."
No, he's not though.
Dog, people are gonna criticize your shitty take.
Cat.
Come on.
What should he take?
I refuse.
Suicide
I refuse to
shouldn't be
believe that someone
encouraged. Like
Ethan,
it's a
who has
normie
been
take,
on the
bro.
internet making content for years now, over 10 years, I know of. I found this motherfucker in 2015 when he
Good for
was
you.
way different than he is now. But I guess he
Wow,
hasn't really
you found him at the very end of his content. You must be so attached to Ethan. Wow, really, really going back to like vape niche shit, right?
Falling
real,
fan.
real OG right there.
really changed that much from what he used to be.
Who cares?
No way that Ethan
This guy
has
I
been online
found
this
that I
long,
watched for a
and he
year
is so
changed a
unself-aware.
year
Yeah,
after
he
I
had
started
kids,
watching
and then
it.
he didn't talk
I'm
about anything
outraged.
cool.
He basically made that Logan Paul video and then quit and started becoming a cuck.
And he doesn't think it's a shitty take, though. Dog,
There
come
is no
on, this is
take.
ridiculous. I've been making videos for less than 2 years on a regular basis, and I am
Epic.
self-aware enough to know that a shitty take is gonna have people dump on you. That's how it fucking works. Come on.
Insulting him. I said, it was the joke was that it was distasteful, and I was complimenting his resolve. Frankly, and the joke was that it was a compliment in a really distasteful way.
Maybe just don't joke about it, though, dog. Like, did you ever think of that? Did you ever think of that?
Joking is illegal now. Did you know that comedy is not covered in the First Amendment and you're not allowed to do
Would
it?
it be appropriate if somebody made a joke about something that was super traumatic that
Yes.
happened to either Ethan or Hila?
Yes.
Even if it wasn't in bad faith?
Yes.
Bro,
which I
we
don't
joke
think
about
Ethan's joke
9/11
was
in this country.
Yes. There is nothing you cannot joke about. Grow up.
good faith. I think it was a very bad faith, very horrible thing to say. I also don't
If it was bad faith, it wasn't a joke.
think it was a joke because it wasn't funny.
Jokes do not have to be funny.
My fucking humor. I do it here every day. And free.
I mean, it's especially
Yeah,
on
we make fun of people killing themselves every fucking day.
Stop yelling
here
into your
at
mic
H3
like this.
Podcast. We make fun of people fucking
You're gonna wake up your
engaging in the most
parents.
extreme forms of protest every day. Fuck those people. Yeah, fuck them. We make fun of people like that every
This is
fucking
such
day.
fake outrage.
Fuck yeah, dude.
members, which is a little more unfiltered.
Ethan gone wild.
Unfiltered by design. It's
Getting
just
her
kind of
out.
like Ethan is there. And,
No, I would say that joke on the podcast.
sure,
And I joke
but
about.
but especially on the members, you just kind of like shoot the shit.
Yeah,
Say whatever about
absolutely.
it.
But it's really annoying that like people just they stand by like just waiting for any reason to call me. And by the way, call me a Zionist. Make it about how I support genocide, about all this horrible fucking shit to call me racist. Why? Because I made one stupid,
Okay,
insensitive joke
look,
that
We're
no,
not.
Ethan.
For everyone who knows
was
what
not just
happens
your
after
comment.
this in the Ethan Klein drama saga, we're not getting into the therapist shit. We're not going through looking up the evidence of what happened with the therapist thing. It's not happening. The buck stops here with Propeller Hat Boy.
It's about Aaron Bushnell. Okay.
Bushnell.
Don't fucking lie. Don't do that shit. It is so much more than the comments you made about Aaron Bushnell that people are calling you a Zionist.
Bushnell.
And I don't know if I mentioned this when I introduced the video here. I have a clip pulled up here that I don't know if a lot of people know about. They
Can't
might,
wait.
maybe not. A
We got
clip
some deep
of
lore.
Ethan and Hila on a
Hell
podcast with
yeah.
comedian Bobby Lee. That's Bobby Lee right there.
Let's
where
go.
they get asked about the Israel and Palestine situation, because that's what the title of the video is. And this clip is very telling. We're only going to watch about a minute of this here in a little
Great.
bit.
Okay.
But that clip
Hurry
that
up.
we're going to play from that podcast is very, 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 very telling.
Just play the fucking
Okay.
clip.
that anybody can.
Oh my god.
So it's not just what you said the other day, buddy.
By the way, they didn't call his character into question. It literally was just like he was really good, and he was. My point was like his resolve.
We're not
was
going to watch
horrendous,
it now. We're
and
promoing
that,
it for later.
Yeah.
Really struck me about that video was how he stood there.
That was my first reaction.
And I was like, wow, that I didn't even think that anybody could do that. So I mean,
I don't understand how that's what you thought about when you watched. If you haven't watched the Aaron Bushnell video, okay, it's hard to watch. I can't show.
Oh,
it here
come on,
YouTube,
bro.
Obviously, for obvious reasons.
Do we really
haven't
want to
watched-
pretend it's not a normal thought that it's like, wow, he's still standing?
Yeah, I would imagine that everybody had that thought. It's like, Jesus, he's still standing.
I mean, considering the fact that I was also standing still, so the most self-immolations that I've seen, they run because they run screaming
Yeah.
in pain until they die.
Mm-hmm.
The video. It's very hard.
It's very rare to see someone do it either in silence or while consciously saying a phrase.
Bro, I can't
It's
believe you
wild.
made fun of that one guy and called him dying for a Nazi when I told you about the Russian self-immolation. I can't believe you fucking Zionist.
Hard to watch. Okay, it's a hard video to watch. I also do think it is important that people that feel comfortable, and especially people that are engaged with this in this activism of talking about the Palestinians being under the apartheid Israeli regime and being genocided. I
Mhm.
feel like it is important that even if you don't feel
Yeah, you can do this without being a fuckhead, right?
comfortable watching the video, you look at it. That is normal fucking people didn't watch that and be like, oh wow, I can't believe he's been standing so long after he.
Most normal people probably didn't watch it. Normal people who did probably did think that.
He set himself on fire. That's so incredible. Wow. No. When I watched the video, and I watched it a few different times.
Crazy.
The first time I watched it, I honestly, I didn't even. I was just completely blown away. What I focused on
By what? The fact that he was standing there for so long? What blew you away?
was what he said before he dumped the lighter fluid or whatever it was he dumped on him. I don't know exactly what it was, either gas or lighter fluid. What surprised me was what he said about the U.S. being complicit in a genocide, and then him screaming, "Free Palestine!" as he was burning.
Okay.
I don't understand how both of
Okay.
their reactions are. I can't believe he stood there for so
Same thing.
long.
You
Literally
said
the same thing.
That's what you said. Though you literally just said that's what impressed you is that he was able to
Yeah.
keep saying "Free Palestine."
Yeah. Both of the things.
Can you
are
believe this
impressive.
guy said this?
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Why would you mock him like that? Seriously. Unbelievable.
Bro,
Appreciating
this
him.
guy is so funny.
What the fuck kind of a take is? What the fuck is that? That's
It's not a take.
Like, if I was having a conversation with somebody about Aaron Bushnell, and that's what they said to me,
Bushnell.
I would either just fucking walk away from them and probably never talk to that person ever again and try to avoid them at all costs, or just straight up be like, dude, you're fucking nuts. Like, you're actually a shitty human being. I can't. We haven't even got to the part that I think is terrible, and I already can't. I just can't engage with this level of fucking
it's
stupid.
like these
I don't know
people
how to talk
coming
about
after
that,
me,
but
and
his
it's
resolve
like,
was
okay, go ahead, bro. Like, I literally talk to the people that like, like, come on, come at me. Like,
incredible. And what I said was he's really good at burning alive, and I mean that as the most sincere compliment possible.
It's not a compliment. Do you not hear how, dude, this shit is so fucked up, man. You could slap a fucking, like, Steven Crowder, fucking Daily Wire, The Blaze, fucking, you could slap any right-wing fucking media logo on here and play
no,
this
you
audio
couldn't,
and
because
be like, oh,
they're
yeah, okay,
gonna
that makes sense.
they're
That's a
gonna
right-wing
talk
opinion.
about
Yeah,
how
that's
he's an idiot
someone,
and
you know, I know
for
what their
dying
political
for
opinions
something
are.
that doesn't exist. Idiot, you're
That's
a
so
fucking
fucked up.
idiot.
He's so good at burning alive, and I mean that in such a sincere way. Dog, you need to please shut the fuck up, Ethan. For the love of fucking God, shut
He
your
was
fucking
good at
mouth.
burning alive. What can I
And,
say?
and it's obviously also a really dark, like humoristic way to look at it.
So how are you going to take that and call me a racist, a genocidal, a monster? I mean, if you're coming at me with those kinds of takes, you are ensuring peace will never happen.
All right. I'm gonna head out. Y'all have a good one. This motherfucker just said,
Goodbye.
said that if you call, Ethan just said that if you call him a Zionist, you're ensuring that that peace for Palestinians will never be achieved.
Okay,
If you call
goodbye.
Ethan a Zionist online, guys, you're fucking you're not pro-Palestine. You're not fucking anti-Palestinians being genocided. You're pro-Palestinian genocide. If you call Ethan a Zionist online, that is the most self-absorbed, insane, nasty, horrible, shitty take I think I've ever heard.
Because you
I mean,
can't
that
even
shit is
have
garbage.
a fucking you can't even have any kind of dialogue where everybody isn't
Did you
walking
not hear
totally aligned with you. I
Thomas
never said a single bad
Sowell
thing about that,
saying
man.
that slaves like their
Other
masters?
than
That was a
compliment,
pretty
not
shitty
even
take.
compliment because it's weird to say, but his resolve is nuts. His resolve was really remarkable. That's what I said. And that's
Ethan's disconnect from reality is so far, like,
Not yours,
just
though.
out there. I don't think we can bring him back. I really don't. I can't. I shouldn't be laughing. I just can't believe he's
Bro, I can't
saying this
believe you're
shit on a
laughing
live
at this
stream.
guy's mental
That's
disorder.
crazy to me.
That's what the joke was. If you can't deal with it, then you're a fucking hypocrite because I make these jokes about all different topics, about all different sensitive things, about all
Yeah,
different.
dude, attack. You know what? You know what I've realized? You wanna know what
Ethan's
the best
so
strategy is when
butthurt.
you're an online creator?
I
When you're
can't tell who's more
actual
butthurt about
people that
this,
support you, your
Propeller Hat
followers,
Boy
your
or
subs, your
Ethan.
paid members start calling you out for a shitty take you had. Fucking tell them that they're fucking dumb. Call out your audience. Turn on your audience. That works out great. That's worked out great for every creator that has ever existed
Yeah.
in any media
No,
space. ever.
Hasan
You turn on
certainly
your
never
fans, you're
does
gonna win
that.
every time.
Hasan, top of
Yep,
the
go on the
fucking
attack with your
political
fans, Ethan. That is the
streamers.
smartest move I've ever
The
seen.
guy who you
Yes,
wanted
attack
to
your
fight
fans that are rightfully
Kafals
calling
to
you out.
defend.
That's gonna turn out really well for you. Really, really good.
different groups of people every fucking show. And then when it lightly brushes on your shoulder, you freak the fuck out and you bitch and you cry and you go and you try to find any
Who's
reason.
the one who's bitching and crying though, Ethan? Seriously, who's bitching and crying? You sound like the bitch, and you're literally crying. You tell me.
To, you know what I mean? To get angry. Give me a fucking break. Look in the mirror, loser. You're the problem. You are the problem. You are. I can't even have any.
Yeah, you know the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of people that have literally little to no following or a much smaller platform than Ethan. They're the problem, guys. It's not Ethan that has how many fucking subs does he have on this shit? 2.9, almost 3
Bro,
million
he's talking about the
subscribers.
people who drive
I'll
people
be nice and
away
go underneath what he
from
has.
a rational
2.9 million
position
subscribers.
that's
It's not the guy who has
pro-Palestine.
a platform of 2.9 million subs on only one channel. This is only one of his channels. I know he doesn't upload on like his other
Because
channels
you
anymore.
do. And
Guys,
that's
it's not the guy
kind
that
of
has
the
3 million
goal for
followers.
certain
An extremely
people.
large platform that spreads information that's number one incorrect and number two just downright fucking heinous, shitty, and horrible. It's you. You're the fucking problem. So fuck you. A message from Ethan Klein.
Nobody can have any nuanced conversation about this.
What is the nuanced conversation? No, seriously. What is the nuanced conversation? Is he talking about Aaron Bush or is he talking about Israel Palestine? Because I don't feel like there's any nuance in either of those conversations. What is the nuance?
I
There's
agree.
obviously nuance in many different things that everyone can talk about. Yes. What's the nuance in this particular context? I need it explained because I really don't see it.
That's the problem. You know what I mean? So extreme.
Yes.
It really pisses me off
Really?
because I never said a damn bad thing about that guy. And that's why I says when you need to explain your reason for calling me a racist, calling me a genocidal, a Zionist, which by the way, Zionist is just another slur for Jew, being a Jew. You know how many people now calling fucking every Jew a Zionist?
No, man.
Okay. Just call me a Jew and get it fucking over with.
I see
Literally
it.
Michael Rappaport. For those of you that might not be aware, I've covered it here on the channel.
I know,
just
yeah.
Just not too long ago. Michael Rappaport is a semi-famous actor, completely washed up now, who after October 7th just fucking completely lost his shit and went actually full Zionist. He claims he is a Zionist, a proud Zionist, and just went super Islamophobic.
So does Joe
And
Biden.
one of the talking points that he routinely spews is that calling every Jew a Zionist. Well, maybe not Michael Rappaport exactly. Maybe that's not the best example to use, but this is literally Michael Rappaport rhetoric right here. He's saying that every Jew is being attacked. People are attacking all Jews and saying all Jews are this and that. No, I rewound it a little bit just so I can hear it again.
About this. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So extreme. It really pisses me off because I never said it. Calling me a racist, calling me genocidal, a Zionist, which by the way, Zionist is just another slur for Jew, being a Jew. You know how many people now calling fucking every Jew a Zionist? It's like, okay, just call me a Jew and get it fucking over with. Call me the K word. At least I'll know what you mean. It's just the truth. Not everybody, not all the time. But a lot of times, let's not fucking pretend that anti-Semitism isn't a fucking massive inferno of acceptable behavior right now on the left and the right.
It's not. It's not, Ethan. It's
It
not.
is.
It's
It
not
is.
acceptable on either side, and he's acting like anti-Semitism is just like
Bro,
mainstream
he said
right now somehow. And,
sometimes, like
it's
he's
not-
talking about
yes,
the
anti-Semitism
fringe.
is the problem. Yes,
This dude
anti-Semitism
is
does
so
exist.
like,
It most certainly does exist, but so does Islamophobia. And again, you know what? I'm just gonna play the fucking clip right now, dude. I'm gonna fucking play the clip right now. We haven't even got to the Frogan shit. This video is way longer than I planned on it being. I'm just gonna play this fucking clip right now to show you guys what Ethan and Hila think of the Palestinian people. Because in this clip, let me move it over so you guys can really see him, so people don't say that I fucking fake the shit, because people literally comment shit like that on my videos. In this clip right here, Hila literally claims that fucking when it comes to, I'm just gonna let the clip play. I'm not even gonna set it up.
Jerusalem, 50-50.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna
I don't know
rewind
much
here.
about it. But can I just ask a question? Can't you just split up Jerusalem 50-50?
Had to.
It is already split up.
50-50.
I don't know if it's 50-50, but
well, for example, the
it
old
is split
city,
up.
which is really the part that everyone's fighting over. Well, I don't want to say that, but everybody's really obsessed with the old city, which is the biblical part of the city, and that is cut up into perfect quarters from after World War II, with like the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, and there's another group, like the Gennonites or some weird one that nobody really.
It's perfectly cut up. It's perfectly cut up.
They just got hooked up.
So
Perfectly
that's
cut
what.
up.
So it is split up.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
by groups.
East Jerusalem, you don't. That's That's all Arabic.
There's a lot of places where you see everyone coexisting.
But
Yeah. There's a lot of places
bro,
where you see everyone.
yes, bro, yes. There's a lot like this. This is literally something that I talk about all the time. Is that like a lot of business owners hire Palestinians in these places, right? So like a lot of these, especially when you go to West Bank, they all have work permits. They have to go like work, right? And because of the apartheid structure, it's more likely that the owners are going to be Jewish, right? So they have to work together in a professional environment already.
Coexisting. Okay.
It's
The
true.
problem is the extremes.
It's
on both sides.
100% true.
The Orthodox Jewish people
And the
cause
extreme-
trouble,
yeah.
and the terrorists.
Terrorists, yeah.
Well, you
people
know-
who do all the terror attacks on the other side.
Oh, you
mean
mean
the
the
IDF?
terrorists
Talking
and the
about IDF? That was the
terrorists?
clip I wanted to play right there. That was it.
Cool.
I mean, you guys heard it. You heard what she just said. She said, there's Jewish people that they can be a
Bro.
little, they can be a little.
You idiot. Like, come on. Can we really just analyze this for a second? That she says the terrorists on the other side caused the problems. Okay, now let's think about this for a second, right? When we had Arafat, who was possibly assassinated by Israel using isotopes, right? So we had somebody who could actually represent and pull Palestine forward. Palestine was united, right? And that's why there's the whole thing where they say like Israel helped Hamas undermine them, right? Hamas even hates the Palestinian Authority. They don't fund the Palestinian Authority. They fund any group that's militant in the West Bank. They'll fund, though, not the Authority, because like, technically the Authority is against those groups. The Authority is supposed to police those groups, right? So Hamas is an enemy to the established national state of Palestine as well. Like, Hamas has made it so there hasn't been a way forward since they've been elected. There hasn't been any progress done, right? So the thing is that you can say, well, they forced their hands to get to this extremism. Arafat was a terrorist. Arafat did terror attacks. He did strategized terror attacks. He put civilians in Beirut, in Lebanon, with southern Lebanon. I don't know if it was Beirut, but like he put civilians in the way. That was his plan. Let Israel respond, film the killed civilians, go look what Israel does, and it worked.
It does work.
So if we still had, which we can also say that Israel caused this, if you want to go there, we could have had so many. Obviously, apartheid might still exist if Hamas never came to power. Maybe. Might still be an apartheid system, but would it be totally stagnant and regressing and just like the state it is in now? How many settlements would be happening if Palestine was that unified, and they would if unified Palestine that's not like has Gaza controlled by the Muslim Brotherhood, who's an enemy of every fucking nation in the region, the Muslim Brotherhood, right? So if those guys were in a leadership position in Gaza, how many Arab states would still be behind Palestine? What about that? What if it's a completely different scenario because Arab states don't end up doing these like constant agreements with Israel for their own interest because they are going to side with the capital and things like that? You know, there's just more benefiting them siding with Israel than Palestine. States don't care about principles. But what if Palestine was functional enough that it could actually go and use diplomacy as a function? Would Jordan be so helpful to Israel, even though there would,
Probably
one's
not.
aid?
Probably not. Imagine if instead of Baathism, it was socialism.
Yeah, it almost seems like Ela was right.
Crazy.
Hamas has not moved
And
things
then there's
forward.
the terrorists, the Muslim people. You know the terrorists.
No.
You know the Palestinians, the terrorists. I mean,
No.
that's literally. that is
You know what this is? This
She
is
literally
selective
said there's
hearing.
people that coexist. And also,
Yeah.
like, she literally said that. Oh, there's a lot of people who coexist. The problem is the extremist Jews and then the terrorists on the other side.
Yep. It's exactly what she said. The Orthodox I think is the word she used.
Yeah. Well, she said Orthodox and then I think extremist or something. She described two different groups of people.
Okay, I must have missed the second one.
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Oh well, let's continue.
Literally a straight IDF talking point right there. A straight fucking IDF.
Well, she was in the IDF.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has to be. There's like a tour guide, though, for like people making their little Hajj.
Yeah, right.
Whatever the pilgrimage is called.
Really full on IDF right there. I mean, look, just
The
listen.
Orthodox Jewish people cause
extreme-
trouble,
yeah.
and the terrorists.
Terrorists, yeah. Well, you
people
know-
who do all the
Yeah.
terror attacks on the other side.
Yeah. You guys know all the Muslim terrorists, guys, because every Muslim's a terrorist. According,
She didn't say that. She literally said people coexist.
Orthodox Jews,
Yep.
are, the terrorists, the Muslims, the Palestinians, they're terrorists. Terrorists.
Nazis and leftists are dabbing the fuck up, saying fuck Zionists. You know?
Yeah, dog. Fuck Zionists. Fuck Zionism. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dog. Fuck yeah. Yeah,
He's
fuck
so
Zionism,
excited.
dog.
I
Does he
know.
not understand what Zionism is? Does he not understand what a Zionist
I don't
is?
think
Like,
you
does he
do.
not
Is it-
understand the fucking word?
What is Zionist?
Is
What is
white
Zionism?
propeller hat man trying to
Propeller hat
explain
man,
to
what
a
is
Jew
Zionism?
what Zionism is?
Propeller hat man, what is Zionism? Go ahead. It's a colonial apartheid finger.
If you're gonna talk about it, you need to understand what it means
That's
first. I mean,
awesome.
shit.
And
That's
you know,
that's the issue. This
again,
is
not
why
to-
I stopped using
I gotta-
words like
it's
Zionist,
driving me
because
insane.
it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is worse than like a kid who has like a really big presentation. At,
That's
like, school, and
I
they're
don't
just
care.
not
Like, you
prepared
can
at all. They literally
identify
go
as a
there and they just get
Zionist
told
if you
right
still
through it,
want to
and
go
literally don't know what
forward
they're
instead
talking
of
about. Except,
maintaining the status
this
quo
isn't
where
school, this
Palestinians
isn't
are
a
dying.
project, and
You're still
he is
more of
just
an ally.
being the worst
Yeah.
type of person in front of an
That's
audience
true.
of hundreds of thousands of people.
I gotta fucking talk about
Anti-status
it.
quo
You know,
is where it's at.
I'm not going to sit
because the
here
status
and
quo
pretend
is
like
genocide.
there's just not a title.
Yeah.
So I don't care what position you have, as long as you're anti-status quo and being like genocide is bad.
Mm-hmm.
You're close enough than the opposition is, and the opposition is status quo.
Mm-hmm.
Simple. There's nothing to debate. That's it.
Wave of anti-Semitism gobbling up the entire discourse. It's fucking disgusting, man.
No, dude, fucking you.
It is,
And
though.
I'm doing as an Israeli dual citizen, as someone who's deeply invested in the state of Israel, who's probably more sympathetic to the Israeli perspective than most people would be. I've tried so hard to pull myself to some kind of central ground where we can have a real conversation about this stuff. I'm pulled myself all the way to, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. And so
it sounded like that was really hard for you, dog.
No, it
sounds
didn't.
like you just did it.
What are you
just to do
talking
it.
about? That sounded like he said it multiple times, and it's really not a thing to say anymore. What are you talking about? Is this bad faith
He's also
video?
saying, like, I agree with everything you're saying. Like, what are you actually
Yeah.
mad about?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ.
Which
Selective
again,
hearing.
this is a real issue because what people think that, like I say, like voting is not an act of self-expression. At the end of the day, it's choice one, choice two, status quo or not is what the choice is now in Palestine.
Yep.
And guess who makes that choice? Not us.
Mm-hmm.
So you can definitely, what you should be, and beyond that, if you want to be against the status quo, you can like look up things like how power structures exist, who gets funding from these organizations, right?
Yeah. You know what's funny about this particular video though? Is
What's funny? Go ahead. Sorry.
I cannot say to both everybody in the video, everybody in the one that we're watching, that it's not your place to choose, because these two actually could have a say in some kind of vote if there was some kind of
they're
democratic
dual
process
citizens.
in Israel.
They can
Exactly.
vote
So
in Israel.
they actually
Yeah.
do have a vested interest in
But
this situation.
Also, let me tell you this: the Michigan organized vote that was organized within the Arab bloc, and you hear me talk about the blocks all the time and how much power these people have, right? That movement probably put more pressure on the Democratic Party than anything that's been done
ever.
A vote.
Yeah.
You
Pretty
know,
crazy.
you notice a lot of their attitude and how they instantly were like, Netanyahu bad. We're building a pier after those votes happen.
Yeah.
You think it was just because of the whole Ramadan and Rafah thing? Or do you think these things
no fucking way.
coincided?
Yeah.
Like, come
crazy
on.
how things line up that way.
Yes.
I mean,
And
really?
amazing. You mean voting actually did something. And we'll see. And like the thing is, what's also really sad about it is like it shows that they've pretty much given up on diplomacy, right? To build, they're like, fuck it, we're not even going to try to work with Israel.
Yeah.
We're just going to put aid in here.
Yep. And they're basically like, try and bomb us, see what happens.
Oh yeah, and they're like, get the fuck out, Netanyahu, get out.
Yeah, yeah. I hope they fucking coup him. I really do.
Well, the oust is the correct word. Oust.
Whatever. Oust
That's
him,
like how
sure.
Biden was pro ousting Erdogan, but he said we have to do it through the democratic process. The thing is that because Israel is a coalition government, all we have to do is convince people in that coalition to break it.
That's
Enough
true.
people break from that coalition, it's done.
And
Netanyahu's
yeah,
gone.
it would be funny turning their tactics against them and just lobby the Israeli government.
Yeah, which they are.
Dump
They
tons of
already
fucking
are.
money into
They
Israeli
already,
politicians.
the main opposition within his coalition has already been to the White House and the UK.
Epic.
They are doing that.
Epic. That's awesome. I love that because it's turning their own tactics against them. That's so funny.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll look at.
I'm not going to sit here
I might pull up Chuck Schumer today, but it'll definitely be on the next news day.
and pretend
we'll
like
probably do a
there's just
Haiti
not a
special
tidal wave
Sunday.
of anti-Semitism gobbling up the entire discourse.
Goblin.
It's fucking disgusting, man. And I'm
Like the
doing
way
as an Israeli
like
dual
goblins
citizen,
get
as someone who's
drawn
deeply
in porn.
invested
They're all
in the
like
state of Israel,
thick
probably
short stacks.
more sympathetic to the Israeli perspective than most people would be. I've tried so hard to pull myself to some kind of central ground where we can have a real conversation about this stuff. I'm pulled myself all the way.
You've pulled yourself all the way. It's really that hard for Ethan to admit that it's a genocide. Like even now, it's like he has a problem saying it out loud.
Oh my god. I'm not even gonna say anything.
It's like it's like he feels dirty saying it out loud in front of a camera, in front of an audience. I forced myself to say it was a genocide. I mean, I really, really pushed myself to say that the Palestinians are being genocided when they are. I mean, I just tried so hard.
To outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. And so, but you still want to call me a racist and a genocide and a Zionist. Why would you call me a Zionist if it wasn't just, oh, you're a fucking Jew? When I have said all the things that you want to hear from me, I want to meet you right in the fucking middle, and you still spit in my face. So give me a fucking break. Who's the problem? Scumbag. Scumbag. And you know what? I don't want to call out this because I'm going to say this.
Yes. Stop appeasing them. This is no different than what I say to fucking corporations. Well, like, if I could, I would say this to a corporation. Let's say I'm in a PR position and they're like, how do we fix this? We've been canceled for a shit ad. I would say, keep the fucking ad up. Don't say anything. Take the ad down when it's done. Problem over. People will fucking forget. Stop fucking appeasing totalitarians. They just want your obedience. Stop giving it to them. Just disobey. Tell them to go fuck themselves. It's really not that hard. What are they going to do? Yeah, I'm angry. Who cares? Who gives a shit? You really want to know why this doesn't fucking matter?
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
That's fucking why.
Because it pissed me the fuck off. And being an anti-Semite openly and proudly is now likes on Twitter. Frogan, she tweeted out, she goes, I have a problem with my Zionist therapist. Just call him a fucking Jew.
Okay, we don't
I'm
care about
sorry, but that you can't talk like that about any
I
other
don't give a
fucking
fuck
minority.
because Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Problem with my Zionist therapist.
Let's see how
Would you
long
talk your
they-
Zionist
No,
therapist?
no.
Did you get that those level of
We're good. I already
We're
know
done?
what he says here. Yeah.
Okay.
Move on to something else. This is where I said we're not going to get into the therapy shit.
Okay. That's the last of our headline stories, so now we just have fun.
I sent you plenty of stuff. Oh.
Yep, I got it all.
Hi, I'm Alexa. I snuck into an exclusive military conference for the world's biggest arms dealers. These guys are responsible for all this cool stuff.
This is like we fucking hate these. That was Syria.
Wait, the first one.
These guys are responsible for all this cool stuff.
That one?
Yeah, bro. That looked like a fucking bro.
Not that one.
No.
That's pretty gangster though.
I don't know where that is. That might be just like a test thing.
Look, you can't admit that the fucking
Syria.
military equipment is
Right,
fucking
that's Syria,
cool.
right? That looks like Syria.
Yeah. Like you have to admit the fucking military equipment is fucking cool. If it wasn't for the fact that it's used to kill civilians, it would be even cooler.
I mean,
But for that reason, not cool.
certain equipment doesn't kill civilians.
Sure. Yeah. Like the AWACS.
No, I mean like certain people actually try not to kill civilians, you know.
Oh,
and
right.
I think if people we've actually labeled as terrorists can do that, then I don't think there's any excuse for countries to at least try
Yeah.
to
I
avoid
agree.
civilian deaths.
They make an absolute killing. $420 billion to be exact,
It's a
which
lot.
makes war one
This
of the
is already
biggest and
better
most-
than Johnny Harris's arms sales video. This is really their best video, honestly. That's a canceled prototype.
in the world. I wanted to get amongst it, find out how these deals are made, and
I said those are canceled. Those were prototypes that
see
were
if I
canceled.
could get a bit of that sweet, sweet war money for myself.
Well, it's an old
The
video.
issue is, I'm not an international arms dealer.
Alexa, you're supposed to wash dishes
No,
before I
I'm
get
editing.
home.
No, Sneaking in wasn't going to be easy. The place is
It is.
surrounded by
It's actually
hundreds of
really easy. You can just go to these things.
Yeah.
police officers, and they're not very nice to you if you're not on the guest list.
No, that's if you're protesting, but nice try.
You have little yellow and
get 'em.
pink polices on the back there.
Yeah, sometimes.
Guest list unless you work for a multi-million-dollar arms manufacturer. So I needed to find another way in. After a bit of Facebook stalking, I came across an incredible coincidence. Someone was looking for
That's not
workers
true.
to
You
hand
can
out
be a
lanyards.
journalist.
Huh?
That's not true. You can be a journalist and get in.
That's true.
That's what it's for. It's for these people
Yeah.
to get interviews with journalists and shit. Come on.
Yeah.
It's perfect, but unfortunately my resume wasn't impressive enough for that job. So I had no choice but to just fly up to Brisbane, dress up like what I thought an arms dealer looked like, and hope I pull it off. Now, I'm obviously not on the guest list, but I figure it's all about confidence. If I give off obvious
You want to know how you get on the guest list? You buy a ticket.
No, this might be
arms
like
dealer
a closed.
Yeah, maybe.
energy, they'd have to let me in.
It's an arm. Part of the arms convention.
Can you? Sorry, we just don't get people with the arms walking through very often, so I'm just gonna ask you some questions, alright?
That's so funny. In America, that sentence is very different context.
Oh, sure. What do they usually bring for the arms convention?
I don't know, I don't go to it, I just get paid to stand at the front. Alright. No, I'll get you to step out for me.
I can't go in,
Sorry, no, have you not got a pass?
but I'm an arms dealer. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, I sure I can't go in?
No, go.
That is
well,
fucking
don't get handsy.
hilarious.
Whoa, it's just an arms dealer. So where do I sell all these arms?
I don't care what you're going to do with them. Burn them.
But they're going to sell so many arms in there. And there's no way to treat an arms dealer. It's ridiculous.
Okay, that went horribly. I can't even try the main entrance again because I'll get recognized. So I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow.
Look at these red flags. What do you reckon that's like? Oh, there's blood on your head.
Oh, you don't think that that's what this guy showed up for? Is these people? Come on.
Of course it is.
But that night, you had all these cheerful arms dealers posting photos of their exclusive lanyards all over Twitter. So I just copied the
Yeah.
design and changed the name from
This
Land
is
Forces
this
to
is some
Fake
shit.
Hunt.
This is textbook shit. This is.
There was also a QR code at the bottom. Mine just leads to the Chaser website when you scan it. Needless to say, I was pretty sure I wouldn't get in. There we were. Just before we go in, I had to quickly go through all the new weapons ideas I wanted to pitch and make sure we only kept the good ones.
Do you reckon I like any of these? I want to get rid of this baguette gun. I'm not a huge fan. Don't know how to delete things on this thing. Do you know how to use an iPad?
No.
Fuck. Great start to the day. We got it.
This is business. You just got to lean into it.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
the hard sell on the back end gun.
Okay, yeah, you're right. There's no such thing as a bad product, just a bad arms dealer.
That's exactly right.
Now, we wanted to avoid the main entrance with all the cops. So we walked around the parking lot looking for another way in.
What kind of car would you expect an arms dealer to drive?
Not a Prius.
Okay, it looks like we might have found
That
another way
is a
in,
good-
but there's a security guard there
Yeah.
and he's watching us. So I try to act professional. I confidently show him my lanyard, and without a word, he just steps aside and lets us through. Holy shit, I am in the building.
It's
But now
that
we've got to get our
easy.
lanyard scanned. I
It's so
have no
funny.
idea what popped up on a lanyard scanner. There was a beep. I was sure I was about to get arrested, but she didn't seem phased at all and just waved us through. And so did the bag scanners and metal detectors. And then we were in, ready to rub shoulders with the world's most
That's so
prestigious
funny.
murderers. Barely 10 seconds passed before I was confronted by these two high-tech
Epic.
exoskeleton future soldiers throwing each other around the conference floor while a crowd of people in suits cheered them on.
What's the suit used for?
This particular one, I've been struck with
Policing.
And just keep running at them like a zombie.
Yeah, it's a cool bit of gear, man.
It's terrifying.
You do cosplay, roll it out at night.
Oh, nice.
That's
You just
hilarious.
take it out at home when you...
Wars conventions.
Oh, yeah? No, yeah, it's great for Star Wars. I mean, you've got a bit of a Darth Vader thing going on here. Doesn't it make you feel a little bit like the bad guy?
You know what? Actually, because it's a little bit, you know, everyone's staring at everyone's doing it.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
terrifying.
I'm not part of the world anymore, but I know that
You're somebody else.
It's funny how liberally they talk.
Oh, nice. Completely detached from, yeah.
Match, you know.
Well, I guess that's useful in the field as well. Does it,
It definitely would have
make you stop feeling like,
if you're, if you're using it for right control, it'd be fantastic.
oh, yeah.
So much less personal.
Fucking hell.
Right. Well, like you're not a human. You're just doing the job.
Yeah, exactly.
What about? But you can see the other people.
Yeah.
They look like humans.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
yeah.
see people, it's just,
Okay.
you just sort of, it's almost like
It's not you.
it's funny, yeah. So,
Yeah, that's wild.
yeah,
Funny.
no, it's a cool bit of gear.
I was conflicted. That conversation scared the crap out of me, but I was also
It really is a sook. They both are. They are actual sooks.
I don't know.
They
What that
really
means.
are. Like, why are you scared? What are you talking about? How much of a bitch are you? Holy shit.
Does that have an automated gun at the top there?
Probably.
Is that like a personnel carrier?
It looks like the Australian version of a Bradley.
That's so personnel carrier.
pretty happy about passing as a regular, everyday arms dealer. But I won't let this excitement get to me. I've got to
Dildos.
stay cool and fit in.
What were those? Looked like AT4.
No, I said dildos. Dildos.
Dealer. But I won't let
Yeah, dildos. If you're brave enough, anything is.
this excitement get to me. I've got to stay cool and fit in, following proper military etiquette so everyone knew I was one of them. Just a run-of-the-mill arms dealer here to look at cutting-edge killing technology. They had future camouflage tech.
Have you ever seen a camo Aussie flag? So you can camouflage in Australia.
The newest sniper rifles.
Epic.
Oh, I see civilians.
Robot dogs. Autonomous torpedoes.
They would go on to put a gun on one of those.
Fully autonomous tanks, autonomous anti-aircraft guns. All this artificial superintelligence made me feel.
Oh, did you see
It's
they
not-
picked a
it's
new
not
sniper-
artificial
Did you see
superintelligence.
they put a new sniper rifle in too?
No.
Because like you know how they had it was basically the AR sniper rifle. It's just a big AR. It was
The
the sniper
AR-10.
rifle.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it was called, but it's a sniper rifle. It looks like an AR. It's a sniper
It's
rifle.
the AR-10. It's just a 7.62 version or a higher caliber version.
Yeah. Well, they're doing something. I don't remember. It's not a 7.62.
Are they going back to bolt action? Is it a bolt action?
Let me Google it, okay? I don't
Hell, I
remember.
thought you knew. Reply then. Fuck.
Nervous.
I was
feel like this thing's
Googling.
on to me.
I'm starting to worry the machines could sense I wasn't a real arm.
Also, I really want to stress that he called it artificial superintelligence. That is wrong. That is so fucking wrong. Anybody who calls anything like this artificial superintelligence doesn't understand artificial intelligence. There are 3 levels of artificial intelligence. General artificial intelligence is when it can start thinking for itself. We aren't there. We aren't
like,
even there.
Was
So
this
for
one
this
right
to be
here the one he was
artificial
looking at? Was this
super
what he was
intelligence,
looking at?
it was the Macmillan TAC 50.
It wasn't this.
No.
Okay.
The artificial intelligence, the base level is all we're at. It only is artificial intelligence because of an algorithm that's been fed. It will only be artificial intelligence and will only spit back what it learns from an algorithm. General intelligence can think for itself and generate stuff on its own without algorithm, without input. Artificial super intelligence is what this would be if we had that. That's even a bad example. Think 2001: A Space Odyssey. That the AI that goes crazy and runs the ship and shit. That's super intelligence. Not this. This is systems in a computer that uses basic algorithms to calculate shit.
Spooky.
So, fuck these people. It's not artificial intelligence. I don't know. I cannot stress this enough. Please stop.
Arms dealer.
It knows.
Everything changed the moment I got a gun in my hands. I got to tell you, I felt like a new man with this in my hands. I felt powerful.
Oh my god, this is right in the middle of your eyes.
Maybe I'm crazy.
I was suddenly a confident networking arms dealer, looking good, shaking hands. I was feeling invincible.
I'm king of the world!
Since the slogan on the website is
I might be
doing business
crazy.
is easy at land forces.
Huh?
I said I might be crazy.
Maybe.
I should have no trouble getting these guys to buy my
Hey, look,
weapons.
Boeing.
I just hope they're feeling charitable. I mean, they definitely should be, though, since
look,
the whole
failed.
land forces convention is actually a registered charity, which I...
Did you know Thales tried to sell their domestically made rifle here to the American market, but pulled out because they said it was unethical? Thales. This is a company that makes missiles and bombs that kill civilians. Cool. It's unethical to sell a rifle to a civilian market. Cool. Very cool.
I guess makes sense. They're probably the single most
Okay, so
important
it looks
charity.
like-
Without them,
Sick.
a lot of the war zone
Sick.
humanitarian charities would be out of
Not
business.
sick.
It was time to pitch my revolutionary missile to the biggest arms manufacturer in the world, Lockheed Martin.
These missiles here is probably what you're talking about.
Okay. Well,
It just says that there's a bid
quickly.
open for one and what they need from it.
Jag 'em.
So they just, I was wrong. They only have opened the bid. They haven't selected a rifle. It looks like.
Okay.
And they added the specs. So that's what I was reading. Is the specs that they were requiring from the rifle, but it's going
Is
to
it
replace that. It's going to replace that. It's a. I don't know if
300
they. I have to look. I'm
No
not
caliber selection yet?
I have to see if I can find something.
I would suspect it would be something like a Magnum, maybe a 300 Win Mag 338.
That's what I was going to
Look
say.
it
I'm
up.
pretty sure it's 7.62 with a 300 grain or something.
That's a heavy bullet. That wouldn't be right.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
So, what we found out is that there's no war crimes in space, right?
Sure.
So we were thinking if we get a missile that goes so far up into space, by the time it comes back down, it's like the Geneva Convention doesn't apply.
That's true.
You know, and then you
And it's
completely
also not the
rule out
Geneva
any...
Convention. It's not the Geneva Convention, but this is 100% true. Yes.
any
You can put a
wrongdoing.
weapon to space as long as
Bring us
it's being instantly used. You can't store them in space.
Okay.
So,
Right idea?
I wouldn't even understand or have a clue about what that is.
No, sure. Fair enough. Oh, well.
They didn't seem particularly interested in my missile, but I guess.
okay,
they're
so
just
it's
such a big
U.S.
company and
SOCOM is
war crimes
looking
are
for large caliber sniper rifles.
It'd be a Magnum 300 Win Mag 338,
Yeah.
something like that. I imagine 338. It's a bit more efficient. Unless they just go
It's the
fuck it, and
contract.
Shytac gets the contract and they get a 408. That'd be lit. Go back to the intervention days. Thick. Big fuck off rounds. Big anti-personnel round. Hell yeah.
really stopped them before. So I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I just need to be a bit more modest and aim smaller. Next, I'm going to pitch to the Australian Defence Force.
This chemical agent, Aging Orange, it kind of accelerates the aging process. So I think people are getting a lot of flack for children dying, and they like spray this over an area, and it makes all the children kind of military age within 2 weeks, and then you kind of avoid like child casualties.
It doesn't say necessarily.
That's actually hilarious. Yeah,
it just says what it can't exceed on the specifications as far as like the specs on the subsonic and supersonic rounds.
Okay.
So it doesn't say
So
exactly what caliber it has to be.
What does it say it can't exceed?
It's intended to be a rotating bolt action rifle with an overall maximum length not exceeding 56 inches.
Okay.
The weapon's weight without ammunition should not exceed the range of 18 to 22 pounds. Therefore, it will be more compact firearm than the currently used ones. The recoil force should not exceed 25 pounds.
Okay. No caliber exceptions? Just specifications and recoil. Okay.
I'm going to say no. Oh, okay.
The caliber remains open question because the weapon is also supposed to feature a modular design with capacity to quick conversion to 300 Norma caliber Magnum.
Ooh, 300 Norma Magnum. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So it might be a 7.62
like
with a 300.
Doesn't the Crytek shoot the 300s? Doesn't it have a 300? The one where it's like looks like a bunch of pipes welded together, that
No,
one?
that's a 408. That's their own bespoke bullet.
Yeah,
Crytek makes their own.
Yeah, that's right.
And 375 is their other one that they have in the intervention.
That's what the intervention is what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
that's
the
one that looks
M200.
like pipes welded together.
Yeah, it's my favorite fucking rifle. It's so cool. I when I had a firearms license, I looked into buying one. They're about $18,000. Totally worth it.
All right. I just need to go even smaller. Instead of big missiles and experimental chemicals, I'm going to go even more basic and pitch to one of the most famous gun manufacturers in the world, Beretta.
I was thinking about like a bread gun, like made entirely out of bread. So like the idea is if you're caught like smuggling it, I don't know, to terrorists or something, it could be like a humanitarian aid thing, right? But it still works. It still kills people. It's just. That'd be interesting. I mean, Beretta could sell it. It's almost like Beretta. I don't know.
All right. How would we sell that to Beretta man? Very interesting concept.
Well, it's out there in case you want to use it.
So for some reason, I wasn't very successful getting any new clients at the conference today. But
this is the best
while
part.
The conference floor is where the arms dealers formally exhibit their exciting new weapons, we know the real deals get made at the pub afterwards. So I decided there's no better way to fit in with these military heavyweights and showing them I can drink like a true war hero. Once they see me do a Ben Robert Smith leggy, they'll be sure to take me in and buy my weapons.
It doesn't even explain who he is.
How you going? Yeah, you reckon?
He doesn't explain who Ben Robert Smith is.
Style, for the big day at the conference.
It's really inappropriate.
Inappropriate. Do you guys want to have a go?
No?
No. It's like an Aussie war hero, though.
Really inappropriate.
Okay, more for me then. Yeah, maybe we can like chant though, like skull, 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 skull.
Dude, you just said it's inappropriate. What the fuck?
It's an Aussie war hero though.
No, he just said it's inappropriate.
Enjoy yourself, okay? Enjoy yourself.
Like, you want to have a go? No worries.
I don't know what went wrong. The whole day, I felt like a massive idiot. I guess I'm just not cut out to be an
They're too serious. They take their job too serious. We sell weapons. We're too serious for jokes.
national arms dealer.
We're still going to do a CIA base. No, you didn't.
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we got to talk about this whole controversy revolving around tomboys, Samira Khan, and Hannah Barron. However, unlike the other videos that
this
you're
is going to be such a shit take, I can already tell.
To see about this particular topic, I'm actually one of the few people who knows Samira Khan. I've spoken to her a bunch of times on spaces. I've met her in person.
Yeah, she's a cunt.
Bro, do not admit that. I know partisan girl.
God damn.
While the world was shocked and surprised by her diagnosis of Hannah Baron as unfeminine, for me, this is the most obvious Samira take in the history of ever, and that's what I want to talk about
Yeah, because she's a misogynist, my guy.
today. Not only the take itself, but the undergirding issue that is actually causing Samira to
Like, she literally thinks women should shut the fuck up at all times and she should take her own advice.
lash out against this person. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who signed up over an actual justice.
Nope.
Don't do this. Oh, give us
Nothing
$1
wrong with the
instead. $1, one bone.
Way better money spent.
Yeah, help us
Labor
fund our
Lakers.
NGO to
There is
help actual journalists all over the
Yeah.
world. $1.
Nothing,
You
all
can
caps,
cancel
feminine
it
about
right
American
after, and
women.
Your name will still get on the bottom.
American women are literally men. Now, when you watch the video in question, one of the first things that leaps out to you is that there's nothing wrong with the video.
Good morning, y'all. Quick update on the house because I've been pretty terrible about giving y'all these. We took a little break for noodling season and to put out boxes. Now that it's dried again, we can do it at our own pace. But here she is. We're going to stain all that wood a darker brown and the shutters when we get that on. We'll have handrails, of course. There's the carport over there. Quick run through. All these trusses are going to be exposed, and we're going to have old tin in the ceiling. Got Daddy and Pop.
To be made illegal, according to Samira. It sounds like the accent that Sandra Bullock was doing in that movie about Michael Orr, and to me, it makes no sense to blindside Hannah Baron with this criticism, especially when I think of the name Hannah Baron, I think of Hannah Marin from Pretty Little Liars, which makes me think of Bianca Lawson, who played a character called Maya in 2013, even though back in Buffy the Vampire Slayer in like 1998, she played Kendra, and this woman has not aged at all in this time period of between 15 and 20 years, and I think that is the real story
That's
that
gotta
nobody's
be
talking
like the gayest shit I've ever heard.
Fuck is happening?
Why
bro?
are you gay?
about, but unfortunately, we got to get bogged down in this. Now, look, a lot of people are taking this opportunity to do a side-by-side comparison of Samira and the Hannah Baron girl, and honestly, I find that to be quite distasteful and rude. And
why? She asked for it. She literally kicked the hornet's nest, you idiot. Fuck anything that happens to her.
I know that she decided that she was going to go after the appearance of this girl, but in
I don't
reality,
give a
that's
fuck
just not
'cause
something
Twitter's
that
not a
I'm
real
interested in
place.
engaging in. However, I do think the best side-by-side comparison was the one that depicted Samira as Maleficent and depicted this girl as Snow White. This one was just funny. I got to give credit where credit is
That
due.
is
But
funny.
more fundamentally, it's not really about Samira saying she's more attractive than this girl or anything like that. It's about her worldview when it comes to the appearance of women, and of course, her anti-American worldview infused in that. Because part of Samira's deal is that she happens to.
Why is she anti-American, my guy? Can you tell us why? Why is that? Did she work for RT? Is she a Russian agent? Hmm. Huh? Hezbollah? Yeah. What is it? Who? Tell us why. Why is this?
To be very anti-American. It's just a fact. Now, in a follow-up tweet, she
My
said Lebanese
resolution?
women are literally perfect. And
Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
actually feminine, unlike estrogen-deficient American women who hold the record for highest testosterone levels in the world. Now, there is a community note on this that
Yeah,
says...
and she got community noted like a clown. She got wrecked. That
Also,
was
again, this is just to
the
get
pin.
men to come to these countries.
Yeah.
And it varies by many factors.
Do you want to explain that?
Well, there's like it's just, kind of like romance schemes, as well as like, even like you get these rich passport bros coming to your country. It's good for the economy. Lebanon's economy is in a dumpster fire.
Yeah. Any American dollars spent there is good.
Yeah. But also like it's a recruitment tactic for these groups.
Yeah.
Average national age, whether in diet can change levels, there's no evidence that the USA has a low estrogen or holds the record for highest female testosterone. Also, high estrogen is linked to infidelity and breast cancer. Normal levels are preferred. So yeah, obviously right there, Samira's just making stuff up, but you can see her view of what is feminine, what is attractive in the women that she shows, and they're women that can be vaguely described to look more like her. So she's actually trying to go for the look that she finds attractive. Now, immediately when I saw this type of girl specifically being targeted, I decided to look into her more, and unsurprisingly, I ended up finding Mr. Nuance Bro, following her on Instagram. And the reason why this is absolutely crucial is because this is what it's actually about. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but we've had these discussions about various different women in Twitter spaces that Samira doesn't find attractive, and they're almost always opposite to the view of one Nuance Bro, the Persian menace himself, Persian Steve Rogers. I know Lauren Chen doesn't know who that is.
Did y'all not notice she appears to be dating Steve Rogers? I don't know who Steve Rogers is, but I mean, she's a pretty girl. But I do see myself as someone who can have certain masculine interests sometimes, whether that's
I don't give a
right-wing
fuck 'cause
politics or
Twitter's
a
not a
lot
real
of the
place.
movie nerd stuff that
Dude, masculine interests, right-wing politics. my god. Oh
A
my
doofus.
god.
A doofus. A doofus.
Wait,
We
I'm just
get
gonna
it.
put it on repeat. Like, fuck me. What an idiot.
That I'm into. Liar! I don't know who Steve Rogers is, or a lot of the movie nerd stuff that I'm into.
But Steve Rogers is Captain America, Lauren. You host a media channel with over 100,000 subscribers, and you review every Marvel movie ever. You should know that. And
who the fuck is going to instantly associate, hey, tomboys are fucked and men, to she's dating Steve Rogers? Oh,
Bigoted fucking
Marvel.
losers.
You moron. This really is what this is all about, and I'm being 100% dead on serious about it. And if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. In a similar way that black women tend to not like when a high-value black guy ends up dating a white woman, like Denzel dating a white woman or something like that, Samira gets enraged when the Persian menace decides that he finds women that are attractive, that don't fit her ideal feminine archetype. And it makes perfect sense because Nuance Bro is destined to marry the daughter of the Shah of Iran, restore the Persian Empire, and every single day he gets bogged down with these American girls, he is denying his destiny. Now, Samira continues with high-value American men should become passport bros. Don't they deserve better than the filth they are limited to in their own country? Do you agree or disagree? What are your thoughts? And it is a video of Hannah Baron catfishing with her hands. It's called noodling. And again, she doesn't look bad here at all, even though she's carrying a mega-sized fish.
Everybody asked if we hurt these fish. When we catch
That's
them.
the catfish
one,
sounds like.
Dude, she's fucking gorgeous too. That's the other thing, right?
I put
She
some of her
couldn't-
videos in there.
She could not have picked a worse person to do, and she seems lovely. That's the other thing, is like she just seems like she's a nice person. So everyone has just jumped to her defense because Samira Khan is just an awful,
It's been
awful
bro,
person.
it's gotten her. She's getting paid, you know.
Yeah.
Put that zip tie in there. I don't know. We've been doing it for years. This is probably one from this year, but obviously the fish is fine. The way I grab them is when they come up and bite me, I grab them with this hand. That's why I always get chewed up here. And then I run this arm between their gill and their gill plate. When they're this
Look
big,
at them
you can run
guns
between
too.
without hurting
Fucking
the gill,
muscle
'cause see,
mummy.
it's between the gills and the gill plate.
Now, again, fundamentally, you have to understand that this is in part related to Nuance Bro and his denial of his destiny, but this is also about being genuinely anti-American. So the idea that you would look at this girl, who, by the way, is attractive. Go on her Instagram. If you don't agree with me, check for yourself. Very feminine looking, by the way, who also seems to be an active person, who also seems to have a fun personality, and you would reject that for a girl in a third world country that, is relying on you for a green card.
Lebanon
or
is
income
not a
on
third
its
world
face, to me, is
country.
a bit ridiculous. I'm not saying you
Jesus
can't
Christ.
find a nice foreign bride, but let's be honest. I've seen these situations play out multiple times, and often what these foreign brides do is they'll marry you for the 5 years that it takes for them to get citizenship in their own right. They might
Oh
even
my
trap you
God,
with a
what is
baby, and then they'll
happening in this video
How
right
many?
now?
How many times does this happen? Once a year?
What is
Maybe?
happening in this video? What is
Jesus
happening?
Christ.
What is happening?
This is. Keep
How
in
did we
mind,
get here?
guys,
How did we get here from this fucking
the
shit?
truth about tomboys is what this video is called.
will divorce you and take you for everything you have, much like the parody of American women that these people often portray. So yeah, this is just absurd on its face. And again, the idea that you can't have any hobbies that are considered even.
Imagine making this video, editing it, watching the last final cut, and going, yeah, I'm gonna release this. I've got a banger title for it too.
A little bit masculine, or the idea that you can't be in good shape, which, by the way, Hannah Baron is in good shape. Clearly, a girl that works out. And
very boxed.
What's even funnier is this ad right here.
Don't you
Take
agree with
the
me?
inclusive language quiz today.
He's like box shaped. It's like box and box. Box. You see? Square.
It's just two squares.
and that would make you unattractive to American men is absurd on its face, especially considering the fact that a lot of the people that are posting about
Dude,
this
they're on,
like,
like,
women
Martian
are not
Manhunter.
married, they're not in relationships, and Hannah Baron is dating a guy that looks like Captain America.
I don't know who Steve Rogers is.
Look, I don't know anything about this guy other than the fact that I happened to stumble on this while doing research into this video. But if you look at him and you think of what people are mentioning and or describing,
You know, he looks like a tradie that goes to the gym after work for 30 minutes a day and trains arms. That's what he looks like.
when they mentioned the Chad, that would be it. This guy is a good-looking guy. They're a good-looking couple. Obviously, she had no issue finding something.
My favorite one was a reply to his thing that said that he was on steroids. And I just want to point something out here. A big indicator of steroids is the shoulders. They usually have a solid cap on the shoulder, so it looks rounded. You know, the big fucking boulder look. That is a big indicator of steroids. You can clearly see the separation between the shoulders. He's not on roids.
The Chad, that would be it. This guy is a good-looking guy. They're a good-looking couple. Obviously, she had no issue finding somebody. The fact that they have hobbies in common might actually blend to them actually getting along.
Bro, she's tiny.
And maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't be interested in these so-called Levantian beauties that are super feminine and don't do anything productive or bring anything useful to the table. Which, by the way, is something that we also have to point out doesn't make any sense. This hyper-femininity to the point where you're actually useless is not actually a traditional feminine role. Throughout most of human history, even though women didn't go out into the workforce and work in the professions, they did do labor in the household. They did do way more labor than what is currently considered the norm for a traditional housewife in the United States of America. This involved farming. This involved grinding wheat in order to mill it, in order to make bread, all these different things that they were doing. Even before that, when we were hunter-gatherers.
Is this the truth about tomboys now? I'm skipping. Get to the point.
In Twitter spaces with Samira, but this being an argument in person, in fact, to the point where my buddy Tony at Current Revolt, the Texas paper of record, you definitely should follow him, by the way, on Twitter, bought a Lujan merchandise shirt and wore it.
Follow us instead on Twitter. 5THGEN IW. Share our page. Get us followers. This guy has 20,000 followers.
Yes.
Why don't we?
Well, if we can all start a cult together. It'll be Cult of the Boulder.
To breakfast with us so that he can just celebrate Lujan in order to further antagonize the situation, because Samira had very similar views related to the Lujan girl that she had to
Okay, so Samira Khan is just dumb. Got it.
Hannah Barrett.
Good morning, y'all. I don't have a Twitter. I did at one point, but my account got removed for whatever reason, and I just hadn't got
have a
around
Twitter
to
though.
making another account. But apparently,
Touching ultimate touching grass, not having a Twitter
Yeah.
account.
Twitter right now because some girl, hey Meryl, some girl said that my accent should be illegal. Women shouldn't do manual labor. What else did she say? American women are basically men, and she just said that I was not feminine. Ooh. And I would tell y'all this girl's name, but I can't remember it because I don't have a clue who she is. So that should.
Video over. Should have ended it there. Should have said nothing else. Just cut it right off. End that video. Post it. Hilarious. Would have been the best video on the internet for this year. I don't know who she is. Got done.
Tell you how relevant this person is.
Now, look, the Hannah Barron chick did, in fact, respond to this whole situation. The response is basically what I would expect from somebody who is a social media savvy individual, but doesn't exist in this weird, ridiculous, absurd internet space that a lot of political internet people exist in. And I'll give you some of that so you can see it.
But I just think it's hilarious because I grew up as the weird kid in high school who hunted and fished too much, because back then it wasn't cool for women to hunt or fish or the whole country lifestyle. And I'm so proud of all the women in the outdoors now who are making that more cool or popular. So proud of us. I think we're doing great. But I've been helping Dad build houses since I was 15. When I was a senior in high school, I taught kids how to weld in ag class. So I've done not manual labor. When I think of manual labor, I think of what my dad does. I'm nowhere near that. I just help as much as I can, and I try. And it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of blue-collar women out there who are also feminine. And so I just think that you should embrace your own individuality. You should be yourself.
She said
don't worry
also
about what
feminine.
anybody
Does
else said.
is she saying she's
Yeah.
not feminine? Muscle mommy.
Because these folks talking about me and think they're going to offend me, that ship sailed a long time ago. I've been getting picked on my whole life. I grew up around men. Well.
And yeah, while there's nothing wrong with that.
He's great. I'm done with this guy. I just want to show you guys something really funny.
An ad?
No. Better.
Talk us through it. Okay, well, Asana likes to travel in style, right? So we
This
made a
is-
do-it-yourself motorcade,
this is
cunningly
copywritten
disguised
shit.
with...
This is copywritten shit.
I don't think so. It's the show doesn't exist anymore.
That doesn't matter.
There's no fucking way. I'm pretty sure it was
Oh.
SBS. ABC. Anyway, let's do this then. You can say
This Canadian flag.
Oh, yeah. It's modern day Trojan horse.
Yeah, but there are a few hints we were fakes, like our official code, SFA. Yeah, I don't think motorcades have had runners since JFK, especially not ones with handy cam.
But once we were rolling, nothing was going to stop us, except... Fuck, we got a red light. Yeah, let us through.
But yeah, the cops don't keep us away.
Bit of context. This was the Apex Security Summit, and this was Obama in this hotel.
Here. He stops the traffic and then waves us through.
That was amazing. No questions asked at all. On we roll.
Okay,
Right
I'm going to
up
ask
what
you
they call the
again.
Ring
Do
of
not,
Steel. There
do
it
not
is.
pull up Australian videos. Okay, this is just like you pulled up another dumb cartoon one. Stop.
It's very funny.
There's approved videos sent to you.
You suck.
Nobody wants to be part of your weird hobbies.
It's fucking funny. This is Americans. You don't understand. No sense of humor. I'm looking for videos. Hold on.
I put a bunch.
Right,
I sent you a bunch.
This one. I got
I
them.
sent you a bunch.
Hold on.
There's a lot of great ones in there.
There's that one I wasn't meant to click. What the fuck did you send me? What the fuck is this?
We can't watch it. I just wanted you to look
6
at the time
fucking
code.
hours?
Bro,
6
is that
hours.
great?
6 hours. How?
That's probably his entire stream, right?
Jesus Christ.
So it's him literally. I thought he hated debate perverts. You know, don't click this. We can't play Destiny on Twitch. I just wanted to show you the view count or the view count on it, and then how long it was. People have watched this entire thing.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside.
Or give us $1. Give us $1 instead.
To citizenship through indentured servitude. Thank you.
Are you serious? That was Vermin Supreme and I at the DNC convention in 2016. Vermin's a perennial candidate for president of the United States with a platform of free ponies for everybody. Vermin's already thrown his hat or boot into the ring this year, running as a libertarian, and he joins me now. All right, Mr. Supreme.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Very
Pleasure
nice.
to be here on your television
Is that
program.
a boot?
Very
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for
Yeah,
joining us.
yeah,
We'll
he
just
always
go
has
along
one
for
on
that.
his head.
And you'll never guess who I saw.
Who did you say?
Mr. Joe Biden. They have him working for the TSA. Yes,
That's right in his wheelhouse.
Yes. Unfortunately, he fell asleep while he was sniffing my wife's hair.
Man, Sleepy Joe. You can't do that at TSA, though. That's true. All right, so you've been running for a very long time,
He's
since
gonna play up to
1987.
the
And you
audience
have
here
a
too.
political action committee.
He's gonna
People
tell
don't-
conservative comedy jokes the whole time. And they're gonna be like
Well,
really
it is a
cringe
camp-
bad ones too.
I'm so excited.
Campaign committee, if you will. It's a 527.
Okay.
It is called Pony Up America.
Okay, so people donate to you, and then you use that money to travel around.
The more I can convince people to give me money, verminsupreme.com, the more I can spend. And yes, I've been traveling around the country to appear at various libertarian
And it's a
conventions.
beautiful country, is it not?
It truly is.
Okay, so here's
And once
why.
again, it must only be spent on legitimate campaign expenses.
Right, like your boot.
Yes,
Yeah,
that would be a legitimate campaign.
That's a legitimate
if
campaign
I were to buy
expense.
a pony,
Right.
that would be a legitimate campaign expense.
Okay, good. So I have my opinion that there's so many Democrats running for president because a lot of them just like want to do what you do, is raise a lot of money, travel the country in the warm weather, raise their speaking fees, maybe write a book, and network around. And then when it gets cold, they'll just drop right out.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, many people run for many different reasons. And of course, selling books and upping your speaking fee and gaining national notoriety is certainly one of those things that people
And
do.
I don't see your platform as that different than a lot of the other candidates. I mean, you have people trimming their nose hairs. You have people like working
right.
out at the gym, and they're doing all this crazy stuff. I mean, you and the rest of the Democratic field, there's not that big of a difference.
Oh, yeah. I got to prove you're a regular guy and you do regular things all the time.
Right.
I'm just a regular guy doing regular things. I got a haircut once. Look at that. Yes.
There you go.
Sure.
You
This
actually do a
has
little
to be
bit. You should
COVID
go in
time,
there and
right?
like live stream that or
It
something
sure
like
like
that.
we will.
People might like that.
Well, Beto did that teeth cleaning stunt.
Yes.
Obviously a reference to the mandatory toothbrushing law.
Yeah, you don't like stunts at all.
Oh, no, because gingivitis has been eroding the gum line of this great nation of ours for long enough and must be stopped. For too long, our country's been suffering a great moral
This is
decay
awesome.
in spirit and in incisors. A country's future depends on its ability to bite back. We can no longer be a nation indentured. We must brace ourselves. Our very salvation is at stake
right.
as we cross the
There
bridge
he
into the
is.
23rd century. May we become a
Mr.
sea of
Supreme.
What a funny guy.
Oh no.
We choose to assert ourselves
Oh,
as
yeah.
a global leader in transitioning
Oh,
to 100%
wood.
renewable energy.
Scaled up across the country right now.
Renewable power
We have
Oh,
a
so much
name
better,
for
we're told.
fantasy
Instead of increasing
realized.
pollution,
It's
we get
called
carbon-free power from the
nightmare.
sun and the wind.
What am I doing
Know
here
will not cause cancer.
in the middle of the ocean surrounded by frozen corpses?
I already am
New documentary
eating
series.
from the trash can all the time.
Power, politics, and the grid notes that politicians have pushed renewable energy for a long time.
Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the roof of the White House. It's quite
Okay.
intuitive for people to understand that there's a lot of power in solar energy. We feel the wind, and the idea that you can get something for nothing. people find that enormously appealing.
This is our moment. A comprehensive clean energy bill for our country.
Leaders in California are aiming to generate 50% of their electricity from renewables by 2030.
California might
Could you
now
give us
achieve
some
that,
of your
but to get
political
there,
beliefs?
they're forcing
Kill
people to pay much more.
everyone now.
The cost of electricity in
Condone
California has increased
first-degree
3
murder.
times faster than the rest of the U.S.
People in Washington now
wash
pay
my
an
hands.
average 11 cents per kilowatt hour. In Oregon, they pay 13 cents. In California, though, almost 30 cents. Do they at least get reliable energy for that? No. There's a problem with wind turbines and solar power.
They don't work when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining.
Blackouts happened over the
I'm
weekend.
so
with
glad
little
you heard
notice.
it. I ran back and I heard
Power isn't
turbines.
reliable.
2 million people now plunged into darkness across California. Even the governor admitted it.
We failed to predict.
A few years
Muslim
later,
wind
California
farms.
only avoided another blackout by pressuring people to cut their power
Hindu
use.
wind
Keep doing what
farms.
you've done. 1 or 2
They've
more
got
nights of this,
turbines.
and we will turn the page.
Will they? So far, their biggest impact is to make things cost more.
California will require all new homes to have solar power.
It's the reason California has the
Wow.
most expensive housing in America. The
Crazy.
average house now costs almost $800,000. If you can
Yep.
afford that,
That's why. That's definitely why it's expensive there. It's got nothing to do with the weather, the fact that foreign citizens can buy property there and just move there and live there for a month before going back to their life in another country. It's got nothing to do with the fact that taxes are very high. It's got nothing to do with any of that. It's green energy. You fucking nailed it, bro. You fucking nailed it.
Well,
you
because
fucking nailed it.
because
Genius.
these people are Ayn Rand Institute, right? I
Mm-hmm.
imagine if I'm gonna give him credit and I'm gonna expect him to say, and they won't even talk about nuclear proven better, cleaner energy. Because nuclear is just a libertarian talking point.
Yeah.
So I'll at least say he will have a good take and say nuclear is good.
Yeah. It is good.
Rare good take prediction for Mr. Racist Bake Chill.
I found out that
think we have
nuclear
any more.
power is illegal in Australia, so that's fun.
that you get government money for
Bet you
generating
Gina
solar
Reinhardt
power,
had a
but the
hand to
handout
play in
mostly
that.
goes to rich people.
Or
And
someone
it's
related
inefficient.
to
As
it.
their solar panels produce power during the day when the sun is up, they're able to sell the excess power that they produce into the grid exactly when the grid doesn't need it. The grid is then inundated with solar power and can't use it all. Nonetheless, they get paid a very high price for that power. And then when the grid actually does need the power and they aren't producing solar and nobody is producing solar, then they get to buy their power back at a reduced rate.
Nice for homeowners. But of course, poor people who pay rent.
Those people are paying for the rich people to have a highly subsidized solar system.
I put solar panels on my house, partly because of a tax credit. But I won't delude myself into thinking that
Oh no, don't. No, don't. Please don't. It's awful. They removed all of your, if you paid for all the content before they updated it, they removed like half the planets, and they're like, oh, pay us more to get more. Fuck you. So yeah, kind of cool that they, removed the content you paid for. But yeah, also you can't replay the campaign either unless you pay for the new game, which is fucking cool. So yeah, great. Thanks, Bungie. But yeah, thank you for the support. We appreciate it. I thought I'd change it before we ended the stream. So thank you for that. Yeah. Expert gamer here. Casual fucking moron. Stay tuned for my upcoming gaming videos.
I'm gay. Wind power are especially clean. Solar panels and wind turbines impose environmental costs too.
Wind
Just to
turbines.
produce one turbine, we have to extract 900
bro, that's
tons.
Oh my
gotta be
god.
like the
Bro,
gayest
crazy.
shit
You
I've
mean to
ever
tell me that
heard
it takes
ever.
resources to build stuff?
Crazy.
How's Ghana doing
45
right
tons.
now because of oil extraction?
of non-renewable plastic. Then we've got to transport that.
Non-renewable plastic? Oh, good thing it's going in a fucking windmill.
And burn fuel, getting it all carried across the world and put up. And none of these things that go into a turbine are renewable. They're going to eventually wear out. Now most shut down in just 10 years to do maintenance that gives the energy company another tax credit. The maintenance costs almost as much as a new turbine. But it's worth it to companies because the renewable movement's driven mostly by government handouts.
The Biden administration announced today an $11 billion subsidy to bring clean energy into rural communities.
handouts.
You know how they always they say the turbines are really loud. There's a rumor that as you approach the turbines, you can hear the music. It goes, as they're approaching.
Hey, nigga.
Distinct smell. I'm not going to do it.
Of course, free government money puts wind and solar in inappropriate places.
Too much.
Even with our snowy, dark winters, Minnesota ranks 11th in the country for solar power.
Because taxpayers fund it.
The state's about to give me a whole bunch of subsidies to build wind and solar in Minnesota. To build solar in Minnesota. Scenic, sunny Minnesota.
How well do solar panels work in snow?
Not well. The Juice series highlights the stupidity of subsidizing energy that just feels green. It won't measurably affect climate change.
I don't know why I didn't think of this. That's so funny.
What?
The wind turbines are making us sick.
Oh, that's not
When
where I
solar
was
and wind
going.
become more efficient,
That's actually hilarious.
then they'll be cheaper and people will adopt them on our own. Politicians should just stop their destructive meddling.
We will eliminate in the state of California the sales of internal combustion engines.
You can watch the full documentary at juicetheseries.com.
It was too much. I couldn't let
You
him
wanna help
not. You cannot pronounce wind turbine, wind turbine, and not get made fun of.
Okay, here we go.
It's impossible.
This is a low quality meme. Low quality meme for
Oh
the
no! What did you
simple
do?
situation. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
What did you do? Jesus Christ! I'm gonna sit here in silence for the anticipation.
Okay, no, it's done. I put it on there. Here we go. Are you ready?
Okay.
There it is.
It's not what I expected, but it's just as good.
Fucking Crusades, bro. That's what it was all about.
Oh my god.
The turbines.
Hey guys, I'm away in Israel this week, but little.
Oh my god, that's loud.
Slow down, David. Listen, Dave.
He's in Israel, guys.
Mr. Joe Rogan. Well, I think this guy's going to make it.
Those are insane that they're using the Hitler one as an example because
Yeah.
it's really
Wait.
like showing that
Hang on.
like
You were
Hitler
on
was
Vermin's
crazy.
campaign. We actually want to get him to do the show. So
Can you get us? Can you get it?
I
Get him on,
tagged him in a post
please?
because I couldn't search on Twitter. So yeah,
Mm.
no, we want to fucking do like 2 interviews with him and like one
Mm.
out of character and one in character.
Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be really cool.
And like
Easy.
Right.
Be more about like, you know, the inspiration behind it and like talk about, you know, get him to talk about like actual government policies that he's criticizing.
He's traveling
When he
to house
makes use
parties.
Yeah,
That's
no,
awesome.
our friend gave him a piggyback ride.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
I showed it to you, right? He got on his back.
No, you
He
didn't
was
show me
running
that.
around. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Did you send it to me again? I must have
No,
been busy. I
it's
might have been
fine.
driving.
It was a long time ago.
Ah,
Like you can't be this is my thing. We'll have only one race, so no one can be racist. Like that's ridiculous.
I mean, that's one of the things that the SPLC accuses me of.
Oh my
though,
God,
is
it's
that
James
I
Lindsay
promoted
again.
the white genocide theory, which that is not true. But what are you going to do about these things?
Well, there's plenty of people that have said crazy things about white people lately that
Yeah.
you're allowed to say. That
I
just
just
drives me
said that if
nuts.
the logic
Oh
of
my God.
CRT was played out to its conclusion, that it would end in a genocide of whites, which is a completely
Oh my
different thing.
God.
That word "if" means a lot.
If it was taken to its fullest extent, I think there's also a problem with, you know, when you tell people that a group of people are responsible for things.
Hey,
a
Ruben, you're
group
about
of
to say,
people-
yeah, that's it. He's spitting.
I don't think he's going to come in at all, to be completely honest.
Well, that's what he said. He set it up and
correct.
said, "Let's check it out. Let's check it out. He's spitting."
like just completely composed of individuals with completely different lives, and
Right.
everyone's got different experiences. And we say that that group of people is either bad or that group of people was responsible for everything. Like as soon as you do
I'm gonna
that, you
save this,
allow
so that
othering.
way when we cut this video, we already have a thumbnail for it.
That's right.
Othering is the number one problem we have tribally. culture.
Isn't it funny that when he talks to actual psychos and not just like conspiracy weirdos and like trans hating people, he actually like comes off as normal? Isn't that wild?
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone else was like, "Wow, this guy's a crackpot."
That we can look at other human beings as if they're not us, and this is what's going on in Gaza, in Israel right now.
That's what's going on with this guy. I'm not going to defend whatever, but this dude, like, the counter reaction eventually to relentless identity politics is for the other side to start saying, okay, identity politics. Right or wrong, what it does is it creates more of itself. And it's like it's contagious.
It makes people more racist.
Yeah, it does.
It does. And when they
Oh my
feel like
God,
there's
bro.
racism allowed
No.
against white people,
No. Identity politics does make more people more racist. Like all the idpol idiots are fucking the most racist people. They're the ones that come up with all these fucking acronyms for every color of skin. They're the most racist people of all. They want to categorize people into skin color. That's the problem.
that there's this
Okay,
double
bro.
standard, then they get racist. There's a lot of people that do that, man, and it fuels it.
I wouldn't
It's
say a lot.
fucking horrible. We should abhor racism with everything, with all. We
Then
should
why
just
do you
treat
have
everyone as
James Lindsay on your
individuals.
show, bro?
Exactly. Like push back harder. Like every time you have one of these psychos on, push back on it. That's all you need to do. People are still going to come on your show. People are still going to watch. More people may watch.
Right. Any arbitrary power, especially when it's applied corporately to groups, we should oppose it. In Tennessee, it's in our state constitution. The second article or whatever, section 1, article 1, or I got that backwards. No, article 1, section 2 is that the non-resistance, I think I can almost do it from memory. The non-resistance against arbitrary power is to be considered slavish, absurd, and against the good and happiness of mankind, or something like that. So we should resist racism's arbitrary power. You don't know that guy. His skin color doesn't tell. It's arbitrary.
In Tennessee? How involved was Tennessee in the slave trade again? Were they also a part of the Jim Crow stuff? Interesting.
To dislike him or to exclude him or whatever, whether he's white, whether he's black, whether he's, Hispanic, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with like sexism.
Soy face pointing a document. That's what he's doing.
You don't know what that woman's capable of, for sure. Let her try. It doesn't mean you change the standards, right? And so this is the pattern that has been exploited, and this is where the double standards came from. It's you should give us access, and our sensibilities are like, hell yeah, we should give people access. Let them try. Let them in. Don't exclude people. Racism sucks. Homophobia sucks. The sexism sucks. Misogyny's awful. Let them in. But then what happens is they say, well, you're not accommodating us. You're not accommodating. So it's like firefighters.
Here we go.
Like, well, we
You're
got
the reason why I'm racist.
Military. We got to lower the standard so more women can pass the test.
I'm racist because
now
of
we've got a
you,
problem.
because of how you
Right?
act.
And so after you make the accommodation,
Yeah, bro,
then you
make it a
change
case for
the
yourself.
political structure. And it's one thing if that's just about people.
Okay, this guy's a psycho. Let me find something.
I sent you a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
There's a really good one at the bottom.
What's the last one?
Yeah, it's great. The one I sent at the bottom,
Oh,
that's a
that
good
one.
one. Yeah, there's other stuff though. Another like 20 to 30-minute one after this one.
We gotta stop wrapping up.
That's why I said the last one after this, like 20 to 30-minute video in there.
Yeah.
No, not that one.
This is the last one you sent.
Bullshit. I gotta check now. I'm gonna click something. Not true at all. This is the last one I sent right here.
Okay. Oh my god. I already know what this is.
They're making a sequel to this right now.
Are they actually?
Yeah. Commando. That's actually what I spoke over it. I want that soundbite though. The commandos.
Mira cómo fue. Ya tu mundo. A tu mundo. A tu mundo.
Awesome. Amazing. Okay. We said this 21. Ugh, fine, we'll do this one.
What? No, there's other. Whatever you want. 20 to 30 minutes. Whatever you think is
Okay.
good.
Let me look.
A guy from Canada.
Here's some Jenny Milk.
I've supported Vermin Supreme for over a decade.
As a
we haven't seen her
middleman.
in such a long time.
Oh, well, you find something.
Jenny Milk is here, first time in 2018.
Yay.
Yeah.
The big question is, do you know what year that Janet Jackson song was from? Which album? Michael Kaplan, pay attention.
I'm listening, yes.
Nasty, what album? Do you know?
Oh,
are they playing it?
There it is.
Copyright. Jenny.
What are you doing to us, Jenny? Fine. We'll watch her paddleboard then. If we must.
Yeah, I tagged him in a post, but you should totally tell him, hey, you should definitely do that interview with those guys. You go tell him that. I think we saw that one. That one's awesome.
U.S. House could pass a bill that could ban TikTok nationwide. Now, of course.
Yeah, but we watched
take on
Vaush.
it.
Yeah,
okay. You're right. Hasan's take is going to be way dumber.
Yeah.
That's quite problematic. A lot of people immediately were like, well, what the I like my TikTok. Why are you taking my treat away? Please don't take my treat away. And as of now,
there's something else we said we were going to end on, though.
Yeah. It's an hour, though.
Oh, well, we don't watch the entire episode.
We're not going to watch the entire thing. True. Let me find it. Hold on.
Well, hang on. Let me see I'm looking at what their new stuff is.
No, this one looked hilarious. I need to find it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I got it. Boom.
Welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters. Very excited to be with you. I know I usually do live streams on Monday. I just didn't get to it at that time, so it was a lot of stuff.
Showing a lot of people today.
Very excited to be with you. I got an interesting topic for you today, something we don't hear much about in the news anymore. And this one has to do with what's going on in Africa. I know some of you put a comment to Dr. O, can you talk about Africa? And I said I will in due time. So what the reason was, I needed to read up more see where the new developments are, so I can provide an update regarding those developments, and also provide you my own analysis and assessments on it. This is what I'm going to be talking about. It's about the Sahel region,
deserving
mainly the three countries, Niger, Burkina Faso.
That's why I vote for him.
What was the third?
We got to slow it down. I can't understand News Borat.
True.
What is this one about? Oh, the African Alliance.
The
God.
Sahel Alliance.
I am really interested in Vaush trying to figure out what's going on in Haiti, though.
For fuck's sake. Which one? Pick one.
I mean, both.
I'm not doing both.
I mean, we're only going to listen to a little bit of Wow.
Sure. Okay, I'll skip forward then.
Economic standard of living, sort of improve it. Worshiping and praying and all that is all good, but come on, let's get real here. So why is the government, and by the way, this is not about just Algeria, most of the Muslim world's doing this. They will go ahead and build a mosque while people are struggling economically. It just doesn't make any sense. I remember when I was in Yemen, if you ever go to Sana'a, there is a big mosque there in the middle of Sana'a. That was named after the late President Ali Abdullah Saleh. Of course, because the mosques are named after the rulers, whatever. It just doesn't make sense. Well, I asked how much the cost was. It was about almost $850 million to build that thing. What for?
Look at the way he talks exactly like Borat.
It is very funny.
One afternoon, I went in and it was just empty. So this is to me nothing but a waste. But again, it's their country; they can decide whatever. So President
They spend their money how they want. It's very nice.
Algerian President Majid Tebboune inaugurated the Algiers Mosque, which is one of the largest mosques.
I have a mosque. I have a mosque. Yeah.
They can decide whatever they want. Third one. Now this is a shocker. Can anybody tell me what this is? Which country, by the way, owns an aircraft carrier with this kind of takeoff?
That looks like Morocco that we spoke about earlier that hasn't existed for 3 years.
Morocco.
That's what that looks like.
Egypt.
There's only one country, to my knowledge, that has this one. Let me
UK?
see in the chat box if you guys can guess
The chat box.
which country is that. Oh, Taiwan still. Good to see you. Russia to a degree. Oxer 88. You got it. This one is for. I'm sorry. That's Farhad. Good to see you. Of course. I wanted to put in the one that right there. Oxer 88. It's China. That is correct. But that is not about that one. What's interesting about this? Which, by the way, China does things quietly. China does not.
Oh,
brag.
is this the ship that's cracking?
No.
The ship?
No. The
Like
catapult
about-
ship is the one that they can't fucking complete, and it keeps ripping apart. You know how much tension's on those catapults, right?
Yeah. They should. It's almost like they should use gas operated ones like the US.
It's almost like they should build it not out of styrofoam.
Yeah, that too. That would help.
Are doing this, we are doing that. Is doing it quietly. Well, here is the shocker to the West. You know what's on that aircraft? Is the advanced stealth aircraft.
Well,
They
I
look
can
like
see it.
mid,
So
They look like mid 29s.
I'm looking right at it. So
Yeah.
explain that.
Look-
Will allow.
Look, yeah, so much for stealth.
That's like the next
Checkmate,
generation.
loser.
China is already have that now operational. So, and
Yeah.
this, by the way, the Telegraph.
Do you
That's
think they have the radar cross section of a pigeon? I don't think so.
the one that was surprised in reporting about the sudden appearance of China's newest stealth fighter jets.
Uh-huh.
Which what you are looking at right there on
Did
the
he talk
on
about
the
the
China
alliance
aircraft
already?
carrier. And it was this month, by the way. And now some have already usually focuses on the European one. Remember, included is part to this one first for you to see,
Hey.
to have an idea as to where the locations we're looking at. And I'll share some pictures with you guys. All right, here is the screen. Let me remove this one here, and I'm going to share it with you. Excuse me, so you can see.
You're excused.
And by the way, I give credit to World Atlas for this one here. Let me make this bigger. There we go.
Nice. Citing your sources. That's nice. That's good for him.
Let me close this stuff here. So what you're looking at the Sahel region. Now, the whole Sahel, when you look at it on the map from the west to the east, you're looking at about, literally, it passes through 10 countries. 10. And it begins on the Atlantic coast of Senegal and Mauritania and passes east through the central parts of Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan into the northwestern Eritrea, and ending at Eritrea's Red Sea
Eritrea.
coast.
Sounds
Part
like
of
a
the
urinary
Sahel also
infection.
reaches into the
Eritrea.
extreme northern parts of Burkina Faso and Nigeria, and the extreme south
Chad.
of Algeria. This is why, FYI, guys, this is why Algeria mentioned back then that they will be happy.
This
not
is
happy,
fine
I'm
so
sorry,
far.
Not happy.
Not-
They will be ready to support Burkina
Not
Faso.
that
and Niger and all
hilarious.
that. It's because the borders.
This
So,
actually, this is
Nigeria
actually
the most
fine
popular
information.
Yeah.
That's,
in
it
the
seems like when
Sahel
he's
countries.
doing the show by himself, it's better.
Yeah, it really does.
population
Okay,
of more
keep
than
going.
212 million,
We don't
which
have all
also
day
makes
here.
it the most populous country in all of Africa. Though only a minority portion
Blah, blah,
of
blah.
that population lies in the Sahelian zone.
Jump forward.
In fact, most, if you look at it, for us, for our conversation, we're only going to be focusing on the three countries.
We
Mali,
know, bro. We know
Niger,
where they
and
are on the
Burkina
map.
Faso.
Come on.
Fourth area in
Are we going to
in
talk about their
Africa.
geography now? Oh my God, fuck off, bro.
There's
I
a
just wanna
saying
hear your
that, guys,
fucking cringe
I
takes
don't know
about
whether
it.
you believe it or not,
Hold on.
whether life started in Africa.
Oh my God.
A saying?
And colonization has been part of that history of development.
All right, bro.
You
Come
two
on.
decided
Here we go.
the history and geography. And again, I'm just providing a basic here. I didn't delve deeper into this because we need more time for that one. One thing I need you to understand is that historically speaking, especially with the European colonialism, and of course, when you look at, there are some disturbing images. I decided not to put them here because last time, by the way, YouTube decided, they sent me an email, well, Dr. Oh, we're going to demonetize this video because those, you can't put those images, whatever. So I had to cut that out. And anyway, this has to go back to Belgium, has to go back to Germany. Because remember, Germany's history in Africa ain't pretty. You have to go to France, the Dutch to a degree, Portugal. Spaniards weren't a lot to my knowledge, but this is part of more that importance of understanding why those countries in the region share. They're not only geography and culture and religion and history and so forth, but also the political setting for all this. And this is why you started to see the Europeans throughout the years and decades, the Europeans cooperating with their puppets, if I may use the term, that they Europeans end up the one appointing those puppets to serve the Europeans. This is what the ECOWAS, you all remember the economic cooperation for Western Africa and whatever, that threatened to invade Niger and all that. It was nothing but hypes because the head of the ECOWAS was acting on behalf of France. This is where the problem is. So now, when you look at those three leaders here, now, doesn't matter. It's your opinion whether you agree how they came to power or not.
These
That's
countries
besides the point.
made
I am
to
not here.
deal with ECOWAS and are back in. That's why nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to that Vaush of Haiti video. He's gonna actually this is honestly because he like it shows just when he's by himself he does it like
it's better.
It's better, but there's still gonna be some twisting there. But like this, like really, all you need to do is just like these people had a history before, and the only thing I was looking for is if he tries to describe it more than just a military alliance. Right. So ECOWAS is more of like a monetary trade alliance.
Yeah.
So this is just like a cartel of it's like the defense cartel, right? It's
it's basically their version of NATO is what they're basically doing.
Yeah.
Because they had a defensive pact where if one gets attacked, they all defend each other, sort of thing. So they're just doing that because ECOWAS failed them, basically. Or they see it that way.
I can't get over this, man. I pray to God. Do you think one day something good will happen to Haiti? Like a single good thing? Haiti's prime minister is saying that he's going to resign. You know, the country is basically completely controlled by gangs. There's like open warfare and cannibalism going on.
I mean,
over
it's
there.
not like the
and the
country's
prime
big,
minister.
but him resigning was good, considering.
Yeah, it was a good step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, not like no,
Did
but
did they stop committing violence like they said?
I haven't looked because I've been prepping for the fun day. So
fair enough.
Is like, yep, no, I'm out.
Updates
Jesus
on Monday.
Christ.
Actually, Sunday we're gonna do a whole Haiti show Sunday.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna be busy.
Après, Conseil des ministres assoya, accepté pour le mettre en place.
Can the little bar get out of the way of the? Oh, okay, it's not blocking it. After the Council of Ministers tonight accepted to put into place a transitional presidential council, the members of the council picked after an agreement with different sectors of the national life.
Choisi après une entente entre différents secteurs de la vie nationale.
The government I am running will remove itself immediately after the establishment of said council. But no, if a prime minister saying they'll resign.
So what now?
See how he reads for the people? Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Resign after the
I think it's
selection of a
because
council.
I think it's because he's blocking it, and he
Look at
thinks the bar
the
is
view
blocking
count.
it. Yeah, I know. I've been watching.
Nobody knows like anything about
Like,
the
none of
selection
it's
of.
gonna
It's
be on
basically
YouTube,
like,
yeah,
like saying you're not even the leader right now. You know what was that about the cannibalism? One of the main gang leaders running around Haiti right now is called Barbecue. You can guess why.
No,
I don't know how accurate the cannibalism is. My understanding is that it's
not with barbecue. Barbecue is not. Barbecue is just I don't know if it's been accused of him. There's other people who have eaten people, but I think barbecue has just burned people.
He's just cooked them.
Yeah,
hasn't eaten them. He's just cooked them for other people. He's a chef.
But I honestly,
he's feeding his people.
If we're gonna like romanticize those three guys in the Shahal because they have like the military swagger, the fact that he has his own towel boy following him around, that is the coolest thing that I think a gangster has ever done. That is so fucking cool.
It's actually extremely well substantiated that some of the gangs have like engaged in the logical conclusion
The
of
art of
online
cannibalism.
utilitarian moral discourse. He burned down a village. Chat. Yeah, he's not a great guy. It seems. I've seen a lot of the like usual suspects online saying that, like, you know, actually barbecue is engaged in radical decolonial action, freeing Haiti
Yeah.
from the Western or
Like,
some shit like that. It's like
what are the counterpoints? I think it was Ryan Grimm called it revolutionary and
Oh yeah, well, he
freedom
said
fighters. Yeah,
Yeah, he
psycho.
said something really stupid or something.
It was
But like
so dumb.
technically he is. Technically he is.
Revolutionary? Yeah, it is technically
Mhm.
revolutionary. What he did, he released all the prisoners, was like, join me or overthrow the government. It's technically revolutionary.
He
There's
did
no
force the government out. He forced a resolution and if and like there's a chance that this is the pathway that actually restores democracy in Haiti. We don't
Mhm.
know. It's too early to tell. But you know,
Yeah.
if this follows up and they like move to elections like barbecue is asking for, then and he just goes back to doing gang shit and criminal shit.
Then successful overthrow revolution. Like,
Yeah.
they're not necessarily you do need a goal. If the goal is to overthrow the government,
Plus, the gangs are
So-
already integrated into the government. They always have been. That's
Yeah.
one of the problems with Haiti. And that's what I say about like with the Taliban, right? There was no way to form a government without integrating them. So
Yeah.
to not integrate them sooner would probably be the biggest mistake on the withdrawal.
Yeah. Ow.
they really will say that about literally anyone. Like literally anyone. They would say that about the bubonic plague if it struck like a majority black nation. They was, oh, the bubonic plague is actually like somehow liberating the people it infects from. It's remarkable.
It's called brain rot.
Oh, 1 second. I'm double checking the thing that I saw. I don't remember the exact details. It was a couple days ago. I saw an account that I trust saying that the cannibalism stuff has been well verified, but now I'm looking more into it, and it seems like the original source of that claim might have been something that's debunked, but there might be it might be that one specific thing has been debunked, but the broader claims are true. Yeah, a lot of people are referring to this one video. Apparently there's some video of somebody eating body parts, and it was from a different place, and they were like, yeah, that's
No.
that's from Haiti. I'm not sure.
There's a
viral
Papua
video,
New
viral
Guinea.
video.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a claim from before the viral video. Haiti cannibal gang are eating people they've killed on the streets as violence erupts. That's so me. Describing the violence in the country, a journalist said the cannibalism has been witnessed on the streets as the violence reaches unprecedented level. Reports the Express US. Wait, no, the Express US also just refers to a nebulous a journalist. Ah, okay. All right, yeah, nix the cannibalism claims. I mean, not that it really like exonerates or does anything with regards to the moral question of what's going on over there in Haiti. But yeah, it seems like that it's all sourced from like some kind of bullshit. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, I'll believe it when I go over to Haiti and consume, a corpse with the
That's how
gang
it works.
members. You know, you can only really trust what you've seen yourself these days. They're just doing a new version of keto. Stop judging. Well, there are carbs in the human body, but yes, barbecue's wiki page does not mention cannibalism. At least, yeah. Didn't the barbecue guy used to be a cop too? Yeah, he was a cop. Yeah, he worked for the government. He was like a brutal.
It's
cop.
complicated.
It's
not
yeah, it's
exactly
pretty wacky.
so like
Now I feel kind of bad.
So there's a lot of different like because Haiti was like a slave state, right? So you see it with New Orleans too. There's like witchcraft type religions and stuff like voodoo, hoodoo stuffs like that. So in Haiti, there's been occurrences, not a systemic occurrence, but because this is like connected inside some of the culture and history, it has happened. Like it's not like but like there's a lot of places where it's happened. It's just Haiti is more have a reputation of it.
Yeah.
Just got here straight to the game. So yeah.
Got to jump you right into it.
I mean, West
And you
Papua
came in
also
right at
did
the end.
this, like I said.
Mhm.
So like West Papua is very interesting because like we have so much research on brain protein diseases because of them, like mad cow disease and stuff.
Yes.
So the West Papuans, it wasn't like warrior headhunters type stuff like you see in some of the Amazon stuff. There was often like funeral rites, part of like a ritual funeral, and they had this disease called kuru, and they suspected it was a prion, but we didn't really know how to do these diseases. And so like they found a girl who had it, and basically a doctor was on call to be like kind of close by, that if she died, he would immediately fly out and cut the brain out of her head.
No shit.
Right? So then they took the living proteins in the living brain and put them into chimpanzees, and the chimpanzees contracted it. So they actually were able to switch this prion that was from a fucking human into a chimpanzee. And then
Crazy.
from there, they discovered and did it back to discover that this brain protein was coming from cannibalism in a ritual funeral. And like a tribe that's like right next to this tribe has an immunity to it.
Oh.
So it's like that's how close the like evolutionary grouping is. It's like 4 families back they fucking derived or something.
They gained an immunity only 4 generations. Crazy.
Yeah. And it's like the ones next to him. But yeah, I think it's an Australian doctor who discovered all this. So if you type in Kuru on YouTube, you can type prion disease New Guinea, and then you can find out how to spell Kuru. But I'm pretty sure it's Kuru. Anyway, it's a really interesting like medical history documentary that you can find on YouTube. But it's like from that area, like 70s or 80s or something.
Yeah. Thanks, YouTube.
Remember that journalist ate brains in India?
Yeah, wasn't it me, Hasan?
Was it?
It's CNN. He was CNN, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay, it was
I think
him.
it was.
That's
maybe
what we
Hasan.
joke about.
So, okay, on one hand, I need to make it clear, like right off the bat, I have a very low opinion of the gangs in Haiti. The impression that I've been given of them is that they're quite bad, you know. And I also know that
I don't know.
Man, I don't know how much of this is muddled by
I mean, it's like
Western
they're
lens,
gangs,
my
bro.
colonial
You know,
lens,
like
looking at
quite bad. Like how is quite bad? You know,
Yeah.
like what does it take to get your hand cut off by these guys?
That's the question, isn't it?
Like, I
at,
think they
you
could
know,
be
other
worse.
cultures and their history.
Yeah.
History and precedents and stuff. But I know that like with regards to Creole or like stuff said about anything that gets grouped together in like voodoo or voodoo, I think is what it's actually said or pronounced like, there's some kind of power associated with eating the flesh of a person that you've killed. But I don't know how much of that is real, how much of that is real but only like 500 years ago, how much of that is Westerners trying to like zhuzh up a foreign culture to make it seem more like Oriental and bad or whatever. It's like the thing they did with Native Americans, where the Western colonizers were like, oh yeah, Native Americans, they love cannibalism, and it's like, no, there were like 100 million Native Americans across the Americas, and there were a few tribes that practiced cannibalism. There were far more people in Europe who we have recorded documents of cannibalism from because they were eating the remains of mummies. You know, like yeah. So it's like it's real in the sense that like if you like look to enough people, you will eventually find a correct instance of it happening, but it's not really like a broader trend. I don't know how much of the case that is. With,
that's
like,
the thing is that
stuff
like
in Haiti.
there's no good guys. You know, it's just one of the Haiti's system is bad, but to integrate the gang networks into like the democratic process, it's like kind of like an elite driven democratic process. So it is kind of like the like old warlord like ish republica system. It's kind of like that. Whoever the U.S. backs is
But
the
maybe it's
candidate
like
that gets elected, you know, at the end of the day. But there is it's parliamentary, so there is influence.
it's a more susceptible lie to fall for, because you would think like, oh, you know, ancient voodoo traditions or whatever, in which case this is just like a continuation of the same foreign racism that's made Haiti the shithole it is today. Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced Tuesday he would resign once a transitional presidential council is created, bowing to international pressure to make way for new leadership in a country overwhelmed by violent gangs. Okay. International pressure to make way for new leadership is not the same as saying, yeah, I'm going to leave soon when the gangs are already running rampant through your country. It's like that kind of just gives the gangs infinite leeway to do what they want as a clear indicator that they've won.
They have.
Henry made the announcement hours after Caribbean leaders and
Are we
U.S.
gonna-
Secretary of State
bro, are we
Anthony
gonna pretend
Blinken
the
met in
gangs
Jamaica
didn't
to
win?
discuss a solution to solve Haiti's spiraling crisis and agreed to a joint
They
proposal
did
to
great.
establish a transitional
Like, I mean,
council.
to
Holy
think
shit,
about
dude.
it, like the I mean, the whole conflict that has been going on for years has been violent. But like the actual like prison release to take over of the government was like 3-4 days maybe. Very efficient. Goal oriented, forming a federation of gangs. It's like the Warriors, you know? They all meet up to unite under Cyrus, and then somebody shoots Cyrus. So who's the Cyrus in this one? You know, that's what I'm saying.
Haiti's getting colonized again. The slaves fought off their masters like 300 years ago, and now after this, it's like, all right, we're inviting, you know, a foreign council to. I assume the transitional council will be of Haitian people, or at the very least
No.
of people from the Caribbean. You know,
Yes.
Christians are cannibals because the bread and wine are allegedly the body and blood of Christ.
Catholic.
That is literally true. I don't think that's a
Catholic,
shallow gotcha. If anyone from Christendom ever is like, oh, those savage cannibal cultures, you literally every week and by the way, they don't think that's a metaphor. I think it depends on the denomination, but most
Catholics. Catholics.
Christians believe that
big
is
difference.
literally the blood and body of Christ when they beat it,
Not most.
or when they eat it. Sorry,
Beat it.
You know, like not even like it's a representation or what? Yeah, transfiguration, exactly. Nope, only
That's
Catholics.
Catholic.
You
That's a
mean real
Catholic word.
Christians?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Real
Thank you.
Christians.
Correct. He's correct. He's correct. Everyone is correct
when
here
they
now.
beat it. Sorry, I don't recognize Protestantism.
Good. It's not real.
That voodoo cannibalism thing came from Catholics after the Haitian Revolution, kicked out a bunch of the clergy and slavers, plus from one case where it happened. Yeah, man. That's
so we can start
wild.
killing the Protestants.
So as we know,
no,
Christianity is the world's only actual cannibalistic religion. As we know, Jesus Christ was both divine and man. So when you're eating his blood and his body, you know, you are engaging in cannibalism. I think it's less than you believe. I grew up always being told it's metaphorically / spiritually the body and blood of Christ. Listen, your namby-pamby liberal upbringing can't change the biological fact that cracker and wine both turn into literal flesh and blood in your mouth, okay? And if you don't like that, you can ignore biological reality if you want, but that is what happens. Henry has been unable to enter Haiti because the violence forced the closure of its main international airport. He arrived in Puerto Rico a week ago after being barred from landing in the Dominican Republic, where officials said he lacked a required flight plan. When is the Dominican Republic just going to invade Haiti? Honestly,
soon.
Jesus
soon.
Christ,
that's the
oh
thing.
my God.
I mean, and that's
Dominican
the thing that these
officials
gangs
also-
know is like the Dominican Republic was seriously like, we're ready. We are going to invade this shit for our own safety and stability. So I mean, that's obviously something that's in line with these negotiations that are going on that are not going to be open. Like, we are not going to know what's being discussed. They're not going to look like they're negotiating with the gangs when it's obvious they are. This whole ousting of the president was what the gangs asked for.
It was
It's
a
what everyone
negotiation,
really
yeah.
wanted. Everyone
Yeah.
wanted it anyway. He was holding up the transitional process and undermining their
Yeah.
democracy. They just need to own it. Be like,
So
we're
clo-
working with the gangs.
Close the airspace to flights to and from Haiti. I hate Haiti. They probably don't want to invade Haiti because they don't want to get the dirt on their shoes, you know? They just hate them too much. Christ. They hate Haiti. Right, everyone's been broken out of prison. Scores of people have been killed. Homeless, food and water are dwindling. Just drink the ocean water, idiots. Idiots. Main port in the capital of Port-au-Prince remains closed, stranding dozens of containers with critical supplies. Guyana President Irfan Ali said the Transitional Council would have 7 voting members and 2 non-voting ones. Those with votes include the Petit Dessalines Party, run by former Senate presidential candidate Moise Jean Charles, right? Because it's French. And ally of Guy Philippe, former rebel leader 20 All right. I wonder if a good thing will ever happen to Haiti. How cool would that be? They still haven't had elections since Moise was assassinated. Yeah, they're probably not going to have any for a while either.
We'll see.
When Haiti killed
Well,
all the slave
technically-
owners, that was pretty cool. Yeah,
technically
yeah,
the
I know. But
transitional
like
council
after
they're
that,
putting
though.
in will have elections. It will just be
Yes.
their elections.
Yeah.
And look, here's the thing: it's and like even like Western journalists, we saw this is like Haiti's just asking for them to do it themselves for once.
Mhm.
Even Western journalists have been framing it that way, so we'll see what happens. And at the end of the day, this transitional council that's mainly headed up by CARICOM, Haiti is more in their interest than the United States. Like Haiti doesn't really affect us. Maybe some immigration numbers. Oh well. Right? These people are directly affected by conflict in the region that they're in, their economic zone, their economic exclusive zone. Then you'll start to have pirates, things like this, when you are relying on trade and stuff. So
yeah,
they are going to put somebody in there that is in the interest of stability in Haiti. Whether that stability comes at like the cost of freedom for the people, who knows? But I don't think that CARICOM is going to allow something that doesn't supposedly supposed to stabilize the country. And then, it might be a complete failure. But I think there's a few systems in place that we'll see. We'll see what experts say on Sunday.
It's this unique mixture of like racism, colonialism, and genuine acts of God, because Haiti also keeps getting hit with like storms and plague. U.S. wants to appoint a prime minister when everyone wants. What if we moved all the Palestinians here? What's the population density of Haiti?
Can you believe he said that?
Maybe what we need to do, maybe some ethnic groups are just naturally unlucky, and we need to just move them all into the same island so that it doesn't affect other people as much. You know what I mean?
You know what's an island?
Not Haiti.
No, not Haiti. You're right. Not Haiti. But do you know what's an island? A very big island with a lot of space. And
Australia.
Desert.
Australia.
So it's not that different, Just move to South Australia, go a little bit up from Adelaide. You're still kind of in green. It's a bit warmer, it's basically the same climate. Not as much water, but it's on fire. There's no Israelis trying to murder you every day.
Are you
South
talking about the
Australians are pretty chill.
Palestinians?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Haitian?
South Australians are pretty chill. Yeah, you can go to WA. It's the most isolated city in the world. Perfect. Israel will have to try very hard. You just kick all the people from Perth out. They can go over to South Australia. You guys can have WA.
Oh, so your solution is ethnically cleanse
treaty.
this for that. Okay.
Well, it's just a general group of people who already colonized.
Whoa!
So...
Whoa!
What? They're mostly white.
We have Jews.
Hi,
everybody.
We need to put
actual
the Romani, the Kurds, the Uyghur Muslims, the residents of Kashmir.
Uyghurs do go to Australia.
They do. There's a lot of them here.
Please clap.
Couldn't completely miss my joke.
We'll
ignore it.
This is it. After this, we leave.
Just
look at that, right on the 6 hour mark.
Yeah. Just just sort of lump them all together. Tibetans. Sounds like a camp you would make. Well, no. We should also give them like a lot.
No one
of
up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Right next to the.
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home. Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, buddy.
I think there are a lot of
All right,
Palestinians in Sydney, actually.
I'm going to wash your beak now. Yeah, I didn't think you'd be getting a free beak washing, did you, buddy?
I mean, Sydney is where the Lebanese went as well when they came over here, I think. Sydney and a few in Melbourne, but most in Sydney, like the western suburbs of Sydney. So there is... There is like Palestinian diaspora here, I think, and quite a few. I think Australia is a pretty popular choice for a lot of. Fuck off.
All of my elderly.
Wait, hold on. I don't know working. Hold on. I'm trying to find something. Something's broken.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Fuck off. Stop laughing.
Dominican Republic and just give them the people from North Sentinel Islands. We're making contacts, guys. Do we have a proposal for you?
What if we take all the minorities and push them somewhere else?
Total global ethnic cleansing. the ultimate final solution.
God damn it. Civilizational hunger.
God damn it,
games?
I
No,
agree.
The Western territory that is mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
We did it.
We did it.
Are you going to cover the conservative civil
No.
war over whether or
No.
not it's gay to
we're
find
not.
Southern
We're
tomboys?
not. We're not. He's talking about the Southern Tomboys. We already done it. That's a real whodunit. That's done and done and done it.
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
Thanks for watching.